Hello everybody and welcome CCT Series 3, and we are at the business end of the Swiss stage. Things are going to get saucy today. My name's Hayes and I'm joined by Brandon, and the reason I say things are going to get saucy is because it's the 2-2 matchups here, guys. Winners qualify for the playoffs, losers fall at the last hurdle, and it's really make or break today, Brandon.
Oh no, everything is going wrong. Everything is going wrong with my setup. Guys, for context, I had a load of camera issues and now it looks like I've got microphone issues, but it seems to be working now. So I'll tell you what, let's get it off my face. Let's bring up the schedule for the day just so I can keep looking at the floor and it doesn't look like I've got social awkwardness talking to the camera. Partisan versus Zero Tenacity is our first game of the day. Then it's Nexus taking on Marius, and then Dynamo ECLOT. Oh my goodness me. There we go. Dynamo ECLOT will take on FAVBET. I'm going to mute. Take over.
Yeah, you go ahead. I just can't stop laughing. I'm sorry, guys. Not very professional, but we do have three bangers lined up now. I'd say the pick of the games, you could kind of make a case for either Partisan versus Zero Tenacity or probably ECLOT against FAVBET. I think that both of those matches will be spicy. I mean, Nexus should be significant favorites going up against Marius. I mean, they've already done quite well to get themselves as far as this 2-2 matchup, which is actually a sign of improvement for them, considering that they've generally been the whooping boys in the Swiss stage in the past couple of tournaments. So it's good to see that they are progressing. Let's progress the broadcast. Let's have a look at some teams now. We can pull up Partisan first. Brandon seems to have resolved his issues now. This team is, all right, well, we'll say temporarily at least, but this team has obviously undergone a significant change in their changing of guard. They don't have Emmy anymore, who is obviously the IGL of the team, a big part of the identity and the brand of Counter-Strike that they played. He obviously struggled massively in the mechanical and individual departments, and it's not a like-for-like swap brand, and they haven't brought like Choive or something like that. Obviously, you know, was a coach, but still, they brought Depression in, who's an AWPer.
Yeah.
Now Kindo's not AWPing anymore. Collins is calling, and there's just a lot of mixing and changing up in the team right now.
I'm glad you know that, because I didn't know who was calling. So Collins is calling.
I DM'd Vladden, and I asked him who is calling. So.
Okay, thank you, Vladden. Depression's really good. I've watched him in a number of games. This will be my third little Depression game. That sounds bad. But to be honest with you, he's been unbelievably good. I've been really impressed with him. The fact that Kindo's willing to give up the AWP, I think, speaks a lot to how good this kid is. And he's unbelievable. He's so good. Collins' individual form's actually gone up quite a lot since he started in-game leading. Vladden's has dipped. But Dragon and Kindo have been pretty solid, and Depression is dropping. Whenever I watch him, 25 kills a game. When I'm not watching him, like 5. This is really polar. But the good news is I'm his biggest mascot.
Yeah, I was going to say, sounds like you've actually got a pretty good, you're a good omen for him.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at, of course, Zero Tenacity have also made some changes recently, which is shocking to say because they had the same team for like 3 years plus and their core 4 for even longer. But they have decided to just shake things up now and try and change up the direction of the team, because it did feel like they had kind of stalled out a number of times over the past few years. I mean, there was definitely a good period last year where this team was making waves and they were actually quite enterprising and they were making good progress, kind of reached new highs, broke through their previous ceiling of tier 3, tier 2.5 gatekeepers kind of thing, and became a team looking to contest the upper echelons of tier 2. But unfortunately, they have tapered off again since then. So they've replaced Simki with Madden. Now, this is obviously massive for Zero Tenacity. Getting Madden on the books is a huge bonus and boost for them. Madden's obviously had to take a step down from playing for teams like ENCE and then Falcons as well, just right at the top of the world. He's now had to go back to his region. And this is something that happens, right, Brandon? If you fall off as a player and you don't get the opportunities, sometimes you have to go back to your particular region and cut your teeth again and remind everyone what you're capable of.
I was a good omen for Depression yesterday. But yesterday, I said that Zero Tenacity, with this sign of Madden, could potentially win quite a few of these CCT tournaments. They then proceeded to play probably one of the worst maps of Nuke I think I've ever seen cast in. I don't even know what that Nuke game was. I was astounded from what I saw, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. But it was horrible.
Okay, hopefully a once-off. Hopefully something that we won't see repeated. I mean, they're generally a pretty good Nuke team. Nemanja outside is a menace, man. He's really difficult to play against on the CT side.
They were up 10-8 against Cybershock. Cybershock have won that map 18% of the time. And they just lost. They just lost every round after they hit 10-8. It was
CT side or T side did they fall off?
They were on the CT side.
Oh man, even worse. Okay, well, Nukes are not going to feature here. They're not going to have that problem on that particular map. Dust 2 picked by Partisan. That's their bread and butter. Look out for that B bomb site defense. Vladden and Collins are just so mega on that B side, assuming they haven't changed things up since they made the roster changes. Anubis, well, it looks like Z10 are going back to their good old faithful. There was a decent portion of the year where they actually stopped picking Anubis this year, but it seems like they have found some good fortune and favor on the map again. And then Mirage would actually be a pretty enticing third map. Both teams decent on the map, but maybe not in the best form, so I reckon it would be a good decider.
Actually hilarious that the Zero Tenacity are just like, oh, we don't want to pick Nuke now. Don't want to pick Nuke against a team that's got a worse win rate. Fair enough. I really just don't blame them. This is a kind of a boring veto, isn't it? It's just all the sandy maps. D2, Anubis, Mirage. There's no variety here. Just going to be aim fights, which, to be fair, both these teams excel at. Brute Monster was really good yesterday. Depression was really good yesterday, so I'm excited to see that AWP head-to-head, and it's going to be pretty prevalent on every single one of these maps. And I wanted more out of Madden. Didn't get it. Hopefully we get it today.
We should, right? I mean, like I was saying, Madden's now taken a big step down to play with Z10. Z10 have won, Brandon. They've won by getting Madden. Are you kidding me? That's a huge addition for their team. And as for Madden, I do respect the fact that he hasn't just, like, ego blocked himself out of the scene by being like, well, no, I'm going to wait for another tier 1, tier 1.5 opportunity to come my way. And until then, I'm just going to sit on the sidelines. Because the problem is you then eventually just ice yourself out altogether and you might not get another team that comes knocking. Here, now he can go back and he can play with a team that showed a lot of promise in the tier 2 space, and maybe he can elevate them to qualify for a LAN, dare I say, for the Z10 team. So Yeah, I will say it does seem like the Z10 organization of going through a bit of strife. Now, I wouldn't have expected you to see this, but their CEO has been popping off tweets lately about how Z10 are going to be scaling down massively in terms of how many esports they're competing in, and he seems to have a bit of like a trailblazing approach right now. I don't know if he's like burning the bridges that are going to light the way forward for him, or what the sort of tact is, but it is interesting times for the org.
I wonder how much of that scaling back is because they had to sign Madden. Because I imagine that salary is pretty hefty, right? It wouldn't surprise me if Z10 were all in on CS, because this team's been in Counter-Strike for so long, and to be fair, it's had pretty good results. I just think with this Madden sign-in, it's also just a statement. We'll head into Dust 2, but I really think if this team doesn't win trophies with Madden, then watch out, Zero Tenacity, because I worry about the longevity of the roster if they don't win trophies. I hope they get given time, because immediately being able to do that is hard.
Well, that's one thing they've proven they've done in the past, is that they've been keen to give their rosters time, which I do appreciate. But let's start by qualifying for LANs before we call for trophies. Maybe online titles, sure.
Yeah,
I want to see the
online
team at a LAN.
trophies. There you go.
Yeah, okay. I can get on board with that.
CCTs.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Here we go. It is going to be the pistol round live on Dust 2. Partisan not pulling any punches towards long. They get themselves out initially, and they're going to ride that wave of momentum all the way into the A bomb site. However, Z10 know exactly what's going on, so they have all their players here. Kills do go back and forth. The Glocks close the gap. This is where they become scary, but Brute Monster has doubled down.
Excuse me, Brute Monster. Look, this is still kind of losable, but it isn't. Because now you've got that rotation over from short. Brute Monster is still remaining over at these default boxes. You just see the player in towards short. If Dragon's able to hit some instant headshots, it could be challenging, but I love the Zero Tenacity just aren't peeking him whatsoever. And of course, it's Brute Monster to get the kill on low HP. What a great round.
I'm just going to throw this out of nowhere. I'm not going to break down the previous round at all. What if Partisan decided to poach Nemanja as their new IGL when they replaced Emi? Because he's also from Serbia. How do you like them apples?
I don't think you...
Are they sweet?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think you would have
gone.
Pink
Lady. It's a good one. It's a good apple.
They're good apples.
I don't think so either. He's clearly incredibly committed, but I'm just like, you know, for a thought exercise, for some fun. Seeing Nemanja with players like Vladden, Depression, Collins could have been sick.
That'd actually be really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Vladden, he's banged out the man yet.
Right on cue. And this is the eco round as well. That was the only Desert Eagle that's been brought up in the round, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
It's found a frag. One more, maybe? Chopper and Brute Monster just going to keep them at bay.
Wow.
Yeah, good multi-kill to lock it down. He's dealing in multis right now as Mr. Brute Monster.
Yeah, Brute Monster's been working really hard in his individual form. The source I know that is because one of my friends got matched up with him on FACEIT, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, oh, I wonder how much FACEIT Brute Monster's actually been playing. Genuinely, whenever he's not in an official, he's in a FACEIT pug. This guy is playing so much Counter-Strike, and it shows because his individual level has gone up dramatically.
I mean, you do love to see that from a player just trying to grind his way to form, right? And I feel like that's something Z10 have kind of lacked, is just that extra bit of impetus, that extra bit of firepower. I feel like they've always had a really solid quartet around Nemanja, but they haven't had somebody who can be like that supporting star, or if not the star. Because Nemanja doesn't always play star roles. He's often like the active lurker. He's often the guy who's taking space on the CT side. He's not always being set up. You'll find he's often the guy who's working by himself, and maybe there is space for a bit more of a star player on the team. And that's where I'm looking at Madden and thinking, maybe it could be Madden. You know, this could be the big boost to the firepower Z10 need to kind of push them over the edge.
I think the thing I always have concerns with Zero Tenacity is you kind of get through these phases of Nemanja plays well, no one else plays well. Brute Monster plays well, no one else plays well. There's no balance whatsoever.
And that's why I'm thinking Madden could restore that, or at least bring some more balance.
I'd say so. I still do have question marks sometimes over Avon in this team.
Okay.
But I want him to prove me wrong. Not that he has to prove anything to me, but you know what I mean? Like I just feel like I feel like definitely he could. Because Avan has games where he's so impactful, he's so solid, and then there's other games where he's just watching the game. I don't know how else to describe it. Like he's just there.
I think it's actually a pretty apt way to describe it, is that he's not, like you say, he's just not really taking the game by the scruff of the neck. I think he's one of those players who lets the game come to him, and that's why it can look a little bit odd, a little bit peculiar sometimes, where, like you say, he's just present on the server. Doesn't look like he's actively playing, but I think that's just part of the way he plays the game, is he lets it come to him, and that's when he's able to kind of come into his own.
True.
He also is incredibly self-sacrificial to help try and set his teammates up as much as possible. So I got to kind of just like play defense a bit for him in that regard. But anyway, I was actually casting both AVN and Madden. They used to play on a team called Blue Jays in like 2018, 2019. I used to cast, what was it called? ESL Southeast Europe Championship was what it was called at the time. Okay. Yeah, and Blue Jays played against an org called FAVBET. You may have seen them once or twice, the Bulgarian org. They played against each other in the final. And I was casting that game. My webcam was on. My webcam looked so horrifically bad that the CEO of FAVBET, who was watching the game, said, if we win this final, I will buy you a new webcam. True as faith. FAVBET beat Blue Jays. Madden and AVN lost to the Bulgarian team, which had like Rainwaker, Kaluba, by the way. And then FAVBET bought me the webcam I'm still using today, Logitech C920 Pro. So shout out them one time. Yeah, there we go. A little story time.
Were you live streaming that like on your Twitch?
No, it was on the ESL Southeast Europe Championship.
It was on the ESL Twitch.
Yeah. It was
That's
a big
funny.
regional tournament in 2019. Like,
damn, you've been doing this a while. I'm still a baby compared to you.
So Rainwaker actually like came in touch with me there, by the way. He like top fragged in that final that they won. He earned me that webcam. I owe him one. Anyway, here we go. Gun round upon us. Big round here for Partisan to get things going. And well, they've been able to shut down all of these forward position plays being made by the CT side.
No way.
Okay, they're looking sharp.
Yeah, they are. I think that's actually been the biggest thing for Partisan. We didn't do predictions, and to be honest, we've spoken a lot about this round. We haven't really spoken too much about this round. What happens, guys, is that Tenacity are trying to go for a double extremity play. They're trying to lock down long, putting pressure on it, trying to take attention away from the fact that Brute Monster's got a timing in towards B, but there was a player in towards lowers, and he just killed everyone. And they also had a player in T spawn just holding 4 pushes. So well adjusted by Partisan. I think Partisan are going to win this 2-0.
Okay.
I really believe in this, like the depression arc with Collins, Dragon, and even Kindle on the rifle has actually been pretty solid. This is one of Vladden's best maps, Dust 2. So I'm gonna go with that. But also what I will say is if it doesn't happen, it's because Brute Monster's dropping 30.
Okay, so that's like the win factor for Z10 is Brute Monster just has to go crazy. Fair enough. Not much of a tall order. I do kind of find myself on the same side as you, though, thinking that Partisan should be the one to get the job done. But I'd say more like 60-40. I'm not super convinced. Yeah, man, Z10, it's not like they really had a bonus round with the way they approached that previous round either. They've got 3 MP9s, a P250, and an AWP here. This is such a good opportunity for Partisan to really get themselves going on the T side. Win here, play against the Eco, go up 3-2, get a good foothold early on here on T side at Dust 2.
Yeah, exactly. This is your classic default, isn't it? We just wait very patiently. You can drop a mid to B smoke, think about going in towards short, but I don't think that's happening now. I feel like with all of the positioning here for Partisan, they might even just walk through this smoke. Flashbang comes over, none of them start spamming. That's a lot of utility being used. Vladden wants to take advantage of this timing, but Brute Monster says no.
Well, there we go. Brute Monster with that one significant weapon to work with here on the CT side is the one to draw blood. They're going to try and force their way into this A bomb site. There's a decent setup here for the CT side right now. Player Goose, player Ramp. Dragon will dispatch up the first, and he doubles down. Brilliant awareness. Kendo will come through to sweep up the back line. And that is a fantastic exec from Partisan.
I can't believe that works so well, especially after Vladimir falls to Brute Monster. Partisan immediately cancel their plan. They want to go in towards short, but there's 3 players there, and Dragon makes it look effortless. I mean, sublime clears on towards ramp, on towards Goose. You know one guy's in towards CT, and the fact is you just leave him. You completely leave the guys CT. You focus on the guys on the bomb site because they're on the same level as you. You don't have to go and overextend and kind of commit your body. Oh, I'll be honest with you. I thought that was a Partisan player. Yeah, no, the way they cleared that is brilliant. Here are all the Partisan players. Oh dear. Well, the result happens as what I thought it was going to happen about 5 seconds ago. Brute Monster does lose the AWP. That's a big one. I need to lock in.
It happens to the best of us. Happens to me like once the best of 3, so don't even worry about it. But does suck that Brute Monster goes down. Means that, like you say, no sniper in this following round. I mean, along with the AK, probably would have been a chance for them to make something happen. But now they will have to settle for that lone rifle. Choffo heads towards long, hoping that's the direction that Partisan go, but it's not the case. They've got 4 players heading into the B bomb site here. I think this is pretty ME-esque calling against the anti-eco, by the way. It's something he liked to do, so I'm kind of intrigued as to how much they've kept from the ME playbook coming into the new team. Colin's a new IGL. Generally, you do take a lot from, when you're a new IGL, you will take a lot from the people you've recently worked with.
It is very similar. It actually wouldn't surprise me, because I feel like Emmy left on good terms with Partisan. Could be wrong on that, but that's sort of the opinion I have on it, that he'd be helping them anyway, a little bit. But I think we probably get like 80% normal Partisan calls, and then the other 20%, they're just a lot more aggressive. Like they're more than happy to rely on their aim. And they're playing with freedom a bit more, which I think is really cool. You do nice shots. That's what I mean. This guy is unbelievable. You do get the odd round where Partisan will sit back. They'll play this really super passive default, but they're at once in a blue moon. So I feel like you got the 3 gears of Partisan. You got the existing ME call-in that still exists. You've got the really aggro rounds, and then you've got the complete opposite. Let's sit back and just wait for our opponents sort of rounds. That's what I've seen so far. Okay.
Well, I'm quite intrigued to watch how kind of Collins develops as an IGL, and also how we see it affecting his individual performance, right? Because Collins has always been a really important fragger in this Partisan team. In fact, some people would have looked at this team before Depression joined and said he's probably the star of this team in some senses. Big miss shot there from Brute Monster. That's a costly one. If he connects on that, that's the trade. That's the even numbers. He is just going to be able to get himself out of dodge at least and fall back in towards the, say, bomb site. But Partisan have drawn blood already, and they're going to keep riding this all the way into the A bomb site.
They're going to have no idea they're here, by the way. Why on earth would you ever expect them to walk past your smoke? Oh my gosh, they just crossed without one as well. They've now just deployed it. Vladimir might be on for a kill here. He's got to look at short. His team are saying no one's here. Vladimir can now confirm it, but they've got the job. Look, you're going to have no idea that they're there. Because why would you expect Partisan just to walk the smoke? Especially as you've heard the ult from Brute Monster. What a call.
What a call! We were just talking about how everyone witnessed Collins as an IGL. And Brandon, think about how difficult it's become to cross as the T side to get onto the A bomb site with ability to break smokes open. And so they're thinking it almost makes our lives more challenging in some cases. Let's see if we can just walk across. If there's no contact, we just go all the way. They've probably taken short. And then they just track and trace them the entire way. So like you rightfully mentioned, once Zero Tenacity try and go back into A, they're jumping around the corner with their knives out because they're never going to expect Partisan to be so far forward at that point. Brilliant decision-making. I love the confidence to go for something like that as well, because it does take confidence.
What's fun as well is now Zero Tenacity are going to permanently have someone on long. For the whole game.
They'll have
because
to. Yeah.
You can't get away with that again, can you? Look at the molly just floating away, just down the... Bye-bye.
Doop, doop.
Oh,
there we go. Boring.
Why's Nemanja, respectfully, mate, Brute Monster is 11-4, and you decided you want to go on the scout when you're 0-6. Alright.
He is a nasty scouter. Nemanja is nasty with this gun. So I get you. It is one of those general conversations. People be like, dude, the Rain is 20 for 8 with, in the round. Why does Carrigan have the hero AK or something, assuming Simple's on the team? But like, it is something that we do see. And it seems like teams tend to respect the economy more than trying to prioritize the player that's having a pop-off game. I don't know. Don't know if I agree with it, though.
Are they just going to walk through this smoke?
I mean, Brandon, nothing's been more egregious than Zeus taking the hero AK over Simple and then forcing Simple to use a Deagle. Like, that's the most extreme form of
it. In a weird way, though. Firstly, how has Collins even hit a headshot there when he's not even staring at Brit once? Anyway, I don't actually think that one's that egregious. And I'll tell you why. It's because, yes, Simple could have probably done more work on the AK, but Zeus wouldn't have done anything on the Deagle. Whereas
that was always the logic. Yeah, that was always the thought process.
Right? That's...
I still think Simple could do way more with the AK than
like,
what you're missing out from Zeus being on the Deagle. Like, I still think that the gap is not worth the trade-off. Personal opinion. Look at the change-up here, by the way. This is in the gun round. Oh, Kindo beats the charge. Brilliant opening kill coming through from him. Spots up the second. The support flashes are perfect. However, oh my god, they're still all blind. Eventually, the manual will fall. And he must have been blinded up for a good 10 seconds with the support util being thrown in. And now Z10 have to think about a retake with a man down. Highly unlikely. They may just call it.
You should call it. But look, Vladden's even lurking here. The bomb's only just going down, which might incentivize you to have a little look in. But Vladden's going to go over the top at short and try and get these players. Timing won't favor him. So these guys will escape, but maybe he can get Madden. And this would be a disastrous start for Madden, who's yet to get a kill. And doesn't continue in that way. But that's another example of those like direct calls that Collins likes to pull out. So immediately, guys, we're going to go big. Okay,
and cool. I love it in the gun round. I really love it in this specific gun round because we saw them just dominate long in the previous, and that's certainly going to be in the front of Zero Tenacity's mind coming into the gun round. And also very good awareness from Kindo not to get tunnel vision on the player in the back of the bomb site once he spots him. He still sweeps and clears all the angles towards Car, and he gets that frag as well. I mean, for Kindo, you got to imagine this is a bit of a rough period for himself where he has to kind of reinvent himself a little bit to create space for Depression on the AWP.
Okay, I think Lucy is Depression's lucky charm.
Okay, clearly it wasn't you.
Yeah, clearly, I mean, he's 0-4.
It's early days yet. Got a good spawn here. This is what I like to do. I just charge into B. Smoke. Teammate smokes the molly. You get ahead of the smoke. Super aggro. He's going to post on the angle, though.
You did this last round. Toes tickled by that nade. Avon not peeking. And the Mania will move over. It's a little bit of pressure on B, and then straight in towards short. This is just a classic default round out of Partisan. Yeah, and now they've got to be worried about long as well.
Partisan have created the space for this play with the past couple gun rounds that they've played out towards long, in towards B. So Z10 have now doubled up B, they've doubled up long. So space, where? Short. And it looks like they're kind of reading into that. At least they're pressuring short. Even if they don't commit, the pressure here alone will force Z10 to now kind of shift the defense a little bit.
I think they're going to go back to B. I just think they've done the mid to B smokes to keep the players in mid. So when you go into this B bomb site, it's only Avon, but Nemanya's read into it.
Well, Kindo could still try. If he could get a kill here, that would be fantastic. But he's going to play more of a lurk role than a fake.
How's Depression's shot? Oh, the AK is going to go first. That's not ideal, because now Nemanja has just set up Avon perfectly. And this entire time, the AWP's not swung the angle.
Is he timed
out? And Kindo's been dealt with. No, he hasn't. He was just holding window.
It felt like, yeah.
That's weird.
He was waiting for the swing.
I wonder how much of that is confidence, because when watching situations like this, I would imagine Depression's always taking that first fight up close to taking the swing. He looks at window, okay, no one's there. And then he goes around the corner with the sniper. That's normally how it works, because then the AKs can swing wider and take the attention.
Yeah, I will say Nemanja does really well not to overextend after those first two kills, and not to straight up swing tunnels, then maybe just swing into the scope of the AWP there, and then get traded out. Good discipline to remain on that angle and not step out any further. Double AWP. Double AWP being played here by Z10. Nemanja has the second now. I have not been convinced by his double AWP standards lately. I will say I've seen it a couple times in the past few weeks, and he hasn't really been at the same level I've seen from him in the past. So good to see he still has the confidence. Let's see if he can find the impact.
After that great work with the rifle, I'm surprised he is going with the AWP. I suppose he didn't have to invest it.
He has given up the info that there's an AWP towards mid now, and sometimes you don't really want to give up a pot shot like that before they know you're there for a fact, because now the info's almost been given up for free. If your presence has been made known, then you can kind of go for those more gambly shots, but now he's committed in towards the B-bomb site.
Weirdly, yes and no, because you are actually baiting in Brute Monster on this car angle.
That's also true. Yeah, they don't know it's the double AWP. That's a good point.
Oh, Joffo, you naughty boy. Yeah, the issue with this is he's completely untradeable, which is why Brute Monster walked over. But now he's been removed. They still don't know about this double setup. Joffo gets a kill and a half. That's an instant trade out of Collins. Madden still in sight, but the molly has burned his feet, so they know exactly where he is. And he's going to try and just manage all these different angles, and he does nearly such a good job. That's so unfortunate. 2 moments of Zero Tenacity where they should have had a multi-kill.
Exactly what I'm thinking. 2 moments where they probably could have just straight up won the round had they made it work with the multi. Now it's a disadvantageous retake for them. 2v3. No further utility left on the server for the T side, so Dragon's going to go searching, he's going to find Nemanja. The handicap of the AWP, they're not ideal in the retake, and he doubles down, does Dragon, breathing fire on his opponents. Partisan back to winning ways, and like you say, man, that had to be Choffo with the massive multi or Madden.
Yeah, Dragon just jumps up on the box. And he's just, rawr.
And honestly, I will say the fact that Partisan get that instant trade on Choffo, and it's not like these are team kill on the mix,
exactly.
And they limit it to just one casualty is really impressive.
I think the calling's been really solid this T half. I've actually been so impressed with the. It's because it's not about the variety of rounds, even though that's cool. It's the timing of when they're going for these rounds, right? It's the complete staging of the entire half. It's looking at the bigger picture. Something that a new in-game leader would be struggling with. So I think this has been a real testament to the trust as well in Collins' calls.
Yeah, you'll never be able to have a completely different strategy every single round on the T side, but where you can change things up drastically throughout the half is with your timings. And like you say, that's where they have had some really key change-ups that's made it really difficult to read for Z10. Great pushes and pulls. Nemanja's going to have to use his smoke grenade to extinguish the molly and try and get out of dodge, which he will manage to do. That's unfortunate. Grenade would have done a lot of damage. He's still searching. He's actually really lucky to be alive, is Nemanja.
Yeah, Depression's having a little bit of an off map. This double set up in towards short. And Dragon's just going to walk mid? No way. They are just hitting every timing right now. They are in Zero Tenacity's head. And that incendiary is not going to affect Collins. They're just going to walk right by. Goodbye,
I'd love to see Kindo being more active long right now to try and draw the attention elsewhere, but there we go. Dragon does activate in middle. Frag found on AVN, and that means it's just Nemanja between Partisan and the key bomb site. Madden might want to try and do something about it, and he's dropped the bomb.
Now Kindo's got to play. They might walk through CT to A here, but Brute Monster, puts himself back on the angle, and Depression knows that Madden is here. Goes for a no-scope.
Not necessary.
He could have just scoped in. And now they've seen Kindo.
Yeah, that's like in cricket, your coach will always say, if you can get 2 hands to the ball, you catch the ball with 2 hands. You don't just use 1 hand unnecessarily.
That's such a pretty niche thing, but it actually works really well in this example. Oh, hello.
I don't get to make many cricket references, so I take my opportunities.
Well, that's not what we...
Everything must fade.
Okay, short little hiccup resolved, and unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, they haven't been able to resolve their hiccups, but they did win the previous round, so that's something. We'll take that. Did I miss that? Was that basically locked in before we went to the tech issue?
Yeah, Kindo died.
Right.
Yeah, completely locked in.
Missed that. Alas, it is going to be 8-4.
Alas. Come on, Avon. Round the corner. Look, this was Partisan's map pick. We always expected it to sort of kind of go like this, but there's actually no slouches on Dust 2. So it's really impressive. As we were saying before, good structure to this T side. 8 rounds is really good. Nemanja, Avon. Madden's recovered quite a lot, but he was 0-6.
I mean, that's a huge issue because I was highlighting coming into this about how he's going to bolster the firepower. I mean, even Britmonster was like 10-2 at one point. You've got Nemanja and AVN with 5 frags between them. It is just not convincing to any degree, I'm afraid. Complete and utter domination from Partisan here. Like you say, sure, it's their map pick, but they're completely outclassing Z10 on a map that Z10 have generally been fairly proficient on. I mean, they've played this map 13 times in the past 3 months. They've on a 4-map win streak. They beat Partisan 13-8 just over 2 weeks ago on this map, so it is a bit of a contrast from what we would have expected.
Good to see Vladden having a great game. It's been a while since I've seen him having a good game, which is a weird sentence to say because he's very good.
Yeah. Haven't seen much of Partisan lately myself, but he has been solid, as is Dragon. 15-6, man. From start to finish in that first half, he was popping off. Okay, feels like this is a must-win pistol round. Depression looking to the skies.
It's headbutt in the smoke.
Yeah, that's the plan. And it is going to come his way eventually, by the way. He's got no reason to look away. Here we go. This is what he's been waiting for.
Go. Messi. Oh, you missed it. How do you...
No shot. Oh, and he
just
gets banged out by the nade. Okay, well, Collins gets a kill as a result, so at least there's something that comes from it. Now we see a T player who's seeking refuge in said smoke grenade. Brookmonster's going to be making his way in and out. He's got teammates looking to try and join him right now. He's the one who's battling on the front lines. He found success on the safe bomb site in the first half, and he's doing it here again.
Yeah, but they're just not fighting. This is a really nice defensive smoke put up by Partisan. Okay, Brookmonster's just getting even more kills. Look at the HP of these guys. It's so easy now for Joffo and Brookmonster to get these kills. How did he get free there?
He just never stopped fighting. He just literally never said die. Dancing around the smoke, dancing around the site. Headshot after headshot.
I go on depression.
No chance.
No. Okay, so Brookmonster has got 7 kills in 2 pistol rounds. Partisan have lost both pistol rounds and are still winning the game 8-5.
That is a pretty damning stat line, I'm afraid. Looks like they're going to be saving here as well. Means that they're not going to have an AWP in that first gun round. Might be a bit light on utility. Dragon, and he's brought up a Zeus here, Brandon.
Yeah.
And he's been spotted as well by Britmonster, I reckon. So,
yeah,
he should have the info.
I think you can see his feet.
Oh,
yeah.
Hello, love. Oh, he still gets the shot off, you know.
I hate it when people buy the Zeus. I know you think you're
It's
quirky
just troll, right?
and cool. It's
Yeah.
so troll.
It is just troll. Unless you have like $1 million in the bank and you're up like 11-3. But that's still fits the description we've just mentioned. It's still trolling. Like, I would much rather have an extra flash in this next round if I was Dragon. Way rather have an extra flashbang than...
No, yeah. I'm glad you agree with me on this because Lucy is a big advocate that Zeuses are fun and therefore we should have fun. And I'm like, no, it's active trolling. But then the Zeus gets a kill, and then she's like, "Haha, I told you." And it always gets a
you're, like,
kill.
lying inside a little bit.
It always gets a kill when I comment on it.
Well, not this time round, buddy. Have a look now, Lucy. Where's your Zeus at today? Sorry. Getting triggered you. Alright, but it is going to be a gun round coming through now for Partisan rifles across the board. Kendo does scoop up a Galil, so means he'll have extra utility coming into this round, but still really light on util for the CT side. This is Z10's opportunity, Brandon, to actually get things going early on the T side and put some good pressure onto Partisan.
Oh, I thought the snakes were going to do more damage. This is quick. This is really fast scaling out of Z10, where they actually just completely cancel the short play. They're going to go back into long. Kindo is going to be tested. His M4, at least it's got more bullets in it. I'm just joking, guys. Oh, no, they are going into long. I thought they were going to go back to short.
Well, they're keeping things, keeping us guessing right now. Kendo and Collins have no idea the danger and threat that lurks on the other side of the door. Kendo goes searching, cost him his life. And Collins, well, he has to hold down the line. Oh. He's not even going to be able to get the first. Brute Monster peeks in and out of the angle, gets the kill, round over.
Crazy timing to go for that, because Kendo has already crossed the door once, didn't see anyone, didn't see Avon, and then he walks back into the angle and Avon's just there. It's like a weeping angel. Just deletes him immediately. Brute Monster hits a banger, 22 and 8. I did say the only way Partisan would lose is if Brute Monster drops 30.
Well, he's on course.
He's
certainly on course right now to make that a reality. I mean, none of his other teammates are even on double digits. Chofo's the closest on 9 outside of that 6. So this is a one-man army if I've ever seen it. I mean, think about the impact he's had in the rounds that they've won as well.
They're hunting as well. What a molly. Oh, Vladim's dead.
They're all dead, I think. Still plenty time here. I mean, Depression's going to have to fight tooth and nail to keep the M4 in play, and he will inflict some further damage, but Trofo finds the trade, and that's completely worth it for Z10. That is entirely worth it. This next round made so much more easier as a result of those kills.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't really invest at all now if you're Partisan. You just save, you can get 5.7s, you can get an MP9 or 2 maybe, but you get Depression on the AWP next round. That has to be the prioritization. As there's Tenacity again to give Partisan a taste of their own medicine, right? She's going to rush B.
Looks like it, yeah. Against the pistols as well. Shouldn't be able to do a whole lot about this. Kindo's just departed the scene, so he's going to get isolated and locked out by the smoke grenade, and it's now impossible for the player in towards car. Nice deep angle taken by Madden there. Kind of limiting the options, making life more difficult for the player in the corner with the pistol. I'm just going back and have a look. Let's just think about the impact that's come through from Brute Monster in the rounds that Zero Tenacity have been winning. First pistol round, big multi-kill to aid them there.
Yep.
Second round conversion against the Eco, he gets 4 frags. In the one gun round that they did win, he gets a multi-kill with the AWP. One of the 2 gun rounds they won. And the other one, he finds the frag as well. You got to kill in every round they won in that first half, including multis in like 3 of the 4. And then obviously the first pistol round here in the second half as well. So it's not just that he's been getting a lot of kills, he's been getting kills in the rounds they're winning. That's impact.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's able to set Zero Tenacity up for this comeback here, right? The fact that they are down 8-4 and they're in a 2v4 and he just kills everyone. Okay, cool. And then suddenly you're playing against a Force and you're playing against an Eco, then you're playing against another Eco. Completely fine for Zero Tenacity. They're just back 8-8. Pause needs to come in for Partisan. Needs to get the coach on the mic just to say, guys, like, you need to chill out a little bit. I think Zero Tenacity are going to be playing a style of Counter-Strike where they look to punish you, but they also look to exploit timings. So all you do if you're Partisan is you just set up in default setups. You just make sure that you're tradable. That's the key thing here. If Partisan are tradable, they're going to go by a lot better. Because then that means you can allow this space for Depression to go searching with the AWP. And
Yeah,
I feel
they
bad.
have to get something going here.
I really hyped this kid up, and now he's just falling a little bit flat. But it's because Brutmonster's like 23 and 9.
Yeah, he'll be banging anybody out of the server at this point. But there's still time. There's still time for Depression to get going and find some impact. And he jumps across. Brutmonster spotted 3 on the jump across there. So they know that there's 2 players committed to the B bomb site, and there's going to be an open middle. That should be enough info to not commit to this play here through tunnels. Madden's taken a big chunk of damage to the utility. However, Brutmonster, he has Depression's number again. This time through the smoke.
Oh, yeah. That's brutal. Wait, hang on a second. Dragon's just pushed that upper tunnel smoke. Somehow didn't die to the man yet. And then Vladden's dealt with a player in mid. This round's really weird now because, again, we've got players in isolated positions. Avon's now this time challenging Dragon, and he will get the best of him.
Big frag. There was support there from Nemanja as well. Now you kind of just like reduced it to Vladden in the corner of the bomb site. He's all the way at the back of the platform. He doesn't have the health to sustain this. And he does so much damage in return. He inevitably goes down, but he's gotten the kill and 96% of a second frag as well. That might give them a chance for the retake, you know.
Oh, Collins is over.
Oh, yeah. Kindo hasn't even moved.
Oh, yeah, I want to save the AWP.
He's got to get out of here then. If you're going to save the AWP, save the AWP. Okay, there we go.
Yes, sir. He still might not be able to save the AWP because he's going around to site and Joffo's now creeping up short. Okay, he's on the angle. To deal with him, all good. Collins will hold on to the sniper. But that is Zero Tenacity taking the lead.
9-8, yeah, for the first time since they were up 2-0 at one point. This is when it matters, though, and they've won all 5 rounds that have been played in the second half. Next round, there will be an investment because obviously the open rifle remain alive, so they'll drop a couple guns, but it's reaching that do-or-die territory now for Partisan.
Nemanja had 2 mollies in this round, and he mollied Vladden perfectly twice. Once at backside, and then Vladden's moved to back plat, and he just mollies him again. It's like, come on, dude. Like, what? I was just in mid. Oh, now you know Brute Monster's there. Don't go long.
Probably a good bit of information to have. Problem is, he's on the T side. Agony is going to go searching up middle, though. Brute Monster's looking for this, and he's going to find another kill. You just can't best this man in a gunfight. Brandon said if Z10 are going to win this, Brute Monster has to drop 30. He may get 30 before they've even won the game. Depression gets 1 back, at least levels it into an even numbers game, but they have to do more.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest speaking into existence things I've done in a while, but that's a really big, egregious mistake. Joffo walks straight into Kindo. Brute Monster's low, but at least Avon's dealt with the B player. This now starts to get a little bit weird, but the bomb has been dropped. And the molly goes forward, and it's been tagged. So good info here for Kindo. And all Partisan need to do is just hold on, and Depression does that by finding the Nemanja.
Huge kill. Massive frag there from Depression, because if Nemanja gets that kill at range, it turns the round on its head. And now it's very low health for both these remaining players. The T side shouldn't be any way back for them into this round.
No,
I
he timed out.
think. Oh, okay. Perhaps by divine intervention, Zero Tenacity could be gifted a lifeline.
Okay, Collins now has seen Avon. Brute
Wait,
Monster.
Don't sell your teammate.
No. Brute Monster's gone
Brute's
in
got
the
the bomb.
smoke and got the bomb. Has he got time? This is going to be
Only
weird.
just. I think he's only just got time. Problem is, Collins will find AVN, and now they should be able to circumvent
he
this
has to
rotation.
go through mid.
Yeah. There's no chance that's going to work for him. Okay, good work from Partisan, keeping tabs of everything that's going on in the round and making sure that the disconnect doesn't cost them.
Yeah, thank goodness it doesn't, because that wouldn't have been fair.
Yeah, that would have sucked, especially at this stage of the game.
And Collins is able to keep the AWP, which is good. So Depression doesn't need to buy that now. We'll get him back in as soon as possible. I can't believe Brookmonster gets an opening on Dragon like that. He's like literally shimmying the angle. Dragon starts shooting him, but he's only hitting the shoulder.
Yeah.
And then Brookmonster's like, cheers. That's really nice movement to get that kill.
You also have to hit that first shot as Brookmonster in that situation, otherwise you just die immediately. So yeah, very good work from him indeed. Hopefully not going to be too long before we get Depression back in the server. Game is really heating up right now. Remember, everybody, this is the 2-2 matchup of the Swiss stage. Means loser is eliminated at the last chance. Winner seeded through to the playoffs. There's 3 spots left in the playoffs for today's action. 6 teams in pursuit of those 3 spots. Next game, Marius against Nexus.
Yeah.
Last game of the day, ECLOT against FAVBET. That's what we have lined up for everybody.
Might be a little bit longer on the delays here. Not really too sure what's going on for Depression. So I'm going to do our little usual CCT trick where we throw it to a break and then hopefully he joins back and we get going in 30 seconds. Ready? Okay, let's go. There you go. Didn't even need to go to the break. Haha.
We've learned how to use our powers against them, Brandon.
Oh, it happens all the time.
I know. I mean, they say Caster's Curse isn't a real thing, but the uncanny amount that happens is actually just ridiculous. Where as we're throwing it into a break, or just after we've thrown it into a break, the player connects.
And he's got his little hat as well. He's fine.
Wait, his hat?
Head armor.
Oh, okay, all right, little helmet. You know, helmets in the war were primarily used to try and protect a person against like shrapnel and explosions.
Yes. Yeah.
Not against bullets.
Yep.
Fine. Guess I'm not teaching you anything new today then.
Oh, I thought you were gonna add on.
Oh,
no, you're not. No, you're not.
That was just it. that's all I've got for you.
I'm actually
common misconception, I guess.
I'm really bad at history. I think it's because it was boring in school. Like we learn all about the Second World War, which is really interesting, and then we did medicine through time. I was like, I don't care. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, this man.
The thing is, like, history is so ridiculously broad. It's almost like you should be able to go down a very specific path with. If you take history as a subject, it's then like, okay, now what type A, type B, or type C? What history interests you the most? There's so many different avenues of history.
Yeah, history types A, B, or C. I really
like
do.
A disease.
It does. I really enjoyed like learning about like Aztecs and stuff. Like, and that's really interesting. Like the civilizations of old. Yeah. Play Age of Empire fans in chat. Like, oh my gosh, what a game that is. There's one
here in the seat next to you.
Oh, and me. Used to play that game all the time. I even got my history teacher when I was in secondary school. I told him that we should play Age of Empires in class because it's really good to learn about the history. And he was old. He didn't really understand computers, so he went, yeah. So he just then started playing Age of Empires, just streaming it to the projector on the screen for like 3 history lessons, and he had no idea what was going on, and we just sat there. It was great.
That's amazing. I love that. That's like the opposite of the kid who reminds the teacher that there was supposed to be homework that they were supposed to like check or something for the day. It's you're the savior of the class that's just giving everybody the best lesson ever. Either way, straight into the game we go. And guess what? As much as things change, they stay the same. Brookmonster gonna find another opening kill. How many is that now? Must be 7 or 8 on the map. And he's just been able to find another to completely open up this B bomb site. Brookmonster is doing it all.
Yeah, good round. It's time to save now. Might fancy your chances at this if you're Partisan, since the bomb's not dropped yet. You're thinking, oh, where is it? Well, it's on Avon, and he's just on the left-hand side. Dragon has found the Mania, but is traded immediately by Madden. And now you start to think, okay, well, we know Brookmonster is on site. Maybe if I can just inch out a little bit and grab this kill. Oh my gosh, this is so awkward when it comes to timing, but then they all swing on him together. Where is Kindo and all that? I feel like Kindo should be with Collins.
I feel like we've seen it a few times now where Kendo is not where he's needed to be, or he hasn't been able to find impact when necessary. He's kind of zigged when they've needed him to zag a couple times now. That one round where they were trying to push through the mid doors and he was outside of long, and then he pushes through long instead of wrapping background top middle and helping his teammates. This round now as well. And that's going to be Z10 back to winning ways. Double digits for them, and look at the finances for Partisan, or should I say lack thereof.
The next question for Kindo is, oh, can I get this ult for depression? Like, where did he die? I don't think he can. Yeah, he died on B.
He died on B, yeah.
Unlucky.
GG
27 and 10.
Yeah. And have a look at the rest of his team, by the way. Just have a look at the rest of everybody else.
It's bonkers.
I mean, outside of Chofo, Madden, Nemanja, and Abe, they've got, what, 22 kills between 3 of them. You add Chofo, 32 frags between everybody outside of Britmonster for Z10. He's on 27. 5 kill discrepancy. That is insane, especially at this stage of the game.
A little bit worried about the lack of output here for Partisan, because Valen's had 4 kills this half. We were praising his B anchoring, and he's just been owned.
Dragon's had 1.
Yep. It's not been the most comfortable of watches so far.
No, it doesn't inspire much confidence at all, I'm afraid.
And if you lose your map pick, you're then going into Anubis, which is a Z10 classic. And Partisan have only won it 3 times out of 12.
Oh, that is a damning stat.
One of the times they won it, though, was against Zero Tenacity, but that was in May.
Okay. But it does still say that Partisan needs winning here on Dust 2 going into that as the next map in the series.
Yeah, especially when you were 8-4 up.
And look at their investment. Scout, 4 rifles. Lose this round, no money at all. 9-11 becomes 9-12. But there's so much weighing on this round right now, and they don't even have their AWP.
One thing I have noticed about Partisan quite a lot when I've been watching them is that they will sort of over-force buy. Especially, this happens a lot more on T-side, obviously, but the Depression will just have like 3-4 rounds in a row where he's not using an AWP and he's just on a scout.
I'm just not a fan. It does suck, but I guess it's just the state of the game. It's a reflection of the way this half has gone so far. Nemanja does just kind of poke and prod through middle nonchalantly there. And that gives up his life. That's an opening frag for free. Something Partisan haven't really had the luxury of many times throughout the half. And this time they've been able to deny Z10 entry into this B bomb site. They're still going to try and find a way through, but there's Vlad who's in the corner. Dragon continues to do the damage. That's a double coming through. A quad in the round at large. Denied the ace, but that's not what he's going to be focused on right now.
That's a fantastic hold from Dragon and Vladen, but that was a really weird way to approach that B bomb site. Because Zero Tenacity, when I've been entering the B bomb site, they did exactly what I was saying for Partisan to do, where you set the AWP out, he goes wide, and then the rifle goes even wider, and then that just pulls the crosshair. But here, you've just got them all just grouping in tunnels, not moving, and then when they are moving, they're all just like slaloming together, and you're just going to be lining up, and it just gives Dragon such an easy multi-kill.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. And there's no flashbangs to get them in either.
That's a good point. And even if they did trade Dragon out, Vladen probably mows them down immediately afterwards, so there really wasn't any way for them to win that round, I don't think. And now, we flipped the script. I was talking about what a difficult position Partisan found themselves in, and if they'd lost that previous round, it was almost certainly game over. Look at Z10 now. It's a force buy for them. They have $1,900 coming their way. Lose this 11-10 eco, then they're playing for overtime.
Nah.
What do you mean now? I think they'll just force more?
I just think it would be bonkers if they end up conceding 12 after they've come back from 8-4.
The problem is it's just been Britmonster. And if he cools off, if he's not winning them these rounds, then who is?
Need a Madden moment.
How about a Nemanja moment, man? That's what we're used to seeing out of Z10.
Oh, what a nade. What a nade out of depression.
Well, there's your Madden moment. Madden
Yep.
made mad.
Meaty nade on Madden. And then they get smoked off. Bomb hasn't committed anywhere yet. It's still in top middle. They've done a mid to B smoke, but the issue is they're only draining out their own utility. Collins is already basically waiting to go through with Laden. Zero Tenacity are really hoping for a reaction here, but one's not coming in.
All right, well, they have left themselves a little bit of utility to work with to try and find themselves control of a bomb site. They have used one of their smokes in towards CT. They do have a couple flashes to try and force depression off the angle. And then it's going to be Madden who has to try and come through long, late in the round. Depression does hold quite an open angle initially to get that first frag. Drops the incendiary and doesn't look like he's keen to hang around for any more. Most of the time, an AWPer would search for a second from that position, but he's content with just the one.
He's not. I don't think he's feeling as confident.
Doesn't look like it, yeah.
What do you think about Madden being on the lurk here when he's got no health? Because I would have liked him to have been the sacrificial lamb there rather than Joffo at 100.
Probably made the most sense. Yeah, I'm right there with you. See if he can find impact. Problem is he also has a Tech 9. Not going to be ideal. The problem is Depression's not even considering this right now. He's not even peering in this direction. Depression goes down, and that could be an AWP. They might not even need that gun to be recovered. Kindo will find kill in the meantime. Dragon just charging his web short will find a frag, and this is where Madden will have the AWP. Is the bomb planted for him? It isn't. And Dragon has a kit. He could just try and get on the defuse. Madden misses the shot on the cross. Depression wants to hunt the frag, and he's got the kill, and he's got the time, so he will get the defuse. And Partisan win that round by the skin of their teeth.
If Madden just tucks in the corner and doesn't fight him, he wins. That's bonkers.
Problem is you can't fault him because the bomb's not planted for him, right?
Of course not. Of course not. It's not
Yeah.
Madden's fault. Fair play to him as well, because I've literally just gone, that's weird. Why is he the one with the Tech 9? He just goes out and bangs out the AWPer. So fair Madden. Go
It
low.
wasn't oversight from Depression, though, surely, right? I don't know, it was a late lurk, but you still always got to consider that long push eventually in the post plant. Anyway, 11-10, Eco round Z10 now indeed have to play for overtime, assuming they can't win a round with, what, 3 Glocks, P250 and a Tech 9? Probably not.
It feels like they can't win around without an AWP, so Glocks feel a little bit out of the realm of possibility. Nice, there we go. Much better.
Yeah, this will do good for him. Clearly feeling themselves a little bit more now, our Partisan, fighting on the front lines against the Pistols. All 5 players stay alive, which is actually really important as well, because they've got 2 shots at winning this map in regulation. And what would have happened if they had taken losses in that previous round is it meant that if they lose this round here, then it's a 4 spy in the last of reg. So, yeah, really important, clean anti-eco from the CT side.
I can't believe we've had all this time where Brute Monster's been stepping up and nobody else from Zero Tenacity has. Like, that is... You can't fault Brute Monster here. He has literally done everything. And the most ironic thing about all of this is that Partisan might win this round and he ends on 29 kills because he didn't get 30. He
I was
didn't
waiting
win.
for that.
No, he got
wait,
it.
hang on. Does he get 30 and they still lose? That would be like the prophecy being abandoned right at the end. Like that would be poetic in the word. That would be tragic. There's the word. That would be like a Shakespearean tragedy.
Not over yet.
Not over yet. That could be meaty. Oh, yeah. Good chunk of damage. That brings the M4 into one-shot contention. A minute on the clock, and basically only Collins between Z10 and that A-bomb side, because Dragon is still currently searching through long. He's
so
not going to be
worried.
able to help at all.
They're so isolated. As you say, Collins falls, this whole round is just over, and they have to save. But Collins is able to not get a multi-kill.
I mean, he still bought some time. Look at they've been
A
able to
little
buy
bit.
those extra 4 seconds actually have quite a bit of impact. Dragon clears up middle. Now they can focus their resources in towards the bomb site for the retake.
Good molly. keep the CT guys at bay. Dragon is now going to take on the role of Madden and go for this late long lurk. Flashbang forward. That should indicate to you that there's a guy out long here. And Z10 are planted for short. Molly's not affecting Madden. Time now starts to become a real issue. Brookmonster's going to peek out in just a sec. They see Madden as well, and now no one can connect their shots. Dragon thinks better of it. Z10. They will find 12-11. They will try and force OT.
Well, they've kept themselves alive. They had to win 2 rounds to get it into overtime. They've managed 1 of 2. They're 50% of the way there. It's going to be another full buy, though. This is the reward for Partisan keeping that anti-eco as clean as they did. Is that they still get 1 shot here with a full set of weaponry. And Dragon is going to try something different here. He's going to go for the double AWP setup. See if that could be the difference maker.
He was holding for it, but he doesn't shoot. Now the molly goes forward onto Depression's angle, so he can't peek into short either.
I will say one thing about Zero Tenacity is they have extreme amounts of tenacity. The irony, man. I hate this org's name. Sorry, I'll just come out and say that because this team are really good at coming back into games and keeping their heads in tense situations. And I mean, they've just got a huge amount of history playing with each other. They've been in these situations a million times before, and they don't seem to get fazed by them. Oh man, you could cut the tension with a knife here in this round. Not a single point of damage done in either direction.
I don't think Zero Tenacity really even want to know where they want to go. That's a cool smoke thrown by Collins. He threw it from A bomb site to mid doors. They are going to go into short. And to be fair, if they go in towards short, that feels pretty nice for Partisan because there's like 3 players directly on A, or indirectly on A, I should say.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the short hit just because of the position that they have for Choffa, who's in long right now. Did he bait out a shot there from
they're going mid to B.
though? Yeah, because they saw Depression's long, so they're going to change up the approach on the fly. There's only 16 seconds, though.
Bladden's in tunnels, and Dragon's just hit a shot. Dragon's just dancing with them. Oh dear, this is a little bit of a mess. Dragon needs to stay alive, and he pulls out the 5-7 and is able to do it. But it's Brook Monster yet again to find even more kills. He gets legged for his troubles. This round is still on. It all hinges on what Kindo can find in tunnels.
Oh, Depression with the AWP will find a kill on the slide away. And it's only Depression left remaining. If I said Depression meant Brook Monster, doesn't matter because Depression is dead. And it is going to be Z10 who have forced us into overtime. Brook Monster drops 32. And evidently, it's enough. For OT, at least.
I can't believe Vladden just gets owned. If Vladden had just tucked in tunnels and didn't peek, didn't do anything, I think Partisan just win that round. But he overextends. Dragon is the one battling on site and he gets 2 kills. I think, to be honest, I know this is a brutal thing to say, but I think if Vladden just doesn't peek, Partisan win. Just because of the virtue of the time, and just because of the fact that Dragon is still fighting them. Dragon gets his kill, maybe he only gets 1, sure, but the bomb then starts to be committed, and Vladden just goes, oh, thank you, just denies the bomb, and that's it, that's round done.
Yeah. Might have just been drawn in because of the fact that Dragon was alive. He's trying to help his teammate, which is what the book says you need to do in that instance, but sometimes you got to know when to throw the book out the window and play the situation. My goodness. Well, Z10 have done it. From being down 8-4 in the half, from being down 12-10 at one point, they've still kept themselves in the contest. Or should I say, Brook Monsters kept them in the contest.
No way,
oh
no way.
Okay, he's good. Oh,
no, he's not.
Alrighty then.
Brook Monster gets back on the angle and just kills Dragon. Yeah, stop challenging him. Just stop challenging him. What's wild here is Partisan need to win this. They really need to win D2.
And they had their chances. They had 2 opportunities in regulation to do exactly that. Weren't able to capitalize on either.
This is a wacky angle for the AWPer to get one. He can fall back. Oh, but now he's revealed himself. He's just going to keep going. The pressure's going to keep trying to go around this corner. It doesn't work.
Oh my. Huge battle going to break out here on short between these 2 teams. Kindo on the front lines has got Collins alongside him, but it does not matter. BritMonster mows down both.
Oh.
Eventually he will fall. Maybe this is the round we've been waiting for from Depression. He's done a lot already, but they need more from him. I know that's a tall order off the back of those initial 2 kills, but now it's Vladden left in the 1 versus 3.
He's got a good timing here. Like, it's actually a really, really good timing because they're not going to expect him to be in elevator immediately. Joffo hasn't seen him cross into short. And they do consider long. And now you've got to be thinking, okay, well, he's got to be in CT somewhere. Madden now goes looking for him, and that timing is brutal for Mr. Vladden. 0 Tenacity. They go up here 13-12. They draw first blood in OT. Your law doesn't come into account.
I know, yeah. I mean, there's always an exception to the rule, and this is one of them. First time in my life, Brandon, I've seen it not come true.
It's not the first time.
I was just telling you how I've been casting since like 2019 as well, you know? But yeah, Z10, I'll be happy to get the 1-up on their opponent here to open up overtime.
Oh my gosh.
I need to go back and count how many opening kills he's had, so you take over for a moment.
A lot. 36 and 14 is Mr. BritMonster. He has nearly 3 times his next teammate's kills. That is absurd. They're just going to pop B. They're fed up of waiting and delaying. So all eyes on Dragon. He has got help. Collins has moved over in time, and this smoke is going to be a really big block. But in fact, they're just going to disrespect it. Dragon now starts to spam. How good are these flashbangs? And are they going to be ready for Collins? I doubt it, because they still haven't dealt with Dragon. And finally, oh my gosh.
Wow.
Dragon comes into the fight, and it doesn't work out as anticipated. 2v2, and then Madden just flies in through the window. Depression has to go nuclear. Has to do something bonkers. It's a fake out. It's a drop down into the site, but it's a missed opportunity on the AWP.
And as the game goes on, the rest of the team around BritMonster come alive, which is what they needed to get them over the line here in overtime. I mean, it was just wave after wave relentlessly into that B-bomb site for 0 Tenacity, and eventually they're able to overwhelm that defense. This is all while Nemanja is going 6 and 21, by the way. Completely unlike him. And by the way, BritMonster, I think he got like 6 kills, if I check correctly, throughout regulation. 6 out of 24 rounds. So he gets 25% of the opening kills out of all 10 players. 25% is bonkers. Successful opening kills, that is, by the way, not just attempts.
That's so good.
May have had even like 100% success rate. I don't remember him dying first in any of the rounds.
Yeah, he's won the AWP head-to-head, I think, like 3 or 4 times as well.
At least recently, yeah.
Nearly 5.
Could be more.
It's the Nemanja instead. And in goes BritMonster. BritMonster doesn't care anymore.
I love it, though. I love that he's just riding this wave of momentum, Brandon. Just backing himself all the way to the bank every single round. BritMonster's world, and we're just living in it.
I think he's going to get this kill on Depression as well. How's the timing? Oh, Depression's moved over to Car. Okay. Now I'm actually really interested, because I think this is a really smart reposition out of Depression. It's just what you can get done with it.
The problem is that his teammates are just dropping like flies all around him. Madden just cut the map down the middle. Must have gone straight through mid doors. Collins will sweep back and find that frag, and he can try and cut these rotations off through tunnels.
This is a really weird standoff with the AWPs. Depression. Uh-oh.
Oh, why flick? Why is he flicked? That was completely unnecessary, BritMonster. Doesn't matter. Inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Or
Yeah, that's a-
is it?
Mania, that's ridiculous, mate.
Bit silly.
NT.
Oh. Okay, yeah, NT's in chat. We were both just watching that with bated breath, waiting to see what he'd be able to do coming through the smoke, but doesn't work out for him. And that is flawless for Zero Tenacity.
So now what we're saying is Zero Tenacity need to win one of these rounds. I think with the momentum, they're going to be fine now. Because, look, this was 8-4 to Partisan. Zero Tenacity win 8 rounds, and they win an additional 3 more in OT. 1 round is all they need out of 3 possible chances, and Depression is going to have to out-AWP Brute Monster in all 3 of those.
Well, here we go. Needs to be flawless for Partisan. As simple as that. Match the efforts we've just seen out of Zero Tenacity. It is indeed a tall order. Oh, baby. Oh, baby! Brute Monster's done it again. That's 38. He might even get 40 here. Completely unstoppable.
No, he just got stopped.
It's okay, I know. I hung my head in shame.
But he did his job. What's the go here for Partisan? They're just being smoked off every single avenue. The only way they've got is through long. So they're going to group with Kindo, and they have to get past both Madden and the Mania.
Yeah, it depends where Nemanja shifts his focus, because right now he's obviously the one guy who can kind of keep tabs short. He's just dumping the utility, and now he will head back towards long. This could be the perfect timing. He needs to try and take the contact to pull the attention away from Madden. That's the setup, but oh, he's done a lot of damage. He has done heaps of damage to Kindo and Dragon. This could be Madden's moment to thrive. In the open, on the off angle right now, avoids the flash on the first. He's not clean enough on that first frag, though. So the trade was always going to come through.
And now Vladen can just be this late lurking short. You feel like Vladen's just going to win the round, depending on his timing, because Joffo's going to slide into Gandalf. He is holding for Vladen, because to be honest, this is the only thing he can hold. Time's ticking, by the way, guys. 15 seconds, a flash through. Avon, oh my gosh, he gets one. And Vladen has not been dropped at short, so Partisan will hold on.
Oh, man. If only he'd been able to kill the bomb carrier as well, that was guaranteed round over, but it doesn't happen, and Partisan will survive to live for fight for another day here.
These intense play-by-plays are really difficult, by the way. We've got Avon, Madden, Vladen, Dragon. Like, it's so hard.
Yeah, certainly has caught me off a couple times now. I was calling Brute Monster Depression 1 point in the previous, or in regulation as well.
He's not depression, he's very happy right now.
Yeah, quite the contrary, in fact.
Out you
Big
go.
explosion out towards long. Madden has that second
Oh
AWP,
my
and he's
gosh.
completely blinded, but he's still going to be able to connect on the shot anyway. They still dump their flashes out towards long, but Madden will just backtrack to safety.
That was even a trace through, full blind. And,
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he caught a glimpse of him before he was blinded either.
We've seen this round before. They're just accelerating up long. But this time, good news. Zero Tenacity are holding for it.
Well, they're still kind of out in the open. They have got that one smoke to play around. Madden's trying to use that. Support comes through from Brute Monster, and guess what? He's connected on his shot. Madden will eventually just be out in the open as that smoke fades. Really awkward position for him, but he can't go Gandalf. There's a teammate there. He can't go to short either. He'll just continue to frag instead.
This has got to be it now, surely. 2v4. No utility yet left. Kindo's got to get on site and plant, and Avon is already in elevator. This is a really tough spot. Depression has to find a kill, has to provide a little bit of an opening. 40 seconds, they got time to work with. Maybe it's Kindo that goes searching. Over the top, Shadow not spotted. And Avon is removed. Now Kindo's really hoping he can get rid of this player in Gandalf, and he baits out enough to get Depression on the line. 2v2.
Oh, no, surely they're not going to be dropping the ball from here. Nemanja and Britmonster looking to combine, and you know what? It is going to have to be Britmonster if they get it done here and now. He's managed 40 kills so far on the map. He drops down. He's just flexing on depression, but he doesn't connect on the shot. He's got a kit, and he has an HE grenade. I believe the bomb has been planted for long, so this should be impossible for depression. Excuse me, for Britmonster, who's just going to try and bunker down and see if he can stick the defuse. Depression doesn't find the angle initially, but he will still be able to anyway. And Partisan win the 2v4.
That's a ridiculous 2v4, but I love the way that Kindo approaches that. He just weaves his way into the one angle that, firstly, Avan's not ready for. CT player Zero Tenacity doesn't swing because he's holding sort of the long cross. And you got a player in Gadov, player in short. That was expertly done by Kindo and Depression. Is Partisan a lifeline back in? Can no one win a round on CT side? Is that just not a thing anymore?
Surely not, right? I mean, surely that's not going to be what goes down here. 6 rounds in a row, all of them on the CT side in overtime. 3 for 3. I mean, that was the moment, though, Brandon. A 4v2. Partisan didn't even have the bomb down yet at that point.
That should have been it.
It should have been it.
Pro Monster's on 40 kills. Next highest is Madden on 20. He has double his kills.
Quadruple Choffo. Don't even want to think about Nemanja.
Oh, Joffo says
No
sit
longer.
down. 3.9.
Yeah, no longer quadruple Choffo. We'll take that. Good opening frag found. Lives to tell the tale as well. Partisan whittled down to 4.
Biggest decision here is where to go for Partisan because they've got 2 smokes. Like, if they go mid to B, this setup is forward facing out of Madden. And they are going to go mid to B. Oh my gosh, this setup lives and dies by what Madden and Avan can find. Is there going to be a flash here for Partisan, or are they just going to go around the corner? They're just going to go around the corner. They're going to go straight into this setup, and they only get 1 kill, but Joffo in the back lines. And now Nemanja pushing the smoke. It's enough to get Zero Tenacity the win in overtime.
Well, actually, I don't think either of those players that were set up on ramp get a kill for Z10. It's Choffo who comes through from the backline side of long. He was the one who was able to find the kills necessary to win the round for his team. Z10, I mean, it was always supposed to be their map after going up 15-12. They scrape by eventually 16-14, but ultimately they've won Partisan's map pick.
Yeah, and now you go on to your map pick of Anubis, where you're a lot more favoured on. Brute Monster's going to be really relevant, and hopefully some of the riflers can chime in. Joffo has a really big impact round there, so does Nemanja. He was on like 5 kills, ends on like 11, so at least there was impact in overtime, but there needs to be a more consistent effort from Zero Tenacity, because having Brute Monster carry you can only go so far. Map 1 done and dusted. Map 2 of Anubis up next after the break.
All right, second map is upon us. We required overtime on the first map to get a result, and it was Zero Tenacity who eventually came out on top despite being down 8-4 at one point, and then 12-10 in regulation as well, which means they take a 1-0 lead into their map pick Anubis.
Meow.
For context, guys, Brandon wouldn't stop meowing before we went live, and apparently he hasn't stopped after we went live either.
Oh my god, really? That's the opening kill. Okay, alright. Well, that's
Round over?
hang on. Yeah, I think round over.
Should be. Collins doing so much damage. Oh, Vladen has dropped down off the bridge. Britmonster hasn't even realized that he's trying to get the reload off. Just Nemanja left remaining. He had a really tough time on that first map. And this is going to be impossible for him as well. And there we go. Vladen will just chip down Nemanja, and Partisan have opened up their accounts first.
Exactly the start that they needed, because you got to remember on D2 they weren't getting any of those pistols. So finally they get something. This is also a map that is really troublesome for old Partisan. So you need to come out the gates early. A force buy immediately for Zero Tenacity. They know that Partisan are weak on this, so they just want to apply pressure early. That's a good way to do it.
That'll help. Yeah, needs to be more where that came from, I'm afraid. It's not as simple as 1-1 Deeg and you've won the round. Oh my, I thought AVN may pull the trigger through the smoke. Else they wasn't far away from Dragon's Head. But they have done enough to repel Partisan, who actually dumped a little bit of their utility to try and contest the side early on. Still have a decent amount left remaining, though.
That's the thing. They've still got utility. The only bits of util that can be used as blocking is Joffo 1A. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. Dragon does not want to get isolated here. Zero Tenacity really want to take this fight. But Partisan actually elect just to completely leave. Which means you are potentially going in towards this A-bomb site that has got that little bit of util. Look at this rotate. Zero Tenacity are just like, alright, we don't buy the fact that you're going to be going back to B anytime soon.
It
Even
means
though Collins is over
here, though.
It's so
Absolutely
true.
means he cannot die. And that molly is probably good for him just to make sure that he doesn't actually peek.
Oh, that one molly has brought in 2 rotates, though. They're all over the place.
Oh, and there's no one looking cameras, is there? Okay, maybe Chopper is, but it's at range with a 5-7. Big eggs there coming through now. Unfortunately, Z10 haven't read this one correctly. Nemanja does find one. Stays alive, but unfortunately not ready for Kendo to come through from cameras. And that gives Partisan a big advantage in the round.
I can't believe they over-rotated 2 players based off 1 molly. That feels like Brit Monster has just started screaming that they're coming B.
Not like there was any follow-up either. No footsteps B main, no pressure after the molly.
No, exactly.
One piece of utility was all it took. And imagine they still have those 2 players there. Then Kendo can't come through from cameras.
Well,
Nemanja finds
yeah.
a kill. Looks a whole lot better.
It looks a world different. Because if you're Partisan, you then have to go Temple, which means Brit Monster again can potentially live. It's an interesting one. But Partisan will take that all day long. That's the force by being conquered. And now you're just on pistols.
A key opportunity for Partisan to go up 3-0 without breaking much of a sweat here. Can build up some money on this T side. Of course, this is the 2-2 matchup of the Swiss stage, which means if you lose this game, you're eliminated from the tournament. If you win, you're through to the playoffs. That is the equation. It's as simple as that. And that means
what a
Partisan
flash.
have to win on Anubis. Yeah, very good flash indeed. Enables the USP.
Okay, Brit Monster can get an AWP. I feel like you definitely should be enabling that man. What's fun is that he's 1-3 and Depression is 5-0. How the turns have tabled.
Well, let's see how long that will remain the case here on Anubis. Which is actually, I think, a heavier AWP map than people give it credit for on both halves of the map. I think that the AWP is actually of utmost importance on the CT side to try and find opening kills and just deny the T's having free reign in the early round, being able to just take canals, fight middle, maybe push A main or B main aggressively. You've got many options on the CT side of this map, and on the T side, the AWP's role is to try and punish the plays being made by the CTs trying to take initiative. Do you think Anubis is looked at as a bit of an AWP-heavy map?
Not as much as it used to be.
Oh, Brit Monster. This is an awful position. At least he gets one. Nemanja needs one here as well, though. He's gotten it with the USP. Get out of there, mate. Get out of there. You got the man advantage. He's going to push forward. He's pushed forward. At least the trade's there from AVN, who now has to buy time for his teammate.
It still feels okay, though, if you're Z10, in all honesty, because Depression's just going to start planting. Wow, he's going to commit to it. That's wild. Avon has done enough to get Madden on the line. But that is... some of the decisions there are pretty bonkers from all parties.
Yeah, that was chaos. Chaos exemplified, and actually very good work there from Z10 to keep their composure despite how much was going on. Could have gone wrong a number of times. If BritMonster doesn't get one kill from middle, that would have been a big issue. If Nemanja dies there in camera, that probably would have lost them the round. If AVN's not able to get the instant trade, that would have been an issue. So there was a lot of sort of 50-50 moments within that round that Z10 make work for them, and that's why they win the round ultimately.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good response from them to immediately be able to rebound after getting the guns out. The fact that BritMonster gets a kill there as well is insane. Because he's on such a really difficult angle where he's so committed into these fights. Any flash plays here? No? Collins might just walk in. Oh, does drop the molly. Madden gets out of dodge. But then gets overwhelmed by Kindo. Oh my god, Kindo. That is disgusting.
How about a third? If the first two are disgusting, let's add another to the tally. Oh. He will go forward. The crusade has not yet ended.
I think that is one of the best rounds I've ever seen out of him. That sequence was...
it's a good shout.
Chef's kiss. That was so good. Go get your ace, mate. Or don't.
Mega impact coming through there from Kindo to just basically single-handedly win the round for his team. And with all the damage that they inflict in the round before that, Z10 are straight back to an eco.
Mamma mia, that was spicy. Some might even call it salacious. I miss you, Sneaky Beaky. Come back soon.
The funniest part is that he used to use that word without even knowing what it means.
No, I know.
Oh,
we had to tell him.
Yeah. I think I told him live on broadcast once, and he was like, "Wait, mate, I've been using that word for like 2 years now, completely incorrectly." I mean, I've had one of my moments with you, which I won't repeat on stream, where I didn't know the true meaning of a word. I'll mess
with me.
Okay. Yeah. I called you this word, not knowing what its true meaning was, and then.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And then after I was educated, I was like, yeah, probably not appropriate for broadcast.
Yeah, no, probably not.
My homie, you know, the guy I really respect and look up to. I remember when I said it, she was just like, "What, mate?" Like, and I was like, "Doesn't it just mean like little silly fella, you know?" Anyway, 5-1, really important gun round here for Zero Tenacity, and they've got the AWP and BritMonster. Again, it's a very slow start for them, which was the case on Dust 2 as well. They were winning their rounds because BritMonster was winning them rounds. They can't afford to have the same sort of low return and output from the entire team here.
I thought it meant like chop.
Yeah. Was that the message I sent in Discord? Okay, there we go. I truly did, though.
That's hilarious. Oh, Partisan. What could have been, mate? If only you would have been able to close out your 8-4 half on Dust 2. You'd be sitting pretty right now.
12-10. What about that?
Oh, yeah.
Lest we forget.
How about your 5-1? Can you force this to a third?
Let's see. Now on the favored side, we've only had what I think one full gun round so far, maybe. Okay, we must have had 2, right? But still.
Well, we had that gun round where Kindo has just killed everyone.
Yeah, and then there was one gun round immediately before that. Those are the 2 gun rounds we've had so far. Brit Monster with the AWP is on the correct side of the map is where the action's going to go down, but the smoke kind of obscures his vision, and Kindo again is on entry duty.
That smoke is so unfortunate. But that's what you get. Just one of the wisps just plumes up into your face. Collins follows through on Madden, and Vladen is now having a field day. Oh. Collins follows through on Madden, then it's Vladen on Avon. It's so it's difficult. It really is.
Yeah, you got to stay focused when you're in the play-by-play. Make sure you don't get your tongue twisted. But that's 6-1. Don't get it twisted. Partisan are in complete control. They're dominating this game. I mean, let's just run the numbers. How many kills have the entirety of Z10 gotten? 7, 9, 12, 13. 13 frags is all they've managed. Oh, and they're hunting. They're hunting. Kindo. Oh, Chofo's been sold by Nemanja. Sold down the Nile River. Fitting now that we're on Anubis.
That's alright. Probably not for the first time. Nemanja loves a trade kill. Gotta take a pause now to discuss the monetary situation. As I used to be an accountant, I can give you an overview.
Okay,
it's bad.
please.
It's not good.
Oh, and you're qualified.
Actually,
You're
yeah,
qualified to make that statement.
Technically, in accountancy, you sort of have, you can get your degree, and then you can become what's known as a chartered accountant.
Yes.
And I was on the way to becoming a chartered accountant, and then I dropped everything and started commentating Counter-Strike.
Probably the best
I
decision
think I
you've
made
ever
the right
made.
decision. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I can absolutely get behind that. I did accounting in high school,
Okay.
and I did it for a year in my studies for an IT degree, which I ended up dropping out of. But so I got a little bit of experience with accounting.
I have the degree.
There we go. Baller.
Oh, if they had just thrown a nade on stairs, Collins would have been dead. Oh,
Well,
that
you know what
volley's
Max
good though.
Verstappen said, Brandon? If my auntie had balls, it'd be my uncle, but she doesn't.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he literally did. He truly did. Because they were asking some like intangible question, like, well, what if this had happened? It's like, well, there's just no point, is there? Because it didn't.
Brilliant. This is a painfully slow round out of Partisan, and I worry because I feel like when you are doing these really slow rounds, it could put you a little bit in jeopardy. Look at A main, here comes the swing, and there's the trades, and that's the bomb. This is why I get worried about rounds like these.
Yeah, rightfully so. Oh, Dragon, the one full health player, finds himself in middle right now. 40 seconds on the clock, and it's gotten even worse. Nemanja's activated in a really important round.
Oh, you're never clearing Madden here.
Are you?
You might be clearing
Looked
Madden
interested
here.
at one point. Still kind of has a bit of an inkling, surprisingly. Problem is, 20 health between them. They may even just call it a day. Well, if they weren't, they will be now.
What a round out on the man yet.
And I don't think we said that once on Dust 2.
He's only got as many kills as he did on Dust 2.
Yeah, and we played 30 rounds of Counter-Strike, and we never once said, what a round from Nemanja. I think I normally say that 3 or 4 times per map with this guy.
True.
So it's good to see the return to form here.
Last year, he was on he was averaging like a 1.4 or something absurd for months in Tier 2.
I think he was like the best Tier 2 player at one point last year, crazily
I'd
enough.
say so. I know Madden's got to adjust, and I appreciate a lot before you come at me in the Twitch chat that the difference between skill level individually in Tier 1 and Tier 2 is very small. Like, I
Yeah.
appreciate that. However, I don't know. Maybe it's because I was spoiled by watching him in Ents and Falcons. I just expected a little bit more individual out of him. I don't think I'm unfair in
Like
saying
he'd come
that.
down to this level and just smurf on teams like
A little
Partisan,
bit,
right?
a little
like
bit,
not
yeah.
like entirely to stomp everybody out every single map, but he hasn't had like crazy 30 for 14 games, 28 for 9. Like I don't think we've seen mega individual performances from him yet.
Maybe it's because obviously he's had to take this step down, and obviously it's a lot more structured in tier 1. There's a lot more
Sure.
leading with utility, not taking these weird smoke timings, and as a result, he's being caught out a lot more. Like, I am noticing that. But here, he's just taken a fight in B main and just got owned by Kindo. But to be fair, Kindo's 15-3.
Yeah, Kindo's owning everybody on the server right now. I mean, the best match he's had so far for the team was against Vision, which kind of speaks to the point you just made where he might be used to that level.
What?
Nemanja, back to his old shenanigans, double kill. Fantastic work to tip the scales back in his team's favor after Kindo gets the opening. However, it will remain level as Depression gets one back.
But Mania dies, but he gets valuable info. That's the bomb in middle on the AWPer.
Problem is, it's only AVN on this B-bomb site right now, and I think Partisan have a really good timing considering how early in the round they've been able to get themselves into E-box. And
he's got no
AVN's now going
smoke.
back and forth.
Oh, but look at this push. Joffo's walked top middle. He's got a really smart timing, and he's also seen Kindo. He needed that kill. Avan needed that kill. Maybe Joffo can deal with Kindo, and he does. And it's still low HP on both of these players. The round is not over yet.
Yeah, certainly not. That kill there from Choffo is massive. Obviously, then compromises his flank. And now it's going to be on Brutmonster, who has an AWP. Not really ideal by any stretch of the imagination here on the retake. Great timing on the peek out there from Depression. Connects on that shot as well. And now it's just Brutmonster left remaining. Coming through from Temple. He's going to catch Depression with his back turned. Okay, now down to the P250. Vladden's posted on the angle right now. HE brings Vladden down as low as 6, and one shot from the P2 gets it done. Did he spot Vladden? Did he have some sort of info? He was there? If not, great read.
No, he didn't. I can't believe he's just put a little nade in that corner.
I can't believe the nade hasn't killed him.
It's the only place he looks is that corner as well. I mean, I know the bomb's planted there, but that's what, like, the guy could be... He could, actually, to be fair, maybe, you know when Depression swung out B main and took that shot? Maybe Joffo saw him.
That is true. Perhaps that was maybe a little bit of a catch coming through.
That's the
that would
only
make
thing
sense.
I can think of. Because the guy, if we think about it logically as well, they've planted backside. Joffo swings in B main. He wouldn't have seen Jail. He wouldn't have seen close CT. And Depression swinging out wide. Yeah, he probably saw him.
That
I don't
must
know,
have been
though.
it. Yeah, I reckon that was probably it. Can't tell for sure. 3-6. It's what I can tell you for sure. Massive round for Zero Tenacity to win, because if they lose that 7-2, no money, back to the drawing board at that point, back to square one. Now they can really make something of this first half. There's a job to do in locking down the defense on this B-bomb site. Madden's good for one. Depression has cratered.
What?
He's offed himself. And I think that was with an HE grenade, if I'm not mistaken. I heard a nade explode and then he died.
Wait, what?
Hopefully we get some sort of a replay that can give us a clue as to
we
what's
don't-
just happened.
we
Look
don't
at the
really get
rotations. The
replays
whole
anymore.
server's here. Oh, that's true. You're right.
I don't know how he died. That's funny, though.
We can watch it back on the stream. We can do that. I'll do that.
Okay.
I've got it open on my second screen. I'll let you know. Still a while yet.
Can this go wrong? No, because Nemanya's now got rid of Vladden. This is Zero Tenacity getting 4 rounds, potentially, with capacity to build even more on the CT side, which is more than enough on Anubis.
Yeah, after being on the brink of 7-2. So, It's a very good return for them. Nemanja does just go searching unnecessarily, though. Gives up one to Collins, who's now just charging into the speed bomb site. He's got his teammate coming through from E-Box, but Brutmonster will find that frag on Collins. Dragon has been able to get out undetected seal frag. The AWP, but it's a two-man setup. It's a bait and switch. Oh, that gets interesting for a brief moment, but Avian shuts it down. It's just the second kill of the map, but that will win them the round.
Damn, Dragon kills the CT guy too. Sheesh.
Yeah, that was an instantaneous frag from him as well. Well, this is the problem now for Partisan. 6-4, no money in this round. Depression wants to go for a hero AK. Wait, oh, they're going to go all in. This is a very risky decision. Unnecessary as well. It's not like their hand is being entirely forced here. This is voluntary. If they save, they get a full buy in the next, and they could still make it 7-5. Here, they're risking a 6-all halftime scoreline.
It's the trade-off of, do we want one good buy or do we want two mid buys? I think that's because you get 2,900 into the next, they can all get Galils. It will have the lack of util, yes, but they can be on like Mac 10 Galils. They get the bomb down, it's okay as well. I think that's the rationale. Do you know what? I don't hate it. Look at this swing. Oh, okay. Yeah, you've definitely seen them, but Depression gets the kill anyway. Madden, oh my gosh, that's the aim that I'm used to seeing out of him, and they're ahead of the utility. 3v2. And this is the benefit of investing the guns into this round.
Yeah, and also, there's no money for Zero Tenacity. That's something that I hadn't yet mentioned or hadn't even noticed, that if they lose this round, 8-4 is incredibly likely, so the risk-reward was actually worth it in the end. And I think if you're Z10, you probably have to be considering the save at this point, but it looks like they want to feel out this 2 versus 3 retake. Already been able to win one disadvantageous retake. Britmonster has to clear his corner, and he's not even going to give it a consideration.
Oh, they lose everything. They lose absolutely everything.
Well, that's worst case scenario. I mean, Madden does so incredibly well to get both those kills from E-Box, but the problem is Nemanja hasn't been able to uphold his end of the bargain. AVN neither. They were both B anchors in that round, and they both die without a single kill.
I don't know how they die either, because it's not like Partisan flashed them off the angles. They just dry swung them. And
yeah, I feel like Partisan... Sorry, I was going to say, I've had too easy of a time throughout this half.
No, I agree. I was just going to say, Kindo's just been dry swinging it every time and just been finding the kills. You would have thought after he's done it like 2 or 3 times, Zero Tasu would go, okay, maybe we should just not peek
Just get Britmonster. Just get Britmonster posted on the angle. Surely it's that simple.
That's true. Instead, he's flanking B main with an AWP. The good news is the Britmonster's here now. The bad news is he's got a FAMAS.
Yeah, you should have given me the bad news first, man. You set me up there. It does feel like Partisan deserve 8-4 with kind of how dominant this half has been.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that's fair.
And it's great that we've had Nemanja kind of return to form, but Britmonster has dropped off massively since that previous map, and Avian, Chofo, and Madden kind of continue to languish.
Is he gonna... No, Chofo. Don't push this, Chofo. You're a nasty little man if you push this. You can have a really good timing on this.
Just taking slights at him as a person. Great. Sound. Here we go.
Oh,
nade. Really well timed. Combined with Chofo on the swing.
Oh my god.
Nemanja and Chofo double down. There's a big flank that's coming through. Depression has been dinged. Trades the name of the game. Chaos ensues. 18 seconds. Bomb has to try and hightail it to one of the sites. Is there enough time? Probably only just, unless AVN can foil them.
Time, and now the manual swing as well. That means that Dragon is going to be committing the bomb plant. Never ready for Avon at backside. That collapses so instantaneously because as soon as you've got Nemanja and Chofo swinging A main, you've then got this push through middle and connector. All the pieces work in tandem. So Zero Tasty will get their 5th round.
I'll tell you what, mate. Z10 have gotten way more out of this first half than they had any business getting. I really do
So
believe that.
true.
You know,
So
the
true.
rounds they win, it feels like Partisan actually dropped the ball. They weren't beaten. They lost those rounds. And I know that can sound confusing, but what I'm saying is that Partisan dropped the ball. They made a number of mistakes in rounds they had advantages that let Zero Tenacity get back into it. However, doesn't matter how you win the rounds. At the end of the day, the scoreline is 7-5, and 5 is a great return on your CT side of this map.
Let's see if Tenacity can work in a pistol. Because if they work in a pistol, they suddenly have complete control of the game again.
And it's off to a really good start. Dragon once more. He's going to peek out into 2 players. He's got Vladden there to work with the Julies as well. He's trying to bait Vladden in, and it works out perfectly.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's exactly what the setup was designed for.
And Depression's already pushed B main, so now you know it's just going to end on this A bomb site. Collins and Kindo can just swing forward. And Kindo's on dualies. Like, this should be game over. It should be game over, and it is. Oh, dearie me.
That looked a little bit scary at one point for Kindo, struggling to trace the player in front of him, but eventually he gets the kill. And it's a very comfortable pistol round for Partisan to kick off the second half.
They're forcing this? No bomb down, forcing.
Certainly goes against the grain. Lose this 9-5, anti-eco 10-5. Really difficult to come back from there.
I don't like it. I really don't like it. I mean, it's a CS2. It's what people do now. People do just force a lot more. But
they've got the memory of being dominated on this B bomb side, so they're thinking, well, why don't we just do it back to them?
Well, it's working, kind of. I mean, you've still got 2 players here. Depression's got an M4, Collins has got an MP9, but you've just heard 2 different guns fire off.
That's info.
Brewmonster can just hold for connector. You walk mid here because you killed the mid player. The mid player dropped down in Dragon. Nice shot out of Brewmonster. And he wants even more. And, if he goes a bit wider, he's soon going to find out that they're both in con and he is just deleting them. It's Brewmonster again to put Zero Tenacity on the front foot.
Well, Dust2 Brewmonster has pitched up on the server here in this round, man. Just not missing a beat because the first player he kills, he has to shoot twice. First was a tag, second the frag. Then it's just headshots from there, baby. Oh my goodness, brilliant work from Brewmonster. I love sniping in that exact role, whether it's a position or whether it's a scout or an AWP. Obviously, ideally the AWP, because when you're there, you're in such a pivotal position. You can control E-box. You can check window on bridge. You can turn back and you can control A main there and help your A lurker as well. You can really get so much work done from that 1 square meter behind the pillar in Canal.
So good. It's just if he can
Scout
keep that
headshot.
consistency, right?
Yeah, that's what he's going to be looking for. But a scout headshot must be one of the most aesthetically pleasing frags in Counter-Strike.
True. That would. Yeah.
The 1 Deagle is the classic, but
it's better than
yeah.
a Deagle, actually.
I think so too. Yeah, I really do.
I think it's harder with the scout.
That's what makes it better, right?
Yeah. So I've heard.
Yeah, I could only tell from watching. They're going to force back in response here, Brandon. This is where things could start to get a little bit wiry, a little bit concerning for Partisan if they lose this.
I think as well, I suck with the scout, but I can hit a 1 dig. So I think I appreciate it more, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. There are some players who are just ridiculously gifted with the scout. Here we go. Going to be making a move through B main. AVN controlling it right now. MP9 he's going to be catching a glimpse of numbers making their way out. And as AVN style normally goes, he'll fall back instead of taking the contact. But that he really does play by the textbook, does AVN.
And now you just go A, surely. Or if you're Zero Tenacity, maybe you just wait things out and you can then go back into B a little bit later. But A feels like the best course of action here because you've just seen 2 or 3 players at B main.
Yeah, but then you're also thinking, well, are they going to rotate off of the B bomb side? Are they going to think maybe we need to go A now? So what can happen is you can start to actually overthink these rounds as Zero Tenacity. Nemanya's timing, not great, but he still is able to isolate that one jewel by just strafing right and not exposing himself to the player deep in middle.
Oh, look at the time. This is...
What time?
Exactly. The molly, oh my gosh, the molly gets both of them, splits the difference. Still 2 players to get by on this B bomb site. Depression has now revealed himself. They've just seen a corner of Kindo, but that flashbang from Depression is insane. Brute Monster needs a multi, needs to lock things in, and he's done it. But Dragon, round the other side, wants to try and deny the bomb, but Joppo is holding. Zero Tenacity have just about escaped.
Man, how have they held on there? That could have gotten out of control so many times. I mean, so little time on the clock. The molly doesn't... I mean, it helps them and it works out against them because it also just chips further time off of the clock. But like you say, splits those 2 players in E-box, forces one forward. He gets fragged out. Kindo does everything he can. He's been a monster on that B-bomb site in both halves. But now Z10 trail by 1. And they should be able to close the gap without much of an effort here.
So many nades. I can't believe that Brute Monster has to find that double and then Joffo needs to hold. It bears a lot of similarities to that last round in the first half where Avon's behind sight and it's Dragon that's trying to plant the bomb. This time it's Dragon actually behind sight trying to deny the bomb. Like, it's really cool how many parallels are in that. But unfortunately, it works exactly the same way for Zero Tenacity, both instances. No AWP for Depression. That is a really big factor here. It means Brute Monster's completely uncontested, and we know how good he is with it.
Yeah, and he's really come alive, by the way, here in the second half so far. He's found his mojo, and we saw how devastating he was on the previous map when he had that confidence about him. Madden has just gone straight through that stairs. Smokey's in canals. Nemanja does his best Kindo impression to Kindo. Great first frag found, and Partisan are now on notice.
Just feels uncomfortable, doesn't it, when you lose that player early at B, but you still got 2 in at B. It's like, okay, well, we feel like we have to stick it in this site, but we also need to get info. Maybe it's a slight little bit of info that Madden is here, but that's an expected position. Avon waits, hoping to catch the same timings that Kindo was having in these rounds, and the Mania just pushes forward and gets rid of Depression. The Mania owns mid.
Well, at first he goes B main, he finds the frag there. He kind of calls around that, he sets his team up for the exec, says give me some time to work middle, and he just continues to get kills single-handedly. This is what I was talking about, why he doesn't take a star player role on the T side, because he plays this active lurker, this active extremity role, and he does it so well. Like, he's not taking any resources there, Brandon.
No. No money. Oh, nice nade.
Big setup on the speed bomb side as well. They've got numbers here to the CTs. Don't think Z10 are too keen to commit though. Kind of just cast their net across the map, waiting to see if there's any aggression they can catch out.
It's going to be this push-in connector. But no one's going to see it. There's Nasty already through middle. It's just going to be a camera split. The only danger I foresee here is if Brute Monster goes down the stairs to cross with the bomb and they swing at the same time. And then he loses the bomb.
Get out of there.
And he's
also
out of there.
Chopo Well, the problem is there's still these B main players to worry about. There's still going to be time bought for this flank, for this push through canals. Oh, wait, he's got the molly out. Worst case scenario, because now he's bought time for these canal flankers to potentially drop the bomb, and there we go, they will arrive, but the collateraled. Chopo has mutinied, but he will still seal the deal.
Ah.
How has that worked? How has he managed the collat?
I love that the only kill that Partisan get in all of that is because Chopo kills Brute Monster. I don't know how he's got a collat there, but he did.
Saved the day. If you snapshot that point in the round where he pulls the molly out and peeks A main, it's like, yeah, Partisan probably are winning this from here. Evidently not. 10-8, 3 rounds away from a spot in the playoffs are Zero Tenacity.
Oh, they're ahead of this molly. Madden's ahead of this molly in calm. This is actually really dangerous. Oh, never mind, he just spams. So Kindo should know. Madden overlooks him. Madden overlooks him, and Dragon's also dealt with Nemanja. But this could be completely fine because Avon just walked through a smoke and lined up 2. At least Collins gets one back to make the numbers even.
Yeah, this is very retakeable. This is one of the best situations Partisan have actually been in, and it's only a 2v2. Avian will just slide his way back into E-Box himself, and Brute Monster take position. Brute Monster has cleared out the entirety of canals, so now he can just post into the bomb site with his AWP. This is where AWPs become so deadly in these post-plant situations. However, there's a smoke and there's an incendiary here for the CT side. No kit, which might be a problem. Molly now dropped on the bomb. Vladden's incendiary goes deep, and it's not going to be a huge problem, I don't think. They've actually been able to extinguish that Molly. Depression will pick up the first. He gets the AK. Vladden desperately sticking to the fuse in the smoke right now. Avian's blocked. Not going to connect in time. And Partisan will survive.
How on earth has Vladden lived through that? But they will take it all day long. I'm so surprised that Vladden is able just to stick the bomb there. Great work out of Depression to hit the really difficult close flick on the Brute Monster. The fact that Avon is unable to knock Vladden off is a let-off, to be honest, for Partisan. It has to be a 4x3 moment for Madden. I think you're bang on.
I think so, yeah. Are you a 4x3?
I am, but I think I might swap.
Yeah, I've been playing native just my whole life, basically, so... I'm one of the 10%, apparently, according to the stats that came out recently from the 3rd stage of the major. It's like 65% of players use 4x3.
See, that's why I don't think it's like a mega disadvantage. Because most people are also playing 4x3.
True.
I don't know. I got better when I swapped to 4x3.
I've never played it. I always find it funny when people say that the hitboxes are bigger on 4x3, when it's just literally a ratio. So that's impossible.
Pressure
Anyway,
moving
Madden.
over at Heaven. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to be the one that gets the tree. Look at Nemanja. Nemanja's got a time in out B, but Kindo's pushed B main. So this round becomes weird.
Does Nemanja start to consider this, though, is the question. I mean, I reckon it might be in the back of his mind. No, back completely turned to B main. Kindo hasn't actually been able to find a line of sight, though. So Nemanja's been able to weasel his way all the way deep into CT. But Kindo will activate, denies the plants, and that really throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah, if you're Depression, you hold for this, though. Yeah, brilliant. All based off that info where it's like, okay, well, the guy's planting the bomb. We've got a person in tempo. And this person is confidently planting the C4. Has to be a player CT.
Alive.
Has to be a player CT.
Especially when you press tab and you see Nemanja still alive. You know he's always up to these tricky little plays. All right, 10-all. Partisan closing the gap, keeping themselves in the conversation right now. In fact, they've closed the gap, leveled up scoreline. Enough money left in the bank for this investment here for Z10 and nothing thereafter.
I think they can really start to abuse mid. It feels like they're doing a lot of B-centric things. Zero Tenacity. But Nemanja's been getting a lot of work done by himself in middle. I feel like mid is definitely the open avenue here for Partisan. to potentially show some weakness here on CT. Or just maybe just even an exec. We've not seen any executes out of Zero Tenacity this entire half. Oh my gosh, look at this push out of Kindo.
Oh, and Dragon's lucky to be alive in middle, but like you say, Kindo's already been able to get out of B main, and I mean, AVN probably considering that it could be a possibility, but certainly wouldn't expect it. And Z10 don't play execs ever on the T side of this map, by the way. They're just basically defaulting every round. As I say that, though, they are going to start to group up outside of the say bomb side. It looks like there will be a big hit in that direction eventually.
Doesn't matter, though. Kindo's got all the info. Kindo's going to kill Nemanja in the next 3 seconds. Or not. It should be locked in just a moment. Oh, Nemanja's got around the corner. Kindo's right behind him. Kindo is just chasing him. Nemanja now is dead. God, that took ages. Oh, can he see over? Can we... Oh, Dragon POV. Can he see over the top? No, he can't. Madden does get the kill, though. And the bomb is planted. 4v4 retake. And they've just made noise that there's 2 in heaven.
All right, yeah, let's see. I mean, it's a really important retake.
No!
Vladden's disconnected. Worst case scenario. Worst possible moment. Dragon brings it back into an even numbers game, but that kill should have been the advantage. Could still be doable. It will still be done here. It's just Brit Monster left and not for much longer. Kindo, he goes Super Saiyan off the back of Vladden disconnecting. He inherits Vladden's power.
25 and 12. And remember, Kindo's the guy that pushed B main, got all the info, went mid, killed Nemanja.
Massive.
Absolutely.
Incredible round coming through from Kindo. When it matters the most, he really has delivered the goods on Anubis, doing his best Brit Monster impression here. And like I said, lose that round Z10 at your peril. You won't have money. And they're going to force buy. They don't want to play for overtime again, as was the case on Dust 2. They were down 12-10, forced OT there. This time they want to try and get it done in reg. Of course, that brings the risk of also losing in regulation, though.
Partisan have got so much money; they've been winning all these rounds. Like you're not breaking money here. You're just, I guess, obviously you are playing for OT, but this is a bit spicy of a investment here. If it works, it works. I don't know though. I feel it's one of those where I can see it working, so I understand, but it also makes me feel a little bit uncomfy, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we did see a round like this out of Partisan on the first map, I think. Or was it the first? No, it was the first half, right? Yeah. Partisan did the same thing, and it worked out for them. They won that round. A little bit of a tech pause here.
Yeah, Vladden's back, so I'm assuming we're going to just, like, sort of wait for it to stabilize just an ickle bit. And then he'll be like, okay, no, I'm ready now. I feel like
Who was
my
the player who
connection's
disconnected
all right.
on the first map? Was it Dragon?
Vladden.
Was also Vladden as well?
Yep. And
Jeez,
Depression.
okay.
It was Vladden and Depression.
Yeah, Depression was the one who timed out in the middle of the round, though. I don't think Vladden had a mid-game timeout yet.
No, he had a timeout when he was in CT spawn and it hadn't
while
gone
we were
live.
paused.
Yeah. But
Okay.
it was definitely a timeout because it had the little internet thingy.
Mm-hmm. Internet thingy, famously known as.
In the kill feed, you know?
Yeah, the disconnect symbol. I know what you mean. It's just funny.
This would be a bonkers series if this goes 3 maps, because you had Partisan with the potential to close on B2. Zero Tenacity with the potential after making a comeback on Anubis to close, and still have the potential, of course, but it's
they were up
looking
10-8. It's dwindling,
exactly.
yeah.
It's looking more and more likely that we are going to go to Mirage, and then Mirage is anyone's game.
That is indeed the equation. It's a dog-eat-dog world out here between these two teams.
Yeah. It really is. At least people are helping out Brook Monster a bit now. Like the kills feel a lot more even. Rather than Zero Tenacity winning the game because Brook Monster drops 40. We're good. Everything is okay. Vladen is about to buy his guns. And we can get into this. Round 22.
Z10, if they lose this, get $2,900. So their investment in the next round will be objectively worse than the one they have here if they lose this. They've got to get it done right here, right now in 22nd. Level the score line up. And they can still get the job done. Regulation. Lose this, and I fear the game is over, and Mirage will take center stage.
The only place they've been able to get kills reliably has been middle. I stand by that, even if Kindo has walked through and push B main, sure, whatever. That wasn't directly in mid. Let's see what Zero Tenacity decide to do. Right now, they're doing a whole lot of nothing. It's very slow. And Partisan have rotated a third player over here. Looks like they want to fight for Connector.
Yeah, I mean, you should recognize that you're either playing against an eco or a force buy, right? You don't really need to make as many plays.
This is wild. So Vladden's set up just to hold this flash directly in case they pop B. This Smoker's missed from Dragon. Needs
big
that
kill though. Yeah, out in the open, stands his ground. And the Munya's been dropped. That's a massive frag to find against the Z10 roster.
But they are still going to split A. This push from Connector will eventually come in, and you've got this immediate rotate here for Partisan. They're going to be in the right place at the right time. This looks good. This looks really good for the CT side. Time's ticking, 25 seconds.
This should be impossible for AVN to get past. It is going to be Dragon on the angle with the AWP, and then Collins to peek out straight afterwards. Madden has dropped that follow-up peek, though. That may give Z10 away into the round. 3 versus 3. Bomb plant going to be secured. Vladden's still on this massive flank. Chopper has to start to consider this, and he will. And he will hold the line.
Now you got Kindo. And Kindo is already aware, that Madden is backside, but Madden just swings and takes the next piece of contact. Dragon has to save, and out of nowhere, Zero Tenacity have walked into A, split it with 3 defenders, and have somehow managed to make it happen.
Well, you say somehow. I feel like that's Madden. A huge round coming through from him to get that initial opening frag on, was it Collins who swings after Dragon gets the pick? He tries to take up that position and hold the same line. He goes down, and then Madden getting that kill on Kindo as well. Mega impact out of him, 11-all. We continue to play out a game here between these two teams on Anubis. Z10 still in pursuit of that 2-0. Partisan flounder.
It's actually kind of sucky as well, because Dragon obviously gets dinked by Nemanja. So he has to swap weapons with Depression, and Depression's then holding Heaven to A main with a rifle, and he just gets destroyed. If Depression is still on the AWP, you really fancy his chances to grab one there.
Yeah, you feel like you've been done a little bit dirty. Like, you're the AWPer, and your teammate who's been dinked comes up, runs to you, and he's like, hey, can we trade? And you're like, oh, I really don't want to, but I guess I have to.
This could be fast. This could be fast and towards A. The Depression has seen 1 player cross, and that's it, which has slowed the rotations, but it's yet again left mid very open. Doesn't matter for Zero Tenacity. They are committing in towards this A side.
Oh, Vladden's going to peek off the back of a flash. He's really lucky to be alive right now. Dragon has to get the line of sight. They've managed to just pepper him down and force him back as well. Chopo's in the flames. He should die. No, he doesn't respect the incendiary, and that's because it doesn't deserve respect. It does no damage. Oh my goodness, Dragon's naded. Collins is able to come through cameras, but only for a brief moment. Kindo's only good for 1 as well. It's Depression left, and he's going to have to head for the hills.
Oh my gosh. Again, it's just this speed. They catch Vladden on the left-hand side. It's a T-molly, by the way, that Joffa is standing in. And because it's his teammate's molly, it does like next to no damage. If it was his molly, it would have been eating him up a lot faster. But
I was wondering
he runs
why.
in the molly to deal with Vladden. And that is the last thing you expect. Depression, you feel like, will hold on to this AWP. But you know that Zero Tenacity are going to be hunting him.
Oh, and why wouldn't they? They're guaranteed a full investment in that next round, and if they can dispatch of the AWP, that next round becomes insurmountably easier. Oh, and Depression's going to jump into AVN. He's making noise right now. He's never going to expect AVN on long, and there we go. No AWP in this
Oh,
next
there's no
round.
money.
Yeah, no money in this next round for the CET side. And this is Z10 off the back of that force buy. This is the opportunity that has presented itself with the success they've had.
Bro,
One
and
chance
you know,
to finish it off.
You know what's going to happen here as well, right? They've been going mid. Last 4 rounds, by the way, it's been slow mid, faster mid, camera A main. Even on the anti-eco, they went A. They had 2 players outside of it. This is going to be the round that Madden's going to go by con again. I guarantee it. Absolutely guarantee it, because they have to address the issues in mid, in A. They'll probably keep Vladden over there on that bomb site. This will be more of a default spread for Zero Tenacity. I really anticipate that Madden's going to go back in towards water, take that advanced timing that he was consistently getting in the early stages of that second half. This should be a B split. I think the way to win this game right now for Zero Tenacity is if they B split.
Okay, well, Brandon's laid it all out for us from both teams' perspective and what he thinks the best approach coming into this last round will be. It looks like it's going to be pretty simple and direct from the get-go. AVN just charging into B main, looking to see if there's any jewels available to him. They've dropped smokes on this B site from spawn, have Zero Tenacity. So they've already expended 2 of their smoke grenades coming into the round, and they haven't been able to accomplish a whole lot with them.
This feels fakey, though. This feels really fakey if you're Partisan, because, yeah, they've dropped the stuff outside spawn, and then you don't see or hear anything. The rotations are just scrambling. And I feel like Zero Tenacity are just going to wait. I feel like they're just going to wait, and then they go back into B later.
And I was going to say, ideally, you have Madden on the extremity. You can try and sell the fake to the A bomb side, and that would really push it home for Partisan to think, well, that first hit B was the fake, and now they're execing A. However, Z10 are going to abandon that approach altogether. They're going to join up with Madden outside of this A bomb site. They've left Nemanja B.
I feel like they're going con. They're, again, waiting for this reaction, as you say.
They're faking
seeing what
the B
you can
split.
achieve. Okay, fair enough. But, I mean, is this going to work?
They need someone to commit. They actually have to show some presence, not just neutral. All right, well, it has worked. It's drawn Collins the entire way across.
Oh, my gosh.
Kindo's got Vladden. Oh, Vladden's had a rush of blood to the head. He's gone straight through the smoke. Now it's all on Dragon. He's got a rifle, Brandon. He's the one player who came into this round with an M4. He's going to try and drop into the bomb site, but he'll drop to his death.
Fair play, Zero Tenacity. That is a fantastic way to call this round. It's the idea of the B split, B exec, and the fact that they double pump it is really cool. And there's the man you're getting, Kindo. An MP9, a Deagle. The only things left in this series, potentially, for Partisan. That's a good find out of Collins, but Brook Monster holds for depression. Now, you know Collins was in towards CT, and he gets removed. A fantastic technical rounds to grab the series there for Zero Tenacity. They take this 2-0. They eliminate Partisan, and they put themselves through into the playoffs.
Well, it may have been 2-0, but it was anything but dominance or clean there from Zero Tenacity. They won that first map purely because of Brook Monster. That was the sole reason that they won map 1, which went 30 rounds, right? We had a set of overtime. He drops 40 kills. He had 30 in regulation. He continued to frag in OT. And then there in Anubis, well, Partisan have to be kicking themselves because we think back to the number of rounds in the first half they should have won that they didn't. And when the map ends 13-11, as close as it does, those rounds come back to haunt them. Yeah,
that's really difficult. Should have closed. There's an argument actually for both of these teams winning 2-0 today. Like that's, I think that's the most frustrating thing for whoever didn't win. So Partisan, like Brook Monster has an unbelievable dust too. It's one of them. On Anubis, Kindo's dropped like 27 kills. Depression's had an off day, unfortunately. Brook Monster has just been incredible, and we're at that point where margins matter, and the fact that you've got that call out and the mania right at the very end there is absolutely exceptional. So good showing from Zero Tenacity. They are the ones that are able to get through to the playoffs. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming up soon. It's going to be what are they even called? Marius taking on Nexus. Yeah, that will be happening. It will take place in around about half an hour or so. So we're going to throw it to a bit of an extended break. When we come back, we're going to see all things Nexus versus Marius, another team entering the playoffs after this break.
Always wonder what comes next. Eventually, everything must fade.
I'm happy like a child. Getting closer, my I'm torn apart.
Eventually, everything must fade.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
We came into the day with 6 slots in the playoffs up for grabs. I lie, 3 slots in the playoffs up for grabs. 6 teams in contention for those 3 slots. We've now decided one of them. Zero Tenacity bested Partisan in the series before this, and it means that we have now 2 spots left remaining with 4 teams in the contest. Brandon, it's going to be Nexus locking horns with Marius in this next matchup here to see who the second team of the day will be to get through to the Covenant playoffs.
6 slots in the playoffs, put them all through, mate. Look, it's an interesting one because I'll be honest, I've never seen this Marius team, like, at all. I'm really unfamiliar with them, but they're here for a reason. And to be fair to them, they are 2-2 after having to forfeit in the opening game. So they've actually only lost 1 best-of-3 here in CCT, which is pretty impressive. Nexus are a team that recently won Galaxy Battle. They're hoping to kick on and have some better results. I'm hoping they can kick on and have some better results because it's one of these weird teams. I think I put them in the same bucket as Zero Tenacity, where I expect them to be doing really well and then they don't, and then I'm confused and left wondering why.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair assessment, I reckon. I mean, I haven't seen a huge amount of them from the Launix since they've added Launix to the mix, but they have definitely had a good improvement from what we had out of the previous roster, as we now get an update with this Nexus team. Now, the way that I look at the squad is that finally Zelo has some support in the firepower department, because they were desperately lacking a star rifler for a long time where Nexus. They had Adron, was okay, Raga okay, Sound fine, and then BTN obviously fairly lackluster in terms of his individual level. So Launix has just massively bolstered the firepower of this Nexus team and also brought some experience from the higher level of the game as well. And I feel like that has boosted Nexus's stock. But as you also rightfully mentioned, it still feels like there's moments within their game where they do just drop off massively.
Yeah, they do. Look, Zelo is pretty solid. Launix, you know, he's going to deliver an awful lot. And for Sound, I think I'd say consistency has definitely increased a little bit on this team, which is good to see. So I expect them to make it through here. We'll have a look at the Marius roster. We'll take a little sneak peek at it. And yeah, I know Might. I know Might, and that's about it, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm flying blind here with this roster.
Well, I can come in a little bit because I've covered them a few times. I mean, they were playing under the banner Delta before. You might have spotted them playing a couple of games in and about the scene. But Might is their best player, and he actually wasn't in that previous Delta roster. They brought him into the mix here, and I think he's actually, like I said, I think he's their best player right now. So certainly keep a close eye on him. On D Donny as well, another very enterprising player. They just seem to have pretty solid mechanics, which does bail them out a lot of the rounds. But they've also got decent plans and fundamentals as well. It's not like it's one of these up-and-coming teams that will permanently just be the whipping boys in the stage of the competition. And actually, I think they played in the previous 2 EU series before this as well, and this is their best return so far. So it's good to see that they're making progress fairly rapidly at that as well.
Yeah, it is really good to see things like that. I worry because obviously they're a new team. They're going to be really sort of hit and miss about what you're going to get, and the map pool really reflects that. Like, take a look at this Veto. We'll bring it up on screen now, and I'll walk you through it, because there are glaring weak points in Marius's map pool. So if we could whack up the Veto, then we can have a little bit more of a deep dive in this conversation, because they pick Ancient. They have a 22% win rate on Ancient. Then they pick Nexus pick Dust 2. Marius have won this twice out of the 12 times they've played it. And for Ancient, they've won it twice out of the 9 times they've played it. So this is ropey at best. And then they pick into Anubis, which arguably is their best map. And I feel like they definitely should have picked into either Mirage or Anubis, and instead they picked Ancient.
Yeah, it is fairly peculiar. I mean, Yeah, there were always going to be glaring deficiencies for for Marius coming into this playing against Nexus. You know, Ancient is a map that Nexus enjoy. They don't really ever pick it, but they're always happy to play the map. Played it a bunch of times, 19 times in the past 3 months. Anubis, their most played map in the past 3 months. So I don't know if Nexus could have gotten a better map pool out of this Veto, maybe bar Nuke being in the mix, but with them being such overwhelming favorites and having such a favorable map pool coming into the series, surely all signs point in the direction for them to actually reach the playoffs from here.
Yeah, they should. Like this. To be honest, like, it's actually wild because I've got them as the overwhelming favourites, and it's one of those where, are they too much of a favourite that the underdog can come and upset? I'm not sure. You'll have to guide the ship on this one, Hayes, because if Might shows up, that's good. The issue I'm having when I just look at stats, which I guess aren't the best indicator sometimes, but they're pretty good, you know, rule of thumb. Might's been the only one that's really been showing up in some of these games that they've been winning, but they've been finding ways to win with just Might. That won't happen against Nexus. That surely will not happen against Nexus.
Yeah, especially with so much on the line. You're going to be getting the best out of Nexus fully locked in and giving this maximum gas or no breaks kind of thing. So it's going to be a very difficult affair for Delta, but I'm not entirely coming into this and writing them off. And I'm not a commentator who normally minces my words. I mean, obviously you get casters who just try and build up the occasion and just try and keep the hope alive no matter how one-sided the game is. I'm not one of those guys, but I will say I'm not closing the door entirely on Marius making this one work and finding some sort of a way to get the win over Nexus. I think there is potential for that, however highly unlikely.
Okay, I'm going to not mince my words and say, look, this is 2-0 all day long for Nexus, and if it looks competitive, that's good for Marius. If they're able to get a map, I'd be stunned, but I'm looking forward to it.
All right, well, I don't know how long we're going to have to wait before we actually get into the action. I reckon it's probably best for us to just have a little bit of a breather, so we'll throw this one to a break. We're going to wait until we get all the players on the server and ready to go, and once they are, we'll jump into the first map of Ancient. Welcome back, everybody, as we get into the second game of the day. Nexus and Marius going up against each other here for one of those 2 spots left up for grabs in the playoffs. A 2-2 matchup in the Swiss stage. It's been a hard-fought battle to get to this point, and only one can survive.
Oh, this is going to be a nightmare on the HUD. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, you haven't had this experience yet?
Yeah.
First time, question mark? You know the
First time.
James Franco meme? It's that one right here, mate. Alright, well, it is going to be Zello who mops him up. Doesn't matter who was there. Doesn't matter that you can't tell on the minimap because they're all dead.
Well, June gets the
hang
trade.
on.
Homeboys has found one back. No way that this...
Wait.
Surely not.
Oh, hang on. Okay, that, thank God, is going to restore some
June's
normalcy.
low. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys definitely gave that one up there. Wasn't expecting Larnix to be in the corner. That was all over the place.
Zello didn't even kill the guy he was... This is why I think the dualies suck, right? And I know people love the dualies, but he wasn't even aiming. He was aiming at a guy in front of him, and he kills the guy behind him just randomly. And it's like, come on.
So is that why they suck, or is that why they're great?
That's why.
I mean,
that's why
what
I
side
don't.
of the coin are you
That's
looking
why
at
I
right
don't
now?
like them because they're so random that you can just make
the
it happen.
volatility, sure. Having said that, he doesn't get all 3 kills with the USP there, does he? So
No, probably not. That is the argument, good sir. I just can't use them as well. I don't know why. Like,
I'm
it's a
ass
skill
with them
issue.
too. I truly am. I don't understand how people shoot so fast with them. I don't have that finger speed anymore. I used to, but 28 years young, starting to betray me these days. I haven't been practicing enough, Brandon.
I used to be really good, but like with semi-auto guns. But I played COD, right? So it's completely different.
Yeah, me too. Did you play Modern Warfare 2 at all?
Yeah, I played a little bit, but I started mainly on Black Ops.
Do you remember using the scroll wheel for shoots? So you could just like empty a magazine of the pistol in half a second, kind of thing.
I played PlayStation 3. So...
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. We used to bind scroll wheel and mouse button one to shoot, and then you would just scroll, and the entire Desert Eagle clip would just be emptied in half a second. It was disgusting.
Oh, I used to be a semi-pro on Call of Duty.
Okay, damn. Did you go to some like LAN events and stuff like that?
I did, yeah. Back when I was like 15, 14.
Pod LANs were goated, man. Just stand up screaming at each other between all the rounds in the basements. From Nan's basement to the LAN basement. Here we go. First gun round. Marius has brute forced their way into middle, and they get the first frag off the back of it.
Oh.
And the second as well.
Alright, Dodoni. I see ya. They've got really good space here. I mean, they've got all of middle, basically. Oh, well, they did. But... Oh, okay. Yeah, do you know what? They've got really good space here. Zello now reveals that he's on A. They can go B. Someone is scaling in towards CT. Don't give it to him.
Down. Yeah, no need to take these fights, Mike. This is completely unnecessary right now. It's going to work out, but that doesn't mean it was the right thing to do. Man, oh man. Certainly gave Zello a chance there.
Don't give it to him. I can't even see which one's got the bar. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare.
And as far as I know, it's going to be like this all season long.
Okay.
So, lock in. Force line response from Nexus. For Masters MP9s and an M4 is what they have at their disposal. D-Donny found great success in the middle of the previous round. This time, June is in position. So, Marius did play in Series 1 here in EU for Season 3. They didn't make it out of the closed qualifier. Series 2, they got invited to the Swiss stage, and they fell short 3-1. Series 3, they're 2-2. Could get to the playoffs. You could just see natural progression taking place here. Really good. Fantastic double up here from BTN and Raga. In terms of the kills that they get, Zello is going to get out with his life intact as well. The man advantage will be locked in for the CT side.
There's a world in which Marius can make this happen because you've got a 2-on-3. Oh, now a 2-on-2. Never mind. There's not a world in which they can make things happen. Zello is just farming them up. Launex moves in with the FAMAS. And Nexus are going to keep going.
Too easy. Way too easy there for them in that round. It's just the forward setup and Jack to get the opening kill. Frag found on A. Big advantage for the team. And I mean, at least they get the bomb plants on the B bomb site, but Nexus will just find the frags necessary to get themselves a third round on the board. And it looks like Marius want to empty their pockets. They'll have 2 rifles. Dossick could get 1 too. Utility already a problem. I mean, they didn't prioritize util much in the first gun round. So probably just going to be all about that firepower.
A little bit of disbelief of what I've just seen. Zello will at least trade out home, boys.
Yeah, at least just try and cancel out that effort.
There shouldn't be anything in this, really. Like, they've gone all in. They've got AKs. They've got no util. They have no utility.
Yeah, that's what I was highlighting, because they clearly just prioritize their firepower, right? They've got a smoke into flash coming into this round now to try and get into the B bomb site. Might be enough. There is a double push through A main, so they're gleaning a lot of info, but it's not too relevant with how far forward Marius are right now. Sound.
Oh, wow.
Caught completely off guard. At least he's able to find one. BTN hanging around. Can't do much about the bomb plant itself, so it's going to have to be another retake.
Wait, they faked
Might?
it?
Wait. Why has Might even looked back into cave there?
Because they faked the bomb plant out. I feel like there's misinfo there from Marius. Because they got off the bomb, they started swinging. No, I know he's come from cave, but he's probably worried. I don't know. I can't tell you.
Awful timing.
What I can tell you is a 3v2. The incendiary's brilliant. The trades are here. Bomb halfway gone. Smoke goes forward. A tap on it. They now know this player's in at ramp. The defuse will be started to be stuck, or at least attempted to. There is a kit. The spam's good enough, and Dossick is out of there. Nexus are on easy street right now on Marius' map pick.
I'm surprised Dossick doesn't even try and pepper the smoke to deny the defuse there. I mean, you can just go for the gamble, hope a stray bullet connects, maybe you get a kill, and then you can cause some chaos. I mean, the way he plays it, he was never going to win the round. He never stood a chance, never even gave himself a chance. A little bit concerning. And again, very little prioritization of utility. I promise this... I mean, I'm not going to sell them the same way I sold TNL to you before you got to see TNL. But Marius do still have something, you know, more than what they've shown us so far.
Oh, they probably do, because they keep getting like 2-2 in everything, right? So I'm expecting them to have something. I just am currently... I'm currently not seeing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know the stocks are low, but hold. Don't sell here in the diff, Brandon.
Okay, so you want a diamond hands Marius? Is that
Yes,
what you're saying?
That's what I'm telling you right now. Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Faith.
It feels like you're like propositioning like a rug pull to me right now. Is what's going on. This is I'll be real with you, and we said in the pre-show that neither of us mince our words. This T side's awful. Like I don't know what they're trying to achieve here. Maybe they can find a way back into the round. Just kidding, because BTN's walked through the smoke on Might. Notice how Nexus are doing everything together, and every single kill that Marius is taking is solo. Every time. And all they're doing is prioritizing weaponry over the utility. They're trying to find a little pocket of space. They get shut down, and they think, oh no, what do we do now? Nothing. They can't do anything.
Yeah, and that's partly because Nexus are playing such a solid CT side right now, making the correct moves and decisions and working with numbers, but it's also just they're completely limiting their opportunities with the utility that they're coming into the round with. They don't have enough to start that initial wave, you know, get the control of Jag and Cave and work middle, and then try and get into a bomb site from there.
Yeah, I'm not happy right now.
Apologies. I am back. I'm expecting an important call from the bank. Got a call from a number I didn't have saved, and it's just like an automated call. So
Oh. It's okay, we put a
just
tech
razz
timeout on
me.
for you. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
that's why I thought mute the mic and just leave Brandon. I'm sure he
Yeah.
can hold down the fort, but
No, I
I am
can't.
back.
Good.
Thank God. I was so nervous.
I'm
yeah,
also
not the
expecting a call from a
to-
bank about the same time.
What's up
so-
with that? That's hilarious. You know, you've just lambasted Marius, and completely rightfully so. I'm going to make it even worse.
Never heard of that word in my life, but sure, yeah.
Lambasted?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's almost like if you baste something in a marinade or something like that. I think this is where it comes from. You know, you obviously you use one of those brushes to put marinade on the food or whatever.
Criticized
So-
harshly. Okay,
Yeah,
They
exactly.
lambasted the report as a gross distortion of the truth.
So there you go. You lambasted.
And then the next suggestion on Google is how to lambast someone.
Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting. But yes, you lambasted Marius, and rightfully
did.
so.
Yeah.
And to make matters even worse,
Okay.
this is their map pick. This is their map pick.
Now that's why I'm actually more annoyed. And that's why I'm confused we didn't get a Mirage. If you want to play this style of Counter-Strike, play Mirage.
Yeah.
Or
Totally
Anubis.
fair, actually. And I've
And-
seen them on Mirage, by the way, and they look really solid. Like, there was actually a pretty
two
good
best
showing.
maps. Their two best maps are Mirage and Anubis, neither are in the Veto. Apart from the very end. But we're not getting there, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, he's seen enough, guys. 6 rounds is all he needed.
They just knifed each other.
Twice? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because 2 players have taken damage.
Oh my gosh.
Are they mutinying already? By the way, Zello is the type of player who will eat these teams, these lower tier teams, alive. He will eat you alive. He is so ridiculously skilled. It's the higher end teams that punish Zello's playstyle, because sometimes he can be overzealous. But if you don't have the ability to punish him, if you don't have the systems and the fundamentals, he will eat you alive.
Over Zelous.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
God,
This
that's
one.
awful. Yeah, thank you.
Nah, I mean, there's something there.
Is there anything here? No.
Yeah, I think I may be a little bit too high on this Marius team coming into this game, because the one match I did see from them recently was against X-Saber. They had to forfeit the first map, if I'm not mistaken, and then they lost the second map. But it was a good showing from them on Mirage, but that's against X-Saber, right? So
Yeah.
maybe I haven't taken that enough into account.
Well, these guys went OT against Fisher College. Fisher College, who half of them were playing on NA because of the way VRS works.
Fisher College, who disbanded like 2 weeks ago.
Exactly.
I mean, but they also beat Fireflux and Ruby, Brandon. You can't take away from those results.
No, I can't. That's very valid. I'm not sure how.
Well, Ruby 13-2'd Marius on the first map, and then lost 13-9, 13-7. So maybe they just need like a really brutal opening map to get things going.
Maybe.
I don't know. They've got A, though. They've got A.
Have they got the bomb?
Good
Where's the
question.
bomb? Dosick,
We have,
where is he?
Impossible to tell. Where's Dosick?
I have no idea. Look at this. Alex has just walked through the smoke. Ragger has dealt with June. And no, he doesn't. The bomb is in A main. Homeboy is trying to provide a little bit of cover. But that means getting by Xello. And that's not happening. Homeboys misses another AWP shot. Nexus are just pushing smokes and fighting them now. This is how
Yeah, they're
confident
bullying
they
their
are.
opponents.
Xello
Exactly. And I love
15
it.
and 2.
Yeah, I love to see that Nexus are playing this game as well. They know they've got the boot on the neck of Marius, and they're just looking to suffocate them out of the server. They're not going to give them respect. They're not going to play like they're in the playoffs against a Fnatic or a Big right now. They're just forcing the issue. They're stunting on these kids. I don't know how old they are, but it just fits the narrative.
They are 25, 24, 21, 24, 19.
And 19, yeah. So probably not fair to call them kids. Just might, I think, who's the 19-year-old.
Stunt on these young adults.
Oh,
there we go, Mike.
Kids. But Mike does find first blood on the speed bomb site. There needs to be a whole lot more where that came from. The hero Galil will come into the act as well, and BTN gets sidelined. That's something. Homeboys, is he going to be expected here?
No,
Perhaps
shouldn't
not.
be.
There's no world. Oh,
What?
Larnix does check. What good awareness.
Oh, unlucky. That's round over. Doon's on no HP. Has to swing into the angle. Has to hit an instant headshot. And he's just been mollied. That is ridiculous. So that molly goes there. But that's a really nice find. But Zello, of course, it's going to trade out. 8-1 for Nexus.
I mean, that was the ecos. The fact they get 4 kills in the bomb plot, normally we would celebrate that, but like you highlight, it's an 8-1 scoreline right now, so silver linings essentially become grey linings at this point. Like, imagine, the grey lining of that round, Brandon, is that they got the bomb plant and 4 kills.
If we're celebrating the bomb plant, we're having serious conversations.
I know. Well, I mean, if let's say that was the 3rd round of the map and they get 4 kills and a bomb plant in an eco, sound, that's great. But not when you're down 8-1. And remember, Marius forfeited a game against Ents Academy to play this matchup. So they really want to try and take advantage of this opportunity.
Unfortunately, another opening kill. Oh, BTN's also followed through. Nice shot out of June. Oh, brilliant. Out of June. The issue is that he's lost all his teammates and the bomb is in spawn. I can see that on the map.
Yeah, well, for now, we won't be able to for much longer. Guessing game for who picks it up as well. What I will say is Larnix is completely ruined that round there. The setup was never meant to be for him to swing out and get the instant trade. Zello will go down to Homeboys as well. Okay, there's something to speak of here in the round. 2v2 health advantage. Marius will get full control of A, and Nexus are going to have to retake.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision here that I really like from BTN, is that he's Molly Donut, and they're just going to go CT together. Issue you've got is that Homeboys has now just gone and cleared this out. I know it's Homeboys because he was the one that was originally in Donut. June's now made it to A main. There's no smoke here for Nexus. There is a kit, but it's on low HP BTN.
Yeah, here we go. Into the site they go. They're taking first contact. June will swing off of that sound. Now has the information to clear both these players. He's going to find the first frag, but Homeboys will force the issue and ensure the trade comes through immediately afterwards. Now, I hang the failure in the round there for Nexus on Launix. They had the double setup in the cubby and middle. BTN gets 1 kill, gets traded out. Launix then swings immediately afterwards to force the trade, which means the crosshair of June at that point is still in that direction. He should have just remained in position, just hit in the corner, maybe stepped out a second or two later, but he didn't need to instantly swing for the trade there, and that costs Nexus heavily.
Every time they win a round, Mike DCs. What?
Well, maybe this will be the start for Marius, Brandon. Perhaps this will be where they get things going.
I'd like to believe it. That was a round that had good individual bailouts from Marius. The issue is whether that's consistent. And now Nexus have had a round like that happen to them. They're probably just going to chill,
lock them in, right? Yeah. Exactly. Zello has an AWP as well. Is that the first time in the half he's had an AWP here? I mean, maybe I haven't been paying close enough attention, but I haven't noticed AWP kills from him just yet, I don't think.
No, he hasn't had the AWP out. He's been using the AK the whole time.
Fine. No problems there, evidently. I mean, obviously, we very rarely ever comment on the appearances of players, and we just can't for Marius. But I like Larnix's new lid. I like the blonde hair. I think it suits him. Yeah.
I mean, I went.
You still have your blonde band? Yeah. Oh, no,
no,
you don't anymore. Yeah, I saw you like 5 minutes ago on camera. But yeah, you had the blonde lid at one point as well.
Went through a midlife crisis. Got my nose pierced, got a tattoo, dyed my hair blonde.
Well,
quit my job and casted Counter-Strike.
Really broke out the mold there. Dosik looking to break the mold here as well, because for a change, they've actually gotten that opening kill on BTN. And that is certainly one of the deficiencies of Nexus CT side, is that they got BTN playing Jag every round. That needs to be exploited.
Flashbang is... Oh, I was going to say not very good, but Might makes it even better because he's the one that gets the double kill. Ragger pushing out mid. Zello, oh, needed to get that shot, but the flashbang comes over in the perfect moment. He's trying his best here. Might's going to sideswipe him. Zello aware. It's getting a little bit messy, but he's being flanked from both long and short. So that trade was always going to happen. 8-3 for Marius.
And look at the money.
Oh my goodness me. They're doing it.
It's going to be 8-4, isn't it?
Should be.
Should be. And Ragger's still hanging around looking for exit kills, and that could work out against him. Donnie's searching right now. My internet is completely crapping the bed right now, by the way. Like, I am watching a PowerPoint slideshow. In fact, I'm still stuck on Ragger in the corner. Oh, he got that kill. Great.
He did, yes.
Lovely. See that now? Caught up with the class.
It's alright, I can take over. If you shut your eyes, I'll try and create a very nice
like a
scene.
radio cast?
Yeah.
I'm still on 8 seconds in spawn. I might have to restart my internet. I'm going to try a new vmix link first, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to have a quick reset. But here we go. Nexus on the 4 spy in the last of the half.
Yeah, and again, it's quick from Marius out middle. They've been very good at getting this space, to be fair to them, but Launex has this time found the opener. And it's on June. It's been on the guy that's been actually finding these multi-kills pretty consistently for Marius. Molly comes forward. Launex smokes it off. And Zello on the Deagle. Oh, that's not your AWP, is it? Maybe Launex can capitalize here on the Donny. It all comes down to this, and Launex just takes the swing. A wide swing in CS2, you're going to get the kills, and BTN follows through on Might. And it gets worse and worse and worse. Dosick. Last player standing here. Doesn't get removed by the MP9, but he's on very, very low HP. Sharp shot on BTN. And Launex is also low. This would be an insane 1v5. None of them are coming through cave yet, but Dosick will still slide over. Launex doesn't want to peek. They are narrowing down where he potentially could be. Dosick has found another one, but it's the low HP of Launex to actually do the job there for Nexus. So they go up 9-3. It's going to be a tricky one back into this now for Marius. You just got me, unfortunately, for a little bit, guys. Hayes will be back as soon as possible. We're going to just sit. We're going to wait. We're going to watch some more Counter-Strike. It's going to be a good time. Marius's rounds well earned when they were able to grab them. You start seeing the individuals start to rise up just a little bit. Can completely understand where Hayes is coming from. I do respect his opinion quite a lot, but the start of that half looked really shaky. Fortunately for them, a number of their players have sort of elevated themselves a little bit more. The thing is, they all need to do it in a concentrated effort right now. Pistol a priority for Marius. And Nexus are rocking no util. They're just going to run straight out middle. And for Marius, they've got 3 players on B. One's in red room that will spot all of this. Maybe that changes rotations. And oh my gosh, Nexus are just running at him. Nexus is just running at June. And June gets overwhelmed by sound. There are so many players in red room. They're wrapping A. It's a good catch out of Homeboys. But if you're this player in Temple, you just need to live. Bomb finally gets planted, but that's your player in Temple dying, and that's probably the round here for Nexus. 4v3. Homeboys gets dinged immediately. You know about this late lurk from Mike through Donut. It's going to potentially be a little bit of a disaster. Kills need to come in immediately, and the only kills that are being found are ones by Nexus. Homeboys has been dinked, and now he's been removed. 10-3 for Nexus. And that was a completely disrespectful pistol round. No util, run through red room, wrap A. Fair enough. Dosick has the Zeus. At this point, let's just let him use it. He sold it. And my link has stopped working. Oh, no, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. That was really strange. But good news is that we didn't miss a whole lot. It was pretty much a full eco here out of Marius. Nexus are able just to clean up these last few players. They've got to 11, and the only thing that potentially will be saved is a Mac 10. Do or die for Marius. And again, prioritizing a lot of M4s here. They've got little bits of utility, sure, but not all the incendiaries. Not all that you'd be hoping for. It's a bit of a tough spot for them.
Okay, well, the good news is that I'm back, and my game is running smoothly, perfectly, some might say. Unfortunately, I mean, I disconnected at 8-3 for Marius, and I'm thinking, hey, 8-4, maybe they fight back. No, 11-3. Nexus on the verge here. Win this gun round, game is as good as done. Raga just thrusts himself into middle of the back of the utility, destroys homeboys. Molly will be forcing June out into the open as well. Launix will deal with him, and Nexus is running over Marius right now. Donnie receives the same treatment. It's the Raga Launix duo here in the round doing all the damage.
This is all they've been doing on T side, by the way. They've literally even limited utility. In the pistol rounds, Hayes, they all bought armor Nexus, no util. They ran through mid, through red, wrapped A.
Okay, that's
no util.
Unorthodox, some might say.
I just think they feel expertly confident in this situation.
Yeah. And why wouldn't they? And I love it when a team also recognizes that they can just play this type of Counter-Strike against their opponent, just completely flex on them, right? Recognize they've got far superior fundamentals, mechanics, just check all the boxes, and then they're like, right, let's not even give them a sniff. Let's not respect them. Let's bully them and see if they're able to force us to respect them. That's layer one.
And now look at this. I mean, you got 4 MP9s, 1 scout.
Ugh, you can imagine how disparaged Marius must feel right now, because like I highlighted earlier, remember they had to forfeit another game to be here. That's like skipping out one date with a girl to go on a date with the other, and then like you arrive late and you didn't get to shower.
She's catfished you.
Hang on, wait, is that... I don't know, is that a bit of trauma there or not? Either way, it's hello.
Hey, it's happened to everyone at least once.
That's happened to all of us, right, guys?
Exactly, right. Am I right, guys?
Am I right? Yeah.
Just me, guys. Oh,
nah,
gun barrel spotted, guys.
Yeah, Mike dead. No
GG,
contest in
guys.
this round, I'm afraid. It is GG indeed. Wrap it up, call it a day. 13-3.
That was dominant. To be honest, expected it. The map pick here is really interesting. I really would have favored Marius on Anubis, put him on Mirage, like something where they've got like a pretty decent win rate, but here it was just unfortunately all over the place. And yeah, the first impressions matter a lot, and here I'm not impressed.
Yeah, good reference. I like that. Good segue. But still, a lot left to be desired for Marius, I'm afraid. But as for Nexus, I mean, you got to say, full marks for them, right? They deliver in every department, and they completely dominate their opponents on their opponent's map pick. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and when we come back, it is going to be Nexus's map of Dust 2, a map that this team have looked abhorrent on in the past. Like, this is one map I've actually seen Marius struggle on, and I'm even talking relatively compared to how they've been on other maps as well. So that certainly is a big concern. But like I said, we're going to have a bit of a breather. We'll come back for Dust 2, and we'll figure out if Nexus can get this done in 2. Welcome back, everybody, as we get into the second map of the game here. Marius currently against the ropes. They got dominated on their map pick, Ancient 13-3. We now come into Dust 2, and Nexus have been phenomenal lately, and they're absolutely on course to win this in 2.
Let's see how it goes. Obviously, Dust 2 is a map they're very proficient on, and Zello starts off proceedings in the way you'd anticipate. Him just finding...
What did I say
oh
earlier?
my gosh,
What
all
did I
the
say?
kills.
Told you he will eat them alive. It's exactly how he's opened up here on Dust 2. Eventually, he'll be dropped, but the damage is done. The round is over, and Nexus have opened up their account first.
That's ridiculous. 3 players out on long, 3 little one-taps from Excello.
Sickening.
That's going to be par for the course, isn't it?
How old do you think Zello is, Brandon?
He's
Give
young.
me a number. You know already? Okay.
No, I don't know. I know he's young, though, even though he's been kicking about for a while. I would say 23.
Okay, so he's 24, so you're basically bang on the money, which is really impressive. Now, the fact that he's been, like you say, he's been playing Counter-Strike for such a long time has Zello.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's only 24, I feel like maybe potentially we could still have his best years ahead of him. Remember, he's had a couple international teams in Ecstatic and Sprout. Both times those have failed. He's ended up back on Nexus. He comes back home every time.
He plays his best Counter-Strike on Nexus, so it has to be a comms thing, maybe, or pressure, I don't know. But he just plays his best work on Nexus. That was a funny
I mean, Ecstatic, it was unfortunate with the way the team fell apart. I remember he didn't get benched.
Yeah.
And he had I just checked, he had a 1.1 rating for his time in Ecstatic, which isn't awful. I mean, Zello probably slightly above that generally with Nexus, but you take 1.1. With Sprout, though, 1.0. That's a lot less impressive. Anyway, gun round is upon us. Rifles across the board for Marius again. No AWP and light on Util, which was a big problem for a lot of their rounds in the first half on Ancients. Oh, Raga, trusting the utility, and he will be able to get out on the other side. He's going to peek back out into 2, not the cleanest on the spray, so probably has to count himself quite lucky to at least get 1. Shot from Sound. Donny looking to remain in control. It's not going to work out for him. Just too many players on his screen. And in the meantime, you've got the flank from Long.
Yeah, the thing is on T side is that they're just going to literally just keep rushing them. I feel like Nexus have quickly identified that they can just run. And as long as there's good trade in here, like Marius are going to be so pressed to be able to have a comfortable say in this. This is going to be part of the course. I'm telling you, every single round they're just going to do this.
I mean, they can't afford to keep it incredibly simple on Nexus' side of things. Trust their utility. I mean, that was with numbers long for Marius as well. Might's going to just settle for the save here. I don't see any reason why Lanix would try and come through the doors. Low on health is BTN, so he's going to have to scurry back as well. That's 3-0. Nexus 10 rounds away from getting themselves a spot in the playoffs.
Oh, dearie me. I'm concerned. I can't lie.
Rightfully so. Maybe Homeboys can relieve some of that concern. Flashes out long will persist here from Nexus. They're just chaining these flashes outside. Everybody is blind the entire time for Marius. Oh my. Again, such supreme utility usage for Nexus towards long.
Oh, that was the chance. That was the chance. And unfortunately, it hasn't paid off. You're right. Util's just so good here for Nexus, and they're just going to keep taking these fights. It has to be an individual effort from Marius if they're going to want to be able to stop this, because they're not going to play structured Counter-Strike. It's already evidenced in Ancient.
Yeah, I'm looking towards this gun round here. Now, there's going to be a lot of focus towards long for Marius, but look at the spawn that Nexus have got. They've got 2 players with the great B spawn, one of them being Zello on the AWP. Could see a bit of a change up in the approach here, change up in the direction. Nice smoke for the mid doors. And it does look like it ultimately will be a big exec into the B bomb site coming through from Nexus. That's what they're setting themselves up. Zello does miss a key shot to get the opening frag. There's actually 3 players here for the CT side right now. This is best case scenario. And I actually don't like the decision to throw the smoke grenade, because that then disparages Nexus from committing. You want them to commit when you got 3 players there.
Yeah, you really want them in there. Maybe Homeboys can use the AWP to good effect. Oh, but the flash. It's just the utility so good here for Nexus. The smoke on this right side as well. Nice shot onto BTN, but that's just going to be the go signal for Nexus to get out of here, surely.
Yeah, they're going to make their way up Xbox through short and towards the say bomb site. There is 1 player on ramp right now. 2 of them have actually been able to cross through from CT. It's still awkward positioning. They're going to have to stand and fight.
Nice.
Exactly what Dosic will do. Find success with the double. Lanix gets AWP'd out of the round. It's just Raga left remaining, all posted on the angle. Will lock him down as well. and Marius are on the board.
Much better. And do you know why it's much better? Because they played like a team. You got that set up in towards B. Sure, they dropped that smoke, but Homeboy's on the angle. And then look at how dynamic he is. Exceptional work from Homeboys. Gets Marius this first round. And they get it way earlier than they did on Ancient. Let's see if they can rebound and get consecutive.
I mean, that would be ideal. Then you break the economy of the T side. You can start to string some rounds together, something they struggled to do on Ancient. I mean, they won 3 consecutive rounds, but those were the only rounds they won on the map. Might, looking to get out of dodge, will be able to fall back to the safety of the bomb site. So he's gotten an opening kill, and he's kept himself alive.
Issue
the
you
plan here
got.
for Nexus?
They
Yeah,
have to go
go ahead.
short. They have to go short. It's the only map control they've got. And oh wow, look at this reaction.
This is going to be a group up approach coming through from Nexus with all 4 players making their way up short. No flashes. There we go. Never mind. How could I have not
shot.
expected that from Nexus when they've been so good in the util department so far? But it's a very good lockdown coming through from Marius. D Donny will double down, and that will lock in the round.
To be honest, though, you learn a lot from this round if you're Nexus. Because what you do is you say, oh, well, they just all over-rotated. Now you can just fake. That could be a way back into this for Nexus. Just start faking some of these bomb sites.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they clock that and start to find the necessary adjustments. But for the first time here in the series at large, Nexus have to eco. This is unfamiliar territory for them, having to save their money and look forward to the future.
Go on, Marius. Give it to him.
Here's a little nothing point for you. Marius is an Afrikaans name in South Africa. Pretty common
Oh.
one at that. Yeah.
As in, like, just a name, or...?
Yeah, it's like I said, a very Afrikaans kind of name. Marius, just like a first name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Spelled exactly the same. Easy cleanup for Donny. Himself and Dossick combined to get all 5 frags. And they're alive and well on the CT side right now. They're kicking.
Need to see a little bit of a reaction here for Nexus. First time they've been properly tested in this best of 3. And they are rushing B. And what a call this is. There is no one here for Marius. Oh, they stopped.
Oh, man. Too much respect there, fellas. Smoke the molly, just charge on through, trade homeboys out, you've won the round. Now, look at the rotations. Further util going to be thrown in here. More time is going to be bought. Homeboys can get all the way back to the platform. May have been spotted on the jiggle. He's certainly been seen now. Misses that first shot. Where's the molly to force him out? There isn't one. Will they need it is the question. They probably will with the rotations coming through thick and fast. Nexus have been stopped in their tracks. They're locked in tunnels right now.
Why did they stop? They really wanted to go B, and then for whatever reason, they completely stopped, and they've completely shot themselves in the foot. What a disaster that is. It's so clear that they wanted to run in towards that B bomb site, and one little incendiary, a CT incendiary, and it just scares them off.
If only you could extinguish the fire with a smoke grenade, right? Like, that would be amazing. And then they could have just gone straight into the bomb site. Okay, well, for the first time, we're actually getting a little bit concerned for Nexus. The first time in the series. And we're really liking what we're getting out of Marius as well. I mean, yeah, they commit one play into the B-bomb site at the start of the round, but it's just the way they've opened the round. There's still the protocol to pad up the defense after the first 15, 20 seconds. They cycle their utility really nicely as well to disrupt the execute there from Nexus.
I'm listening to you. I'm just working on a little personal project right now.
So here we go, 4-all. And a bit of a half investment for Nexus. I mean, Marius have a chance to get the lead. For the first time in the series, they could actually get their noses in front. Donnie completely blinded. We haven't seen Nexus revert back to this big long take, which was so successful for them at the start of the half. They've tried to go back to it here, but the problem is they don't really have the weaponry to make it work. June continues to just force the issue. Eventually, he will go down. You don't want to continue to take these fights. They're not really worth it. If you're Marius, there's no value.
What? Why on earth would you do that? I mean, Homeboys have still got a chance. Bomb can be planted. BTN knows exactly where Homeboys is. I like this out of Homeboys. He's now swapped to the AK. That nade land is flush on BTN. And Homeboys will be given a chance. And because he swapped to the AK, he's able to do it. What a recovery. All of these rounds are being won by Homeboys.
Yeah, that is just a ridiculous impact coming through from him to save the day and win the round for his team. And like you say, he's delivering these rounds consistently. Very, very good showing indeed. And that's going to be Marius actually getting the lead. 5-4. Noses in front. Double orb setup in play as well. And now we look towards Nexus and think, okay, fellas, you've fallen behind the game. Veto got 3 kills in the pistol. Not a frag since then. Not a single frag for Zelo since the opening 3 kills in the pistol. He's dropped off the face of the earth. Although, as I say that, I think he's just straight up banged Homeboys through the smoke there. No nades are broken open now, if I'm not mistaken. Might's gone searching and somehow hasn't been able to get that kill.
Oh, nice shot at Zelo.
Okay, welcome back. Just as I call him out.
Yeah, exactly what the doctor ordered for Nexus, right? The fact that you're able to recover this, that is mental. What on? What have I just said? What? To Donnie? Oh. Good luck, mate.
He's like, boys, I've just gotten 1 long. It was a really hard kill. Went through the molly with my... Oh, I'm last alive. All right. And that is going to be a leveled up scoreline once again. A return to success for Nexus, who lost 5 rounds in a row. Plenty money here for Marius as well. And Donnie is going to go down to the nade, dunked by Zelo. A quad kill coming through for him. I was just waxing lyrical about how Zelo's dropped off a cliff and hasn't had any impact for like 8 rounds. And then he gets a quad kill immediately as I say that. Perfect time to come alive once again.
Yeah, he stuck his middle finger up to you, mate.
I don't mind. I love watching Zelo operate. I'll take it every day of the week. Good showing from Marius to get 5, but that's just the start. It's not going to win you the map.
Yeah, they need
finds
more.
Another opening kill.
Issue you've got as well is I feel like their CT side is probably going to be the best side. Lao Nexus just found 2 more. 4v2. Nexus can walk away with even more.
Here we go. Can June find some sort of a Herculean effort to lock down the sides? Unfortunately, he just has his head ripped right off, and it looks like Nexus have woken up again. They fell asleep at the wheel for a couple rounds here on Dust 2, but they've revitalized themselves. Dosic will connect on a shot, but should be near impossible for him to stay alive here. Oh, he's gonna... Oh, wait, no ways. I thought Zelo was gonna again get the Exa kill with a nade, but Lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice.
I mean, he's just dead to sound. He needs to look behind him. Oh, he needs to look behind him, and sound still hits the headshot anyway. And here's an AWP for ECLOT. And there's limited money / no money really on a few of these players now for Marius.
Yes, that means 7-5 just looks incredibly likely. I mean, there will be the glass cannon AWP and at least a couple rifles sprinkled into the mix as well. But it does just look like Nexus have perked up off of these past 2 rounds. Like, they're just looking so much sharper. And that can happen when you play against a team where you just kind of coast along and you're winning rounds quite easily. Sometimes you just have that lapse in concentration. But they're back. Very standard setup from Marius right now across the board. 2-1-2. Nexus assume control and set themselves up for an execute. Now they get themselves towards short and they catch a grenade. That is a lot of damage.
There's no more util though, mate. There's one smoke, and that's on a guy with a deagle who's somewhere on the map. Like I don't think. I imagine he's on B.
Oh man, Sound should have got that. Sound needed that kill. The innovation was there, but he couldn't connect. Like you say, that single smoke grenade that was left remaining has also been expended. So now it's going to come down to the gunfights.
And again, no util as stated. One flashbang here ruins things, but they're just going to walk through the smoke. They're just going to walk through the smoke. Trades are good though, but Dosic, he at least alleviates a bit of pressure. The deagle comes out, but it's not able to find a thing. So in this 2v2, in a round that you have to go for if you're Marius, you've now got to retake B. With no kit, no util. No armor on Dodoni.
A health advantage, an HP advantage. Like you say, no armor for the AWPer. And also, it doesn't matter how low they are if he's going to be retaking with an AWP. So maybe that could negate it slightly. 1 from tunnels, 1 from ramp. It's the AWPer up ramp, and it's going to be only the AWPer left remaining. Oh, Dodoni's going to try and come through the doors. He's found the frag in the first, but Lanix will get the swing on the trade instantly afterwards. And Nexus, well, it did look like that half had kind of tapered off a little bit at one point, but they will still go into the second half with the lead at 7-5.
I'll take that. But I mean, look, what a really good half from Marius, to be fair.
Yeah, for sure. And it was well-earned rounds that they were winning too. It wasn't just a flash in the pan. It wasn't just like Nexus were giving them up for free. Good shots, good little 2v1 retake in the mix there. Clutch for homeboys. However, that's just the first half where they have looked somewhat compelling and convincing. Need to see that here again, to even more of a degree.
I'm still concerned for Marius, but I'm a little bit more optimistic than I was on Ancient. I kind of see where you're coming from now a little bit.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the stocks have slightly improved, I'd say. Oh, BTN's going searching straight into June's crosshair, but BTN will still get the frag and get out of dodge. That is criminal. How's he done that then?
Good trade at least. Oh, good trade at least.
Well, BTN has to be the difference maker. He got the opening kill, but that's not enough to guarantee the round. In the meantime, Lanix has gone down. That's cut the map down the middle, and also Sound has been spotted by Might. Marius have got all the information. Going to be a smoke CT to stop Nexus from being able to rotate immediately as well, and this looks really good for the T side.
Yeah, this was amazing, because, I mean, Might's got the round in the palm of his hand. Sound looking over the top. It should be a kill for Might. Oh, if he falls here, it's a complete disaster, and he gets overwhelmed. Hang on, 2v2 round back on.
Yeah, and they haven't even planted the bomb yet, so there's going to be a lot of time for Nexus to work with on the retake. Do they want to go while the bomb's being planted? Evidently, they do. First player leaps into the site, but Donnie will get off the plant, get his gun out in time, find the frag. And it's impossible for BTN now, with only 7 points of health to his name. There is no world in which he should be able to win this clutch. Dosick and Donnie on course to open up Marius' account here in the second half, and that is exactly what they will do.
Nice. Let's go. And now, if you're Nexus, I know it's really incentivizing to force in, but I'd just save. I'd save, get the rifles out as soon as possible, bring out the M4s, give Marius a bit more of a fight. It's amazing that it's looking this good and it's not their map pick.
Yeah, far more convincing compared to what we saw out of them on Ancient earlier. And Nexus will not heed your advice. They're going to go all in here. And then eco in the next gun round afterwards. That means they'll have the AWP in full utility and have a chance here in this round as well. Oh, Zelo just gets destroyed on the angle. Lanix is in tunnels. He's actually between the mollies right now. I wonder if they may not expect him as a result, but no, Might will still come away with the kill anyway, and this is looking fantastic against the 4-spy. Easy as. I don't know why, but I kind of get the feeling that we're going to be going to a map 3 here.
You reckon?
Nexus are just not... Yeah, I just think Marius are looking way more convincing than Nexus right now.
I don't know. I don't know that we're there yet. However, I'm disgusted that they force sport.
The thing is, if they buy here instead, then they don't have an AWP. And that's probably what they're thinking.
True, but Zelo was like 15 and 3 on a rifle, so I don't think that should influence it massively. But maybe they feel like they need the AWP to get back into this game. Big push in top middle. Homeboys got to be careful, but no, it's all okay. At least these rounds are kind of quick.
Yeah, that was fast and pacey, not wasting anybody's time as we now come into this first gun round. Zelo will indeed have his sniper rifle. This is what they were looking forward to here with that 4-spy into the eco. But Marius have regained the lead. They've got their noses in front again.
Let's see what the CCT looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the moment for Nexus to stamp their authority on the game once again. Sound was looking for the jump up. And he is right. He's read it perfectly, but he hasn't been able to finish off that kill. So, although scathed, Jude is still alive.
Flashbang's brilliant. Oh, Sound. Oh, gets owned. Sound gets owned. Now Lex is completely on his own. He's being swarmed, but he's doing a pretty damn good job of at least doing damage. I think now you've just brought the AWP back out. Sure, it's a 3v3. I don't know how convinced you'd want to be to go for this.
Well, I think that kill there from BTN might just motivate them a little bit.
Not anymore.
Homeboys. What in God's name is that shot on the jiggle? Well, they're thinking we know we have a player locked in the corner. Zelo has an incendiary to try and flush him out as well. But then there's still 2 players you have to deal with after that. Homeboys is going to burn out of the round. Oh man, Zelo will trade for the rifle instead. That makes a whole lot more sense. Juno's also incredibly low right now. Remember, a single shot on either of these players will be enough to get the job done. Zelo's desperately trying to bait out that second player, and eventually he does, but Donnie will step in on the action as well. And that's 10-8 for Marius with no gun surviving.
What a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare for Nexus. My new question now is, why did Marius look so bad on Ancient?
Well, I don't know. It's a question we have to ask because they did the same thing against Ruby. They lost the first map 13-2 and then won 13-9, 13-7 or something like that on the following 2 maps. So clearly a bit of a trend there.
A shot out of Sounds makes it a 4v4. There's still a little bit of investment in here, but they're ready for long. They're ready for B, but not prepared for the MP9 of Launex. A reminder that sound was in towards mid doors. That's good info. So where on earth is Ragger? He's just put a smoke in towards short. You should know everything here if you're Marius, and they just completely delete Ragger.
Oh man, I mean, that kill there should be enough to just seal the deal in the round. I don't think that Sound's going to be able to do much about it.
Depends if they overextend into them. Yep, like that. Launex has now got rid of homeboys. And you got to get the bomb over.
Space now. Yeah. Sound is going to be hearing all these steps. He knows that both the players are on the bomb site right now. He doesn't actually... Oh, he does. He's taking the initiative. I thought he might wait for Launex. He's going to be able to find a kill and land a body shot.
Here,
and they're never going to expect Launex to be coming through from long right now. Needs to make sure he's not going to be heard. A step may have been... Oh, okay. One shot from Donnie's AK will be enough to win the round here. And that's exactly what he'll find.
I can't believe that Donnie plays that so expertly. The way he positions himself behind the box so he's not exposed to both short and long. And then, as you say, you just hear the audio. But that was a 4-spy at a Nexus. I'm sorry, it wasn't even an all-in. It was a half-buy, right?
Yeah.
You had MP9, you had the Eagles, and it comes down to one player. Nexus is still knocking on the door here. They can't get around on their CT side as of right now. But they are probing.
Okay, well, this is the round for Nexus. Lose this, it's going to be 7-12 before you can afford to invest again, and I reckon that is completely map over. I think Marius have just looked really convincing in the way they've been going about these rounds so far. They've been playing pacey, they've been playing good numbers-based Counter-Strike. Very simple approach from them so far. No crazy fakes, back and forths, insane executes. Through the smoke chain goes. Flash doesn't blind up BTN at all. First blood drawn for the CT side. Needs to be more where that came from. Oh, here we go. It's going to be another B split coming through. Launex is almost as caught in mid-transition there. And in fact, it does look like they've done enough to disparage Marius altogether. Missed shot there from Zello could prove to be a costly one because that player has continued to extend forward. Zello has got some support from long. He needs to shift his focus back to short though, and he will just in time. More where that came from. And Zello misses the follow-up, but that's okay because he has teammates on the scene. 3v2 right now. Problem is the time. It's just adding so much more pressure onto the round for Marius, and eventually Zello will die. And Dosic, I mean, he could actually conceivably find a bomb plant here. Launex is desperately trying to get up in time. The nade will deny. And Nexus win that all-important round.
What a really good response here. And you immediately get the AWP having a lot of success here for Zello. Biggest issue you got, though, is obviously he died at backside, wasn't scooped up right at the very end. So he's without AWP. Ragger down to an MP9. Money to spare here for Marius. They take a pause. They take 30 seconds just to breathe. They need to convert this round. Otherwise, if you allow Nexus to get some momentum, that's where, again, it starts becoming a little bit of a sticking point here.
Yeah, if Marius loses this round here, then we start to get concerned for their campaign at large on the map, and I guess the series at that as well. All right. Nexus's first round they've won on the CT side was the previous. They'd lost 5 in a row. But they've shown some signs of life. Has to be more than just signs of life from here, though, to get the job done.
See if they can establish this. But again, Nexus now just playing so passive. The bomb's in spawn. Maybe that could be a little bit of a disaster later down the line. We'll have to see because Ragger is currently not pushing. It's mid to B without the bomb. This is really awkward. Someone's got to go back, and that's going to allow opportunity. Really nice incendiary, and okay. Maybe it's still fine because Dune and Dodoni have been able to trade out pretty efficiently on towards this B bomb site. Bomb has also been scooped up, is trying to make its way over. June just needs to live. That's the most important thing here. Bomb still not committed. Oh, what, such a big wide swing, and the flashbang is exceptional. And now Zello has seen Homeboys in towards the tunnels. He's got to get out a dodge. He'll drop a flashbang, and he'll try and foot race to this A bomb site, but it's going to be tough. I don't even think he can get over here. He's going to give it a go. Nice first shot, but the spray not quite connecting. BTN will lock it in. A one-round game and limited money.
That's exactly what we needed to see out of Nexus to really instill the belief that they can still get this done in 2, because I was a little bit more wary and concerned a couple rounds ago. Now, however, they have been able to wrestle this back to just a one-round game, and it's also going to be an anti-eco. Hero AK in the mix for June. And Homeboys hasn't actually saved enough money to get the AWP in the next round. I'm pretty sure he's only going to get 2,400, so that will be a problem. Yeah, just not much discipline. He decides to go for the head armor Tech 9 smoke instead. I think the AWP would have gone a long way in that next round. Maybe they just win this round here and take Zello's AWP. That could be a good option if it works for them. What's the plan here for Marius? They don't have any utility. No way to aid their cause in getting control from here. And that's why I think, come on, like somebody just has to forego the upgraded pistol. Someone just has to spend the money on the utility instead. A smoke double flash, smoke off CT here, flash the ramp. You got something going at that point. Now, it should just be a shooting range here for the CT side.
Should be.
I mean, it's still a shooting range, but they just haven't hit the target.
Oh, you're going to really feel for Marius if they're not able to close this. This is the danger with this whole team, is we saw it on Ancient, is that when they get into a little bit of bother, look at the prioritization right now. Like, where are your flashbangs on 3 of these players that just don't exist? Homeboys could glass cannon and AWP. Suddenly there's no armor, no util.
And I mean, glass cannon
nothing.
T side just sucks as well. And that's what I was highlighting at the start of the previous round. He spent too much on the Tech 9 head armor smoke grenade. And that means they don't have the AWP here this time round. And I think Dust 2, doesn't matter T side, CT side, that AWP is imperative, because now not only do they not have the AWP to try and get picks, but Zello will have free reign in the middle. They don't have that AWP to try and hold down the line and punish any peaks he might make. Oh, worst possible way for the round to start as well. Naden towards the top of mid, do so much damage to June. Again, this has been their opening pretty much every single round so far. Just group up in middle with all 5 players, see if we can find a pick, and then go from there. Thing is, Nexus haven't been offering up anything in these past few rounds. Before, they were sort of fighting short, maybe trying to push tunnels, and that's how Marius was able to glean their opening kills, but they're not getting those same sort of opportunities here. No one home on B, by the way.
Well, that's good at least, but check out Launex. He's actually thinking about just pushing. The Donny dodges the flashbang, and Might is bailing them out. That's incredible. You got to save now if you're Nexus. You cannot go for this. And they've just found an unbelievable time in here, Marius, to get into this B bomb site and to just about pull ahead.
Yeah, I'm not even entirely sure why Larnex feels the need to actually move off the B bomb site entirely there. I mean, we know that the B site is notoriously one of the most difficult sites in Counter-Strike to retake, but giving it up like that, oh man. Yeah, at least Raga will bail BTN out by coming through and killing Dosic. That gives his captain a way to get out with his life intact, but Marius will regain the lead here, going up 11-10.
11-10. I'll be impressed out of Marius if they're able to bring this over. And to be honest, with some of these rounds, I actually do feel like they deserve it. I feel like Nexus has been playing such a standard D2.
Previous round, they did just give up the B bomb site for free, though, which basically made it a no contest. So,
Oh, yeah.
what have Marius got up their sleeves here this time round? Though, again, it's going to be the exact same thing I mentioned. It's going to just be a group up in middle. This is what they've done every single round on their T side so far. I haven't really seen Nexus too keen to poke and prod through long. Maybe try and get a quick flank. Oh, a bit of a gap, maybe a tiny gap. No, smoke will plume to cover it entirely. It's going to be another mid to B. How many mid to Bs have we seen so far? But hang on, smoke must have been broken open. BTN and Zello both capitalized. 2 players left alive for Marius, both coming through from tunnels. Sound cuts down 1, and that should be enough to look in the round for his team.
And it is. Good enough, say Nexus. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. They're on 2400 loss, so obviously they've got to force in.
I mean, do they? What's the investment going to look like? Okay,
This is
it's
what I'm
definitely
saying.
worth it. Yeah.
Nexus win this. They win the map. They win the series.
Marius win this, they probably win the map as well, though, because I think Nexus are down to 1 count of round loss bonus. So it really is kind of whoever wins the 23rd should be able to close out the map. Game on. So many mid to Bs and B hits coming through from Marius throughout the half, and finally Nexus are able to keep one at bay.
I mean, if they can just defend the mid to B, they'll be fine. That's the main thing here. That's the main concern. They're looking to go top mid again to maybe deal with ECLOT. There's no AWP for Homeboys. That's the key consideration. In fact, he's just on a Galil.
Yeah, sign of the times, I'm afraid. Going to be more of the same from Marius, just the entire team in towards middle. They're not changing up their approach at all. Super stubborn right now. Does look like after they get mid control this time, they're going to go through short and towards A. This is a pivot. This is a change up from them. And look at the way Nexus is set up. Zello's AWP is rooted on that B bomb site right now. So he is not in position to try and contest these players crossing onto the A bomb site.
Are they gonna... Oh, okay, so they're gonna fake mid to B and then go short potentially. There's one guy faking mid to B. And now the explosion should come forward. BTN's just got to live.
Oh man, probably not the play he wants in this position, but perhaps he can shut me up. Good first frag found from him, and now he stays alive. That's going to buy time for rotations. Homeboys is on a big flank though. He's gotten the kill on Raga. That's going to put BTN on notice, but BTN, along with Sound, trying to lock it down. They won't be able to. It's BTN who's doing it all right now. 3 frags coming through from him. It's only June left. Zello's desperately trying to get in on the action as well. BTN, slow to react. June will get the kill as a result, and this time lock in the C4.
It's all about where he swings, because he just goes into Zello's crosshair. And Nexus are just able to survive with the help of BTN.
Good lord, not just the help, but the heroics, man. How does he get all 3 frags? And I was not very complimentary of him when I realized that he was the player on ramp, highlighting that they probably would have preferred to have anybody else in that position, but he delivers the goods. Well played, BTN. And now, well, at least Marius do get that bomb plant for the extra $600 here. Means it kind of pushes a few of these players over the edge to get Galils. But Brandon, there are 3 pieces of utility, and they're all smoke grenades for Marius.
Yeah. Really not ideal. And now this time they're just going to revert into a default. I really like the idea, though. The thing is, for Marius, I really like that idea of the fake mid to B. So they've been doing it so much going in towards short.
I agree, yeah.
Really clever. It's just a shame that that's the round BTN decides I'm getting a triple. And his first shot was so exquisite. Smoke on short once more.
Set himself up on B, by the way, because again, he's expecting them to come in that direction.
Well, he might be rewarded.
Maybe. Marius are taking their time, and they don't really have enough util to try and sow any sort of fake into the mix here. One smoke mid to B. Where do they go from there? Even they look somewhat undecided, back and forth.
They've got no idea, and they're waiting for a reaction, but this time I feel like because you've got space out middle, or you did, you really were invested in mid to B. And that means that Zelo's AWP is going to be effective. Launex has just been spotted and spammed. I tell you what, maybe they can make it work. Zelo's also revealed that he's in a backside. He's losing players. He's losing all his teammates. And he needs to stand strong. This is ridiculous out of Zelo. Close quarters AWPing, followed up by a quick flick on June, has made this 2v2 possible. Has made it so Marius can't get into overtime. And now it has to all be Zelo. Hasn't moved from his position 10 seconds to potentially deny Marius. And he can't get it done. All Nexus needed to do was find one kill, and they can't get it through.
One frag elsewhere, anywhere would have been enough for Nexus. BTN had that opportunity on Homeboys, but Homeboys will come away with the kill, and what an important frag that was. Oh, Zelo does his damnedest, and he was there. He set up for that at the start of the round. He was there in the previous round as well. But it doesn't work out despite that really flashy triple kill. We're going into overtime, not for the first time today either.
Oh my goodness me. As soon as Zelo gets that third kill on tunnels, I'm like, right, that's it. It's done.
That was flicky.
As soon as the smoke gets broken on CT and you see the spray on Homeboys from BTN or Raga, it should have been it.
You're right, and that was Homeboys who really comes back to haunt Nexus as well. The fact that he didn't get killed in that instance.
Bonkers.
Alright, well, into overtime we go. Marius have to be content with that result because they were the ones who were on the brink of being eliminated. Losing the series 2-0.
Let's see if they can hold on now.
Oh man, it's going to be a big burst into the B-bomb site.
Oh, that's a great find. The issue you've got is that Sound can trade immediately. Sound now needs help. Are they going to burst through this smoke? Yes, they are. And you feel like that's a dangerous mistake to make. Falling from the heavens. Sound gets a kill and a half, but Homeboys is still living strong. That was at least until he got burned out by Zelo. A 1v2, 40% of his HP. Zelo is trying to just take the fight to allow Raga the space. Nexus, by brute force, will find the first round in OT.
Oh, Zelo making me hold my breath here for a couple of these rounds. Really is just looking super active and finding a lot of impact. 13-12, Nexus will open up their accounts first here in overtime. Marius, I mean, they come close. They're changing up the approach, going for that five-man push into the B-bomb site. Like you say, trying to go through the smoke there was difficult, but I don't know if they had any other options. Both teams managed. Was it a 7-5 half in regulation? 7 rounds on their T side? Pretty sure.
Yeah, it was.
So with that in mind, the math suggests you need to win 2 here on your T side in overtime.
Sounds about right, yeah. Oh,
they
wait,
haven't gone back to their mid to
June's
B.
just run through the molly. They've got no idea. BTN has no idea, but Zelo covers.
Does Zelo not trust BTN, or was that just lucky? I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. Opening frag secured. Marius are going to have to do it with 4. This time they're trying to take contact. They're edging their way forward and thinking, well, maybe Nexus will only respond once we drop utility, but Nexus is covering all their bases right now. Even more util been expended by Marius. Util that they haven't really been able to take advantage of. Someone's dropped in CT.
Yeah. Oh. And he's full blind. He still gets the kill. Meanwhile, Dosic out long has also dealt with another. And that means that there's space now on short. 3v2. Sound stinks. Launex is a complete mess.
Oh, it really is. Nexus are dropping the ball in a massive way right now. Larnix is going to attempt to go the entire way around long to retake, but Homeboys is already posted on the angle with the orb double zoomed in. Not going to miss that shot. Sound goes down as well, and Marius have leveled it up despite the fact they lost the first frag of the round.
Oh! It's not the kill, but it's as good as. Look at this push. Oh my god, look at that push from Excello. Oh, and he goes back into Might. No, that's a little bit too egregious.
Yeah, that's what you get out of Zello, I'm afraid. Sometimes just doesn't know when to stop. Is it going to be another instance of Nexus finding the opening kill and still going on to lose the round? That's the question. They're really hoping that the answer is going to be no.
Marius,
what a contest.
They've been electing in overtime just to look for these little pockets of space. Very much like it was on Ancient. Just see if we can grab anything. They're going to group up towards B again. Nade goes deep onto these players. Might is barely living. Let's see how this works. Oh, that's a great way to start off, and Lao Nexus fallen as well. Sound needs a multi, can't do it. It's Might on low HP that goes up and over. And now Raga, who of course needs to go for the clutch, just gets destroyed.
All right, well, that's going to be a lead for Marius now. They've got a one-round lead going into the second half in overtime, and they lost the first round as well. So that's a really good recovery from them, just hammering home on middle every single round, and that B-bomb side as well. From a 13-3 on the previous map into overtime in the second.
Yeah.
What a disparity.
You know, fair play to Marius, because they are really now showing their individuals. The fact that they're able to get these clean trades on B, the fact that you've got Dosic that is more than happy to walk through his own mid to B smoke to get a kill on CT, like that is very cool.
I hope you diamond hands the Marius stock back on Ancient, Brandon,
No,
as I suggested.
Unfortunately, I threw it in the bin a little on fire after I saw 13-3, but...
Okay. Would have been worth a pretty penny now if you just held on, mate.
Yeah, well, I made that same mistake with Bitcoin, so it's okay.
Reoccurring pattern. Don't worry, you and me both. Buy high, sell low. That's the tactic.
Or just don't buy any, even though I was going to.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Zello going to be out towards long and catches Dosic. He wants more.
What?
Zello will find more. He's been able to go through the flames, get a second, and he picks up a third in the process. He might not be done just yet either. He's going to be flashing his way. He now knows Homeboys is in towards car. He's going to post up on the angle. Is there a molly to force him out? No, but he doesn't need one.
Okay, well, that's how you win a round of Counter-Strike. Zello, can you just grab 4 kills for us? Sure, man. No worries. 27
Can he do
and
that
19.
2 more times in a row, though? Oh.
Off we go to A. I'm surprised that they didn't realize there'd be no one else on A after Zello kills 4 of them, but, you know, it's all good. Nice shot.
I don't mind how they used one player
gosh.
to push into B to get the info, but now it starts to get a little bit scary, a little bit spooky, as Trav might say. A 1 versus 2. Might's been spotted, so BTN's going to drop the molly to buy even more time here. There is a smoke grenade for Might. He's gotten ahead of the flames.
No.
He's taken Zello's head off. It's only BTN left. Might has spotted him on the jump up. A 1v4 that becomes a 1 versus 1. Incredibly realistic for BTN. With some very smart positioning, will catch Might off and deny the clutch.
Oh my god. Hey, Zello, you want to win us the round? Aha.
Will you go get 5 kills maybe, Zello?
I can't believe that. Wowee. Look at this B spawn for Ragga. That is a very big one. Go take it. Is Zello going to get boosted here? Oh, yeah. He looks for lower. Doesn't see it. I don't think Homeboys can see Zello. It's a double AWP. The Don is wielding the other one. Homeboys just goes into lower to peek lower. And Zello can't see him.
Well,
Fair
that's
enough.
one way to open up. Yep. I don't think Marius have had an opening kill yet here in overtime. If I'm not mistaken, that might be their first. And there could be more where that came from as well. Homeboys are still searching here. Zello is posted on the angle, and Homeboys goes
What?
searching. He finds the bullet, but he himself gets the kill.
Oh, look at Might. I didn't even recognize Might is just in their spawn. I mean, this is 15 written all over it. Yeah, sure, Launex gets one, but Might's able to follow through. Missed AWP shot out of Homeboys, uncharacteristic. Can BTN and Launex pull this together? Oh, no, I don't think so. It would have to be an insane round out of BTN. And he's just been spammed down to half HP. It's 2 AWPs in this. It's the Donny. The Donny's slightly feeding. Yeah, okay. Cool.
All's well and ends well. Got a little bit scary for a second.
I guess he runs with his knife out there in a weird way to bait him into looking directly not at short.
Mate, is this guy your best friend or something?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything, bro. Like, in what situation is that reasonable? Like, none. So I have to go full copium.
Okay, I respect it. I'm sure he appreciates it as well. 15-14. Marius were the ones that to force it into overtime in regulation. They now have a chance to finish off the map here in OT1. They're going to have to do it with 4, though. And now, 4 versus 4.
Haven't seen Nexus do a mid to B, have we? That'll work out a treat right now. Sound starts walking into tunnels, but so too does June, I want to say, over on B.
Okay. Good guess, I guess.
Oh. It was him, he just naded. And there he is. Woohoo! It's like, guess who?
You know about GeoGuessr. Have you ever heard of Minimap Guesser?
Have you ever heard of map 3 after losing the first map 13-3?
Well, I would say no if I hadn't seen it out of Marius the other day against Ruby.
I think this one's way more impressive. The fact that it's gone to overtime, you had to force OT. And now you're...
lost the first round in OT as well, by the way, in both halves.
It's going to be the short burst.
Here and now. Well, Dosick in a really good position. Should be able to get that first frag for free. He's going to catch a player with his nade out. Sprays down 2 inadvertently. Zello will meet his maker as well. And Marius have done it. They forced a 3rd map.
Yeah, well played. To be fair, full credit to Marius because we've got some really good moments out of Homeboys in particular. I thought Might and Dosick were really solid. Nexus, it feels like in some of these rounds, like their brain switched off. And they were like, oh, it's fine. Look, we've got Sound on 26 kills. We've got Zello on 28. There'll be a point where one of them just wins the round for us and it'll be completely fine. And I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what happened there. It felt like there was a breakdown somewhere along the way. The wheels definitely came off the Nexus bus. Now they've got to park it in map 3.
Yeah, before map 3, we're going to have a bit of a breather. Nexus have to reset themselves. They dominated the first map and they lost out the second in pretty unfortunate fashion after having their map points in regulation. So we will require that 3rd and final map. We're going to take a break and then we'll jump into it.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? How do I hear your voice?
Map 3 required between Nexus and Marius. I did not expect to say those words off the back of the beating we witnessed on Ancient. Nexus absolutely demolished Marius 13-3 on Marius's map pick. We go to Dust 2, we're up 4-1 for Nexus, and it's looking like they're almost certainly going to get the job done in 2. No siree, Brandon. Marius fight the whole way back to force it into overtime. They get the job done in OT1, so we require a decider for the spot in the playoffs.
And look, you know what? Respect, because it is a fight for playoffs now. Is the Marius logo moving, or am I just like tripping?
It looks like it, but I think it's almost just like the bitrate or just the pixels, depending on what's behind it. Just kind of tweaks it out a bit.
It's an illusion.
Looks like a little
fast
ant
camera.
walking towards you,
BTN,
running at
BTN,
you.
what are you doing, BTN? Oh, at least Launex is here, but my gosh.
Well, the job's still far from done. 3 versus 3. Sound has gotten a massive frag, though. Homeboys will get the trade. Now it's going to be on Zello coming through from A main, but he's not going to be able to impact the situation. That's the difference maker. That tips the scales into Marius's favor massively.
Yeah, I don't know how you can retake this unless you get a headshot immediately, but they don't need to peek. Pressure is all on Sounds to reveal himself. Homeboys have just got the jiggle. Now they swing at the same time. It's going to be quite difficult isolating these fights. And Homeboys with a 4K lights up Anubis, much like he did in D2. But BTN.
Criminal. Hopefully not a sign of the things to come. But we do need to talk about what's important here, Brandon. Let's not get off topic.
Okay.
Is the Marius logo an ant? Or is it just an M? With legs, basically. Well, I've got him here. I've stuffed him, guys. Brandon?
Yes.
Are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay. So you just no idea whether it's an ant or an M. Just gonna.
I think it's
contribute on that one.
I don't know. I was trying to figure it out, and you gave me no time, and you just started
30 seconds.
You just started going, "Oh, are you not listening? Are you not paying attention?" I don't.
Well,
I'm trying to figure it out. I think it's an. I don't know. I don't know. I need to look at it more.
Because at first I thought it was an ant or like, you know, some sort of an insect walking forwards, but it's also just an M. It is just an M, so.
Yeah. What does Marius mean? Marius. Meaning. It just means warlike.
Warlike, okay. That's cool. That's actually a cool translation for a Counter-Strike team.
The name translates to man.
I mean, they have seemed warlike here. Well, Sound has just run onto the A bomb side. He's hoping to draw someone close enough that he might be able to get damage done with the MAC-10 and then let the bomb finish off the job, but it's just not going to happen.
I found a Reddit thread and I'm thinking about naming my child Marius. Is this nice? And the subreddit is r/name nerds.
You have gone down the rabbit hole.
I'm out now. I'm back.
He's back. All right. Fair enough. I wouldn't name my son Marius. What do you think?
I think you can name your son whatever you want to name him.
Well, I don't want to name him Marius. I know that.
Fair enough. Oh, well, Launex doesn't want to deal with June, but he's forced to. Marius look really good now. They looked terrible on Ancient. Looked like they were building into this game on D2. I think Nexus have just been completely put into a tailspin. They don't know what's going on right now.
Shell-shocked, one might say, by this war-ready team.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is a red ant as well, and red ants are the scariest ants. They're so painful when they bite you.
We're in too deep. Let's focus on the CS.
Okay, fine, fair. I was just thinking about how painful it used to be. Anyway, it's going to be an exec into the B bomb site. There's only one player here. Sound at range. Not going to be able to do anything about these players flooding forward. Fantastic flashbang. Sure, he gets one completely blind, but he gets traded straight out now. Raga evidently wants to kill this one out, but there's 3 players looking in his direction, and it only requires 1 to get the kill.
Look at how easy that was for Marius, though. Like, you get 1 kill on Launex outside A main. All of the B defense has completely shifted away to leave Sound to play retake B. One's in Temple, one's in Camera. They're not even fighting for mid control. I'll be real with you. I think Nexus are playing some really scared Counter-Strike right now. As soon as they lose the first man.
And what a massive contrast from what we got out of them on Ancient.
Well, exactly.
It was a complete antithesis.
Absolutely. That's how they were winning rounds on Ancient. They were being a lot more progressive. They were taking these fights. They were doing it together. Zelo might not even be able to survive here. He's done a brilliant job of getting this double, which I assume means he'll be chill. But, yeah, Marius are just on the upswing.
And it's the first time we've seen them with a strong start to a map in the series so far, by the way. They didn't really get off to any sort of semblance of form on Ancient. On Dust 2, I think they were down 4-0 before they started winning rounds, 4-1. Now 3-0 up. Sure, T-side Anubis, so we're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but it is still certainly concerning. Nexus couldn't have asked for a better draw in this 2-2 matchup, Brandon.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're so right. And now they're, reduced to this saved M4 and everyone else just on pistols. Remember, Marius chose to play this. And if they can make it through to playoffs, this decision is a very good one. And Nexus will be scratching their heads thinking, how have they got themselves in such a good position? Should have closed it on D2, haven't, and now we're losing 4-0 on Anubis. Remember, Anubis is the best map statistically in the map pool in this whole series for Marius.
Yeah, and look at those results. They're not like, they're very respectable results. They lost 13-10 to Cybershock. Cybershock's best map in some instances and some days is Anubis. They beat Fireflux 13-9, who are good on the map. And they beat Ruby 13-7, who are very good on the map. Ruby, just the other day, 13-0'd ECLOT on Anubis. And Marius have gone and beat them. So, yeah, this is getting very concerning very quickly for Nexus. Like, this is exponentially getting out of control.
It is.
And Marius have nothing to lose. They come into this 2-2 matchup as massive underdogs.
That's the thing. And we're talking about pressure for Nexus, talking about the fact that they just won Galaxy Battle, talking about the fact that they need to step up, they need to keep getting these playoffs. Maybe they can get it done here. The guns are out again. It's a quick push through water, through A main. They've got a lot of control, and they've got the opener. But keep your eye on Mike because he's lurking. But not for long.
Okay, well, this is looking better for Nexus to open up here on the map. I do like the way that they kind of take these forward positions very early on in the round to stifle the attack from Marius. Homeboys doesn't expect Launex in the corner. Raga's still gone unchecked, undetected. And June get one, but the trade comes through straight afterwards. And Dosic will follow suit. So Nexus, that's a good way to kickstart the campaign. It feels like one of those, motorbikes, one of those old, rusty motorbikes. Takes quite a lot to actually kickstart the thing and get the engine going, but that was a really good effort at maybe getting the engine turning over now for Nexus.
Yeah, for sure. And now Mike's DC'd again. Had this issue in map 1. Didn't have it in map 2, really. Has now got it back in map 3. What? Okay, we'll approach it in a different way, right? They've just got 1 round here. Now what's the minimum requirement for Nexus on CT?
Well, the thing is, are we going to look at it through the optics of what we generally look at as a decent half of the CT side on Anubis, or are we going to look at it relatively with Nexus playing against Marius? Because then they should just be straight up winning the CT side. Then I'm thinking like 7-5 CT side for Nexus is what I would have expected coming into this one. I mean, normally people would say 5-round CT side, that would be great. But I think when you're Nexus playing against Marius, you don't want to be going into that second half down by 2 rounds.
That's true.
I'd say the same thing for Eastside Nuke, for example. But to get 7 from being down 4-1 is going to be very difficult.
I think if they genuinely, if they even get, I think so. I think it's easier for them to come back on T side. So I would actually say that if Nexus get 4 here, they'll be fine.
Okay. Listen, I'm not saying the bare minimum for them to find success. I'm just thinking more what I would have expected. I agree with you that they can still make it work if they go down 8-4, but I think they'll be under immense amounts of scoreboard pressure if it does reach that state because of who they're playing against. A team that an hour ago they were just dominating in every single department.
Yeah. It's hard.
I don't know how long we're going to have to wait here. It's been a long day already, so might be best just throwing this one to a little bit of a break. See if I can use the powers that be here to summon Might back into the server. Or we may have to, like I say, smite this one into a break. Put some tunes on, and once Might's back in the server, then we'll get back into the action.
Back in. Straight back into the action. Nexus getting that first round on the board. Let's see if they can find some more. Marius, of course, can rebuy into this immediately. It was the proactive play that got Nexus that first round, and they're not doing that this time because I think Marius are going to expect it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that every single round, right? You bring it out of the pocket every now and again to catch your opponents off guard. You've just used it as recently as the previous gun round to find success. Also, Marius have barely got any util here, so Nexus don't have to take as much initiative and as much of a risk because they've got that advantage in terms of util in the round. And keep these T's at bay. They're going to go searching. Nice position there from Sound. Can just step off the platform, draw first blood. And now the focus shifts to middle.
Oh, Alex able to grab that kill. Let's see if he can grab another one. Just waits patiently. It will be Zello instead to get things moving. Outside A main. 5v2. This will be that second round, and as we spoke about, money is now going to potentially be a problem here. Nexus can get back in this game, which is exactly what they were looking for.
Oh, okay. Surprised Donnie is actually able to come away with the kill. I mean, there's no chance for the round at large, and Lanix will seal it off immediately there for Nexus. Like you said, they're going to be coming back into the game now, making it a 4-2 scoreline. An anti-eco to follow here as well. 4-3 ripe for the taking, and they're in a really good position here on their CT side all of a sudden. And I'm really glad, because we were talking about how they had been a bit timid and shown a bit of a lack of confidence. I'm really glad with the way that they played that gun round they won. Just on the front foot, taking the fight to Marius. Was a good sign that Nexus's head is still in the right place.
Oh, absolutely. Really important that they're able to sort themselves out, you know? Let's see if they're able to make things happen again. Just going to be this B pop here out of Marius. Flashbangs are really good, and the Tech 9 has overwhelmed. Sound needs a multi, and he delivers on it. Really good, but to be honest, I thought they were going to try and get that bomb down. Instead, Might swings. Nade can now be thrown forward. 3v2 with BTN low. Is there any chance on this? Yeah, there is, because BTN gets removed, and Might is able to deal with Launex. How on earth has this happened?
I don't know. I don't know why Lanix is trying to force the issue as much as he is either. That's just round over. Zello's going to have to head for the hills. Marius have just won an eco of the most simple B-pop you'll ever see in your life. And that after sound gets that necessary multi. That should have just been enough to lock in the round in itself. Disaster.
You're telling me?
I'm still not sure why Launix was trying to push into the B bomb site so aggressively there.
I don't know.
Oh,
it feels so unnecessary.
Zello's searching. He's looking for exit kills, and that's going to cost him his life. What in God's name is he doing there? He's got money, I guess, at the rock bottom bare minimum. He can still afford the reinvestment, but he's just spent 5k that he didn't have to.
That is pretty ridiculous, isn't it? That is extremely egregious.
And nonsensical.
I keep using that word a lot today, egregious, but it's happened to Warren a lot.
Yeah, it's been justified. Nice boost up there from Homeboys. Will send Zello packing here from the round, so he's going to have to watch us from the sidelines and hope his teammates can get it done with 4.
See if he can. Look at the lack of util. Every round, there's like no util. I don't know how they're winning rounds. I really don't. I suppose it can come from Might just finding 2 headshots, and then Dodoni through the smoke deals with Ragga. That's another round here for Marius.
I swear they almost could have afforded more util coming into the round, but they just almost chose not to buy it? No, surely not, right? Must have just thrown a whole lot at the start of the round. Launix is also hanging around for no reason at all. Are these guys allergic to saving? I mean, I guess he wouldn't have been able to because there was a player coming through A main, but he didn't know that. I mean, this is where it starts to get ugly really quickly. And this is all predicated off the back of losing to an eco. Go on, Marius. What a strong start coming from them. The underdogs. I mean, I didn't even give them much of a chance at all coming into this. You didn't give them a chance at all.
No, I didn't.
And they're on the brink. 7 rounds away from the playoffs.
Yeah, you got to give them credit, haven't you? You've really got to give them credit.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, I'm not really too sure what's going on here with Nexus. It feels very silly indeed.
I mean, you know what happens when you're the favorite and you're playing against an underdog, you smash them on the first map, you really do just shift into that coasting gear. And then all of a sudden you've lost a map in OT and you're significantly behind on the decider. You start to get so annoyed that you're even there in the first place. That frustration. Like, oh man, how have we not just stomped these guys out? We showed we could do it in the first map. Why are we even in this position? But you can't allow those emotions to creep in at this stage.
You can't, but it's happening. This is going to be a 7th, you assume, unless Launex can get a multi and he doesn't even find the first. Marius are going to run away with this. I actually can't believe I'm saying that. Marius potentially are going to run away with this 3rd map against Nexus.
I mean, imagine they do it in a dominant fashion and they win like 13-3 or something like that. Like I was saying earlier, coming into these 2-2 matchups, we have FAVBET playing later on this evening against ECLOT. That's going to be the last game of the day. So FAVBET, ECLOT, Zero Tenacity, Partisan, Nexus, and Marius. One of these teams is not like the others. It's that classic meme with like the 5 Marines and then the team in the clown outfit. I'm sorry, Marius, to be using you in that example, but that was kind of the disparity between all those other teams I've just mentioned and Marius, but they're about to turn Nexus into the clown.
It's true. Like, it just is true. Another pause being taken here for Nexus. Finally, Zelo's... I say finally, like, he's had the AWP so many times, it just feels like he's not had the same impact. Raga, you spoke about his commitments on both Ancient and D2. He's got 1 kill.
Oh, he's having a really tough day in the offices, Raga. It's this gun round here, I think, Brandon. It's this gun round here that carries a huge amount of weight for Nexus if they are going to keep themselves in the contest. Lose this, and then Marius have certainly run away with it.
You can certainly see them doing it.
Again, did Mike not have util coming into the round, or has he just dumped his entire belt from spawn? Same as Dosic. Have they used 8 pieces of util in the round already? I know that the smokes are quite expendable, but are they like saving money?
They don't have any. They just buy guns. I don't know. They just buy guns, bro.
That's all they need, evidently. Well, here we go. It is going to be June on the front lines here, taking space in A main, keeping the CTs guessing. Pressure across the board here from the T side.
I'm just staring. I'm being silent. I'm just staring at this con fight. Okay, it eventually comes in. I was really wondering when Nexus were going to do this, and now they're going to get aggro towards A main. It feels like you don't need to get aggro towards A main, especially after you are charging B. Might's able to grab 1, sure, but now it's going to force your hand in towards this bomb site. Dosix just walked through middle. They saw 3 players over at B. They knew Launex was over at A, and now they know that Zelo's in heaven. How has this round gone Marius's way?
Oh, I mean, it's because of, like you say, Nexus give up the jig by committing so many players to the aggression. All the info's there for Might, and they react immediately, and it's a brilliant reaction from Marius as well. They've got the info, and then they figure out the most appropriate way to go about the round with that information at their disposal. And it was without any hesitation that they just start forcing the issue into that A-bomb site. Worst case scenario for Nexus. Marius now 5 rounds away.
They're gonna get it. Like I'm so uninspired right now by Nexus. To be honest, it's actually so funny because the way Ancient was playing out, this is exactly the way that Nexus was putting away Marius on Ancient. It's exactly the same style of Counter-Strike.
Carbon copy, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just swap the nameplates. That's all we've got, really. Are we sure that we don't have, like, the HUD flip, maybe, Brandon?
I don't think so.
Disaster class here from Nexus, man. And they're going to try and go for 9-3. I mean, Launex has gone for a hero for Mars. Rest of the team are saving their money. That indicates that, yeah, they'll have a little bit of a contest here, but for the most part, it's going to have to come in the next round. Missed shot from Homeboys will cost him his life and maybe more.
Oh, well.
Are you
Unlucky.
kidding me? How have they done that?
I don't know. I wish I
ready for them to
knew.
be crunched on.
Look at mids. I mean, look, there's still every chance. Dodonni's holding. Dodonni is holding for Launex to be in rugs. Are you... What? Why would you be holding that? I suppose it's because this water crunch has come in, but come on, man.
The awareness is out of the wazoo here for Marius right now. 9-2. What a dominant half coming through from them. In complete control. And now 4 rounds away from the playoffs. 4 rounds away from going up against teams like NIP, TNL, Big. 9. Navi Junior, Passion UA. Well, I tell you what, they've done justice for their decision to forfeit their game against Ents Academy to prioritize this one.
Not over yet.
Even so, I still think they've done themselves justice regardless.
I think so. It's definitely made me a lot more alert to Marius. They're going to go for this A split again. BTN's on a really good angle.
He hasn't seen my...
Oh my gosh,
he hasn't seen my perfect crosshair.
And now they know Launex is here in A, so he can just molly tempo. He can drop this camera smoke. Oh my gosh. Flashbang. Launex just walks into the smoke. Launex has walked through the smoke. Why on earth would you ever expect him to do that? He's playing with the orb like he's got a rifle, but it will eventually cost him. But look at this quick flank. Not only in camera, but also in A main. Zello will not be ready for this. And oh, no way. The camera flank gets dealt with. Dodonni is still holding for A main. This is a complete mess.
Oh, and Dodonni has found that frag on Sounds. It's all down to Ragga. The man who's had a quiet series so far is going to have to stand tall here in the clutch. First kill found. Bomb ticking away. He's got a kit to work with. He's waiting for that smoke to fade. That would then expose Homeboys. He's going to try and slide back into cameras. Ragga realizes he doesn't really have the time on his side. He's going to push forward. He clears cameras, but he can't get the kill in time. And with that is double digits for Marius.
Wow. 10-2. This is it. This is how we're going to end this. A blowout on map 1. You got the OT banger in map 2. And now Marius are 3 rounds away from knocking out Nexus in the whole competition.
Well, how have Nexus even lost that round there with so many players in good positions? I mean, so many shots being missed. Launex not recognizing that he's done his job already with that player on the smoke. Just had to stay alive. Overcommits, gives up his life. Zello decides, well, let me be the hero of the round. He goes down as well. And then it just gets out of control.
It's going to be one of the most generational comebacks of all time. Can Nexus do that? Well, the way that they're playing right now, I'm uninspired, but hey. Anything's possible.
At this point, yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh,
well, I wouldn't say that's pistol round over, but...
He's just completely owned Zello.
Probably had the P250 again as well, did Zello. I think he gets basically every pistol round from BTN.
Yeah, he would have.
Yeah, well, they still have the smoke and the flash to work with. And there is going to be aggression. There's follow-up aggression. There's frags found. It's a 4 versus 2 make. That 1 left remaining. It's just Launex. Nexus, they've just been stunted on. They've just been pushed. They've lost all the gunfights. And they're now 2 rounds away from losing the series.
Dosick has just got 4 kills in mid because they've dry-faced him 1 by 1. And he's gone easy. Thank you very much. I would love that. I would happily, absolutely happily take that all day long. 11-2, of course you got to force in. This is... Wow. This is wow.
This is wow indeed. Much wow. And by the way, wait, hold on. Nexus lost to that eco round in the first half. They haven't won a round since then. That eco round actually shattered them. I've just realized it. It was a 4-2 scoreline at that point.
It was.
And they haven't won a round since then.
It's brutal. Let's see if they can find a way back in. Flashbang, good. Onto Might, and he gets 2 kills anyway.
Oh my, the force fight
GG.
falls flat on its face. Marius up to 12. From
GG.
4-2, they have won 8 rounds in a row. That eco round that Marius won in the 7th round in the first half broke Nexus. It's as simple as that. Haven't even seen timeouts from them, I don't think, Brandon. Don't even think we've seen pauses from them. And they have a coach, Coach DRN, Portuguese guy. Not super familiar with him, but hey, surely he's got something to contribute here to try and change the course of this game.
They haven't used all their pauses.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they've used one.
They've used 2.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you for filling in there because I was discrediting them in that regard. Raga charging forward with the Mac 10 is going to cost him his life. Homeboys repositions. He's going to buy some space with the smoke. Gets the kill, and that's it. You called it. They're going to run away with it, and they have.
Yeah, BTN, as much as I have got a lot of respect for you, you ain't winning this 1v4. Homeboy's on a really good angle. You've got that wide swing. And now, because of that wide swing, you're probably not expecting Homeboy. Your mid-reload. 13-2. Marius make the playoffs. Nexus get completely dumpstered out after winning the first map 13-3.
Oh, and just a small detail. I really like the fact that Homeboys doesn't immediately swing to get the trade. He just knows he's never going to be expected in that corner if he just remains in position. So just great game sense on display. And what a brilliant result. Marius completely deserved that. As for Nexus, what a disaster of a showing coming through from them, especially after the way the first map goes down. Just having a look at Series 3 here, Brandon. Marius, catch this, including the teams who came through from the closed qualifier. Okay, Marius were invited by VRS. They are the lowest ranked team in the entirety of CCT Series 3 here in EU. The lowest ranked team.
And they're the ones that also had to forfeit the first round. They forfeit loss against Zero Tenacity, and they lost 1 best of 3 in this whole thing. Apart from that, they lost 1 best of 3, and they've won everything else. Do you know what? After Ancient, I was, you know what I was like? I was ready. I was just to go, do you know what? Fine, Nexus is going to win. No problem. They come back on D2. These mid to Bs will work out. We go on to Anubis. I'm not sure what to expect. A 4-0 start. It goes 4-2. Then they're able to win on the Tech 9s, and they don't lose a round after that. Fair play. Sorry to Marius, because I was not familiar with your game. And they make the playoffs of CCT Europe Season 3. Like, what on earth?
Fully deserved, man. And I mean, we've been using that reference throughout the entire broadcast for this match so far about diamond hands and holding and selling too early. I mean, this would be like the equivalent of you selling Bitcoin at like $100 and then it ended up going to $100,000 and you just sat there like, oh man, how's that gonna happen?
For real.
But listen, Nexus had their chances. They had a map in series points and Dust 2, right? At 12-11, they had their opportunity and they squandered it.
They did, yeah. It was a really rough one. They're going to be really hurting after that. We are... the good news is that we are still on schedule. The bad news is that we have to hand over now. So we've got 1 more best of 3 of the day. 1 more team making it through to the playoffs. Who will that be? Join Freddie and Alan just after this break.
Welcome back here to CCT here in Europe in the third season. We're in Series 3. We're in the decider games now of the group stage, the Swiss stage. Winner to playoffs. Loser goes home, Freddie. There's no more messing around with, maybe they can compete later down the line. It's do or die, lose, and you go home.
It's a big stake Counter-Strike, and that's why they brought in you with the big guns. They needed they needed the big men to end off the group stage. But no, it's very exciting. ECLOT versus FAVBET. Both teams who are in a current state where making a playoffs is a big success for them. They're teams that kind of struggle to get out of that area of that level of Counter-Strike, and especially for ECLOT, we've made a lot of roster changes. But should we go take a look at the rosters? I think that's are we just speeding right through it today?
Let's dive into these teams. Who have we got first? We have ECLOT, of course, a couple of the guys here, Detour, Forzy. You would have seen these guys for years playing on this team and with similar players, but a couple newer names, at least for this team, in the mix. Kriaz, of course, played a lot of Swedish teams, but this is a bit of a change up. I presume, Freddie, they're speaking English with this lineup, so clearly a direction change for ECLOT. I guess the logic is they wanted better players. That's almost always the move if you go international. But has it been working so far?
Well, it's pretty odd because they actively went away from international at the end of last year because they were playing with Kriaz. I don't know, it's an odd one ECLOT of like they made the RMRs with a more of an international roster with Blitz and Kriaz, and then they step away, they go full regional, and then basically the people that they brought in to go regional now they've removed. So it feels like a very, very similar roster to like what it was at the end of last year. But I guess the one big difference is this Spartacus guy. Like he's a Lithuanian 22-year-old. I can't say I've ever heard of him. He's played on like regional Lithuanian teams. This feels like such a random pickup, and to be honest, he's been doing all right so far.
We would assume, I guess, from more of a face-it hugging background, it's almost always going to be the case. That sort of direction. Let's take a look at FAVBET. Some more well-known names, I guess, on this team, especially in the case of Bondic, who has played. You count his career in decades at this point. That's how long he's been playing. Marius as well has played for a couple teams. Sprout, that sort of side. He's one of those players, Freddie, who he appeared on one of these Ukrainian teams a few years back. You're like, what the heck is going on? And then you realize, oh, he speaks Ukrainian. He's He has family
Yeah.
from the region, that sort of thing. So it's not totally left field. It is a unified language, and of course, we have seen a bunch of these players play on different cores over the years. So even though they're more of an unknown team, I guess in the public eye, they definitely got some chemistry, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm thinking that when I look at this FAVBET roster, they definitely should be massive favorites coming into this matchup, just on the basis that they're actually just like a full team, right? But I think they are certainly, when I first saw Marius, I was a little bit more, I was quite excited, I think, at the end of last year, and they had like kind of good results at the start, but I will be honest, their results haven't been like what I would assume from this roster. They haven't quite been getting them, and they're still kind of stuck as a team where like qualifying for a playoffs was a big deal for them.
Let's talk maps. Let's see where this series is headed. ECLOT, strictly speaking, can play all 7, but they've chosen here, Freddie. They've said, FAVBET, they love a nuke, they love to pick into it, and they're flexing their map pool to ban away nuke. How do you feel about that decision? Because it does leave, of course, train open, and FAVBET have gone straight in for it. Yeah.
Issue with a 7 map pool, right? Like, as on one hand, as you say, banning nuke is pretty good. I feel like that's a very good. That's one of the stronger maps for FAVBET, unconditionally. But then it's like, oh, you look at train for ECLOT, 30. Played it quite a lot. They've played it 19 times. They've lost it the vast majority. I wonder how many times they've actually played train though with this Spartacus guy. They've played with him once, twice, only once, and they lost against Monty. So I think they haven't actually won a game with. They've only won 3 games of Spartacus out of like 7, 8, so they haven't been too great so far. And I think they actually got 13-0'd one of their first games when they were playing with this like newer roster. So I don't know, this ECLOT team, I don't really get what's going on, but I feel like making changes before the end of the season, you're just opening yourself up for quite a poor part of like this period right now. And that could be very important with VRS, seeing how like they weren't exactly very high in the structure anyways.
Okay then, Ancient will be our first map of this series. 38 maps played for ECLOT. So you can't deny them the experience, Freddie. But as we're saying, there are questions around this lineup. New player here, they're playing a more established core. And they're running out of time this season, aren't they, to get something done? I mean, they've got a few days left, really. And it's got to start here and now on Ancients.
I was right. I was saying Spartacus, and there's no C there.
Spardaus.
Yeah. My head, for instance, for some reason, just went instantly like, oh yeah, that looks similar to Spartacus. Therefore, it is. Fortunately, it isn't. Yeah, both these teams are kind of running out of time, and I think FAVBET have a nice opportunity here to make playoffs against a team that is in a bit of chaos. The T side going to be making their way over towards the A-bomb site. Smoke the site. It looks like that's been blocked. A Molo into Temple. This is awkward utility placement so far from ECLOT. Bomb will get planted, but as it does, there's going to be 4 players instantly ready to retake.
Huge kill from Bondig, but need a lot more. And these players in towards CT are really struggling to get out. Tension here's got to do work, has some teammates coming in elsewhere. Marius, a late move in towards Donuts, and he can't win that duel. It's just Smash that remains. 2 very different positions to contest with. No chance really of flicking between them. Does his best, but this is just impossible. It will be pissed around for ECLOT. Fairly simple round. And, yeah, they played their tune, kept it together. First round on the board for them.
It's always difficult to retake the A-bomb site in any really capacity. And even though they had a lot of players ready there, and Bondik, as you were mentioning, that kind of like big opening kill, it's all in vain. So ECLOT, a good start on their map pick. As you were saying, I think it's it's the assumption that this is going to be a good team on this map as a core. Just will it translate to the new 5? We played it 6 times with the new with the new duo. Beat Amcal, beat Sinners, lost to 9, Guns, Pyrovision, and Monty. So kind of a mixed bag of results. And so far, up against the Force Buy, it's actually a 4 vs 4.
FAVBET got a decent rotation going. 2 on A proper. 1 in towards CT. Tension here is ready and waiting. Springs his trap, but gets caught. Bondic sneaks through and onto the back of the site. And ECLOT have said, we've just seen way too much presence. We are not interested anymore on forcing out this bomb site. The Sparthouse here in towards mid. If he can lock this down and prevent any information or rotations, it will be excellent for his team. And indeed he does. Smash is gone. You can see FAVBET now rooting into this red room. Little do they know that all the players of ECLOT are holding this window. I can't believe Bondic's even live for this long, but now he's trapped in this corner. It is going to be a fairly good cleanup. So composed mid-round for ECLOT. He's in a pretty decent position here to close this round out.
I've seen Bondic's the only player I really know uses the CZ anymore.
It's hard to justify over the 5.7 is just so much more versatile.
Yeah.
I guess if you're playing in like the cave, it makes sense to just have the sheer damage per second, but
I mean, plays on every map. Like I see it pretty much every time, without fail. I think the fact that he's the only person is a bit telling. Like, I don't know anyone else that uses CZ, I think.
There's got to be somebody. Okay, well, this one will be a very heavy eco for FAVBET. Got the 1 flash on Bondic. Hopefully we use that as a team and just at least try and drop an AK or something. Do some economic damage. Gonna load up in mid. Bondic primes his flashbang. He's on towards A. He's really hoping ECLOT come out into mid and leave themselves exposed. For now, though, it's just looking like a B default. NBQ here is playing very passive in towards mid. Let's see if he can prevent himself getting overwhelmed. He doesn't need to overly fight this.
Yeah, but ecos.
He wants him.
He wants him. He's even going to flush him out. Bomb hasn't even been planted yet. They have just firmly gone for ecos. AK has been dropped, but it will be collected. And in the meantime, new boy Spartus and saying new boy Kriya doesn't really make sense. It doesn't feel right because he has played on this exact core before recently. But they clean up with 4 kills apiece. And this is a good start for ECLOT on them, I pick.
Their results have been a bit rocky on this map, but there is something to be said when you've got a new lineup for just getting reps in.
Yeah.
Train, we'll see that later in this series. That could be a very different kettle of fish if they're not comfortable in their positions. At least on Ancient, they play plenty of games. They should be on the same page. But as I say that, Forzy goes out so far ahead of his teammates. There's no opportunity for a trade. Now the rotations are here for FAVBET. Smash goes out in front of his Molotov. Jackie comes to help. And now this is looking very dire. Bomb plant is far from a given. And these terrorist players are getting nowhere near a plant. Absolute smackdown.
A smackdown from Smash. Would you look at that? I mean, that's such a good round from Jackie and Smash. They just take fights together with really good utility. And you can see there, like the last 3 or 4 players for ECLOT, they all died to the same hands. And most of them were completely blind or very perfectly double swung. Really nice hold coming out from those two. And that's a really great way to get yourself back into this map after not winning the pistol round.
Marius,
Ooh,
man,
that's a great flashbang.
Absolute carnage here in towards the lane. Smash once more. He's a little bit scared of a player lurking out from elbow. In the meanwhile, ECLOT, no awards for guessing where they want to end this round. Tension goes looking, Detour down, goes wide. Tough shot, doesn't find his man, and now the AKs are ringing true. The only fear for this T side is the HP critically low on a couple of these players. For the moment, a man advantage. Tension seems to know. Plays up close. Does he want to test this smoke? No, he does not. YouTube getting dispersed. Does make it a tad awkward. Let's see if ECLOT could play off the back of each other. That is how Tension gets into this round. It's forcing one-on-ones. There's the first. AK picked up. Forzy's low. Right eye peek for Tension, but can't win it. Forzy saves the day. That was hairy.
I was surprised to even see Tension go for it, right? Because an AWP 1 versus 2 at close range, it's not the easiest thing to say. It's not the easiest thing to pull off. And sometimes just saving that AWP, which you wouldn't now have in the round, is a bit better. Regardless, though, I'm very surprised to see that Dynamo ECLOT actually even get into that round to begin with, because it's Tension gets the first kill, them coming up ramp. There's 2 defenders there with rifles. Like, FAVBET should have closed out that round, but instead it ended up looking quite nice. And again, it's gonna be a fast play up B. They are bullying this bomb site. Jackie and Marius instantly fall from 2 different areas. Bondik subjugated towards cave, and this bomb should get planted if Smash gets forced back.
This is still a very even scenario. Not the same as the previous. Kriaz has not got a lot of room to work with. Spardaus is stuck in towards this ninja corner.
Is that gonna hit him?
Let's see if it spreads. Good flashbang. Good flashbang. That is the round winner. And yeah, Spardaus wasn't caught by that Molotov. He is a lucky boy. Brute force seems to be the strategy, doesn't it, for this team?
It's also 2 rounds in a row for ECLOT where a good flashbang has set up either a kill or a multi-kill. Because last round, when there was the cave push, ECLOT threw a really nice flashbang over doors. That meant he didn't get a kill, or only got 1, I think. And right there, great flashbang from Forzy. A supportive AWPer, while also someone who can completely turn around a game as well. And you were speaking about brute force. Look at this, 1 minute and 43 seconds, I think it was, and MBQQ is already in cave. So, donut, rather.
We don't mind this when the MAC-10 goes in first. That's the worst that can happen. Marius does find a nice deagle kill in the meanwhile, and there's still a player back sight. What he was given for more than just a USP in that situation. As the dust settles, ECLOT just needs to remain calm. Smoke will reveal Jackie in a second. NBQ turns the flashbang. Now we hold our breath just a little bit.
Oh my
God. What a ripper. Kriaz, out of nowhere, is looking at his teammates saying, how have you left me alone in this situation? Jackie goes wide. Oh my. How has it come to this?
I mean, Jackie is arguably the reason why FAVBET even have a round, and he's looking to give them a second. Those 2 deagle shots, outstanding. And Kriaz, I'm pretty sure he's been heard by Bondik, and we were flaming the CZ, but Kriaz not clearing his corners, and Bondik, as he hits the instant headshot, makes it so that Jackie, those 2 kills were not in vain, and ECLOT, they did everything right, and just get owned.
Okay. This has to blossom into something more. It has been a little bit futile on the rifles for this FAVBET side. Let's see if the terrorist side again choose to pepper B. So mid is also the port of call this time around. No surprise the FAVBET are loading up B with numbers. Seems like a prudent decision. For the moment, though, mid is pretty well seeded. Control now being taken by this terrorist side, but they have used a lot of their util for this. We're down to 1 flashbang and 1 Molotov. I think they're going to need an opening kill, and they find it. Forzy collects up the ramp. Tension is gone. That is going to make their life a lot easier to hit a bomb site.
I mean, FAVBET have had it before where they've had 3 players here, and that hasn't really succeeded. The actual hold of B hasn't looked great, and once again, it's been mimicking that. Jackie tries to save the day again. He's always trying his best, and maybe once again, that multi-kill is what his team needed. Marius, he's pushed through the Molotov. I was going to say, wasn't sure if ECLOT had realized that he'd got so close, but FAVBET, who got the opening kill, ends up shutting down the round, and it's another B bomb site hold that's futile.
Yeah, FAVBET need a pause. They need a pause. This B bomb site is just hemorrhaging opening kills and space and whatever ECLOT wants, frankly. Because elsewhere in these rounds, it doesn't feel like FAVBET are making, glaring errors. They're always in contention, but yeah, must be on too many an occasion. This one's going to be an eco round for the CT side. They're going to send Bondik with the Soul Rifle in up close and personal play. Bondik, though, not up to that. Rifles dropped, just down to pistols now, and ECLOT. Not been the easiest half for them by any means. It's been a lot of close rounds, but they're starting to run away with this.
It feels kind of weird looking at scoreboard, to be honest, 7-2. Yeah, it does feel like this was quite an even matchup, and then the score doesn't depict that necessarily. And both Kriyas and Sparta's doing fantastic with 8 and 9 kills respectively. Been quite a disappointing result, I think, for FAVBET here, because it's coming towards the end of the first season for them. I mean, at this level of Counter-Strike, season doesn't really have the same connotation, but still, coming towards a pretty meh season. And I think if the end is also losing to a team who's replaced 2 players as the season ticks over, it's unfortunately not a great look. Honeymoon, though.
We did expect this to be their best map in the series.
Yes.
It's worth somewhat keeping that in context. And I think it's a fair assessment to say you change 2 or 3 kills in this half, and it is a very wildly different scoreline. So, there are routes for FAVBET back into this, but they're running out of time. And we need some traction here now. We need something to play with on the reverse of these halves. 2 is not going to be enough.
No.
A Spardaus, a FAVBET, a Kriyas, one of these guys will just win some rounds individually, and they need a buffer to stave that off.
Cool seeing someone from a country like Lithuania, which is very unrepresented in Counter-Strike. You had Esperanto, you now obviously have JL. There was a guy that played for Copenhagen Wolves for a little bit, but not a very popular country.
I think Bimus might be Lithuania.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
That guy.
ITB legend.
Yeah. He probably remembers the times before a little bit more fondly.
Yeah. Regardless, though, this round has just fallen apart. It's just been FAVBET trying to get aggressive on extremities, and it really not going very well. But somehow they have read into fact that ECLOT are going towards A. So Marius, who's here to hold, just needs to survive as tension's coming from behind, but Marius does everything but survive, instantly just gets dropped, and now tension with the orb. It feels like a dying battle,
yes. And
just another very simple round for ECLOT, where you're they were against rifles.
I mean, it's different every round, but this B hold is a nightmare for FAVBET.
Yeah.
They can't find a consistent way to play. They need to just put an AWP there or something. They need to do something a bit more drastic, because you come in with all these plans of how you want to hold the site and the util you want to do, but you just got to get pragmatic at some point and say, we can't hold against this offense. We need to make a change. And now they're 2-8 down. They're on a half buy. I'm starting to think if any change, if it comes at all in the 12th round, it's going to be too little too late, because I'm not even sure they can attempt this retake.
Well, they may as well attempt it, because I have nothing to lose. But the narrative of what are they even going to get from it is, yeah. And are they actually even going for it? I mean, they'll obviously try to go for something, but Like Bondig and Marius has gone through elbow into T spawn.
They're on max loss, right? They must be.
They certainly.
So Marius's smash could justify a save. It's not totally out of the realms, but
Save armor, save a smoke.
but they just look so deflated.
Yeah, seeing a team save on a round like this, I struggle to sit here and validate it, and it seems much more of a negative thing, systemically, than anything.
It's up half. They haven't paused many times, if at all.
I don't think they have once.
Yeah, I don't think they have done one.
Well, there is a fact checker we can see. Nope. Game started and that was it.
It's a shame.
It's not a good look.
Well, needless to say, guys, they need to win this round. Got to make something happen, and Spardaus here is on a beastly half at the moment, isn't he? 13-6, another opening kill. Yes, he's low, but they're on the T side. They love anything that spreads these CTs out, forces them to make bad decisions, forces them to take risks, and the risk this time around FAVBET, potentially correctly so, is to stack B with 3 players and leave the rest of the map largely exposed.
It's the right decision, and even if they do go back through middle, there is at least tension in Donut with an AWP, so I like this setup. However, unfortunately, FaVBET wall bangs Marius, and then both Smash and Bondig, they do get a kill, but look how isolated they are. They're very individualistic. Regardless, it still worked, and now as they pivot over towards A, as I mentioned, there's tension in Donut with an AWP. Or are they? Is it a ruse? Ooh, it's a Fugazi with MBQQ walking out on A. He might try get tension in the behind, and there's also still time for ECLOT to then come back towards A after they've paused here. And that's exactly what's going to happen. But because MBQ's taken so long, tension has walked around Donut. This is so awkward. Oh my god. That he didn't clear Donut properly. And FaVBET dies. He's like, dude, he didn't clear.
Well, a little bit of fortune here, potentially at the end. Small slip up is going to cost the round here for the Czech heavy squad. Time run out, and free for FAVBET in what has been a painful half. A lot of close rounds, got to be said, for the first 6-7. But wow, the wheels completely came off, and they didn't do much to reverse that course.
Yeah, that was an awkward first round. Sorry, last round, but I guess it gives FAVBET something. I feel like they're not playing remotely like a team that I would consider having the capabilities to come back into this. But a pistol round, you know, a pistol round tells all.
Could do them some good. I mean, even if this map is lost, they can't just lose Ancient in this fashion and just feel completely demoralized. We need a fight. FaVBET's had a good map. Of course, Spardaus, I think, potentially because of his role, has been more in the forefront because he's often in a lot of the fights. But yeah, those two have presented something that FAVBET couldn't deal with, especially towards B.
I always do love FaVBET. I wonder who's calling this. I assume they've brought Kriaz back to IGL. Because originally, when the Dino ECLOT roster played with Kriaz and Blitz, FaVBET was calling. Very quickly, Kriaz took it back over. The Alive then was the IGL brought in to replace Kriaz. He's now gone to coaching. So I don't imagine FaVBET's gone back to IGLing because he's one of those players where it's like, he's just good. Don't ruin it, right? Stop ruining it by trying to become an IGL. I would assume Kriaz is calling, and FaVBET is still playing well, at least. Oh,
A 5B stack. Sparthouse has realized
yeah.
the over-exuberance of such a rotation. The bomb is running into Donut for now, just showing him his teammates to get this bomb down. There's still a B lurk in the middle of all of this with Bondic. So for the moment, it's actually unbelievably a 5-on-4 on A. Bondic needs to help his teammates. Marius is up close here by the boxes. Could get wide swung. Detour. Wow. What a shot. That completely segregates this hold from the terrorist side, trying to rush through the smoke. Big flank from Bondic doesn't come to much. High HP player is the one with the kit trying to body block.
Ooh.
1 second to go. And it's all over. Nothing is going the way of FAVBET at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that feels very familiar to the first pistol round, right? Where it's like, oh, just about FAVBET couldn't win it out. And even though their game plan works, like it works out for FAVBET. They draw over the rotations towards the B bomb site. They then get that city smoke down on A, and they're able to play the post plant. But that's when it all falls apart. And ECLOT, as they go to double digits, there is going to be a purchase on the other side because of that bomb plant. But I feel like this is only a matter of time.
Okay, they seem to have held this first hit at bay for now. There's a lot of util here for FAVBET. But they would be running into 3 players. Looks like one man is that Smash is rerouting in towards mid from elbow. Potentially they look for some mid control before they make their next move. Very slow round from FAVBET.
Still a healthy amount of utility, but that smoke on ramp from Detour is going to be really good as it restricts their movement. Not even slightly, quite a lot. And they are forced to maybe hesitate because of that. There is I'm trying to figure out, is that Kriaz or Spartus that's rotated in towards B? If it's, I think it's Kriaz. So there's not going to be that extra smoke, unfortunately. So they actually just, as its execute comes in, they're going to have to watch the utility. Oh, they're going A. 20 seconds left, and they're rotating over towards the A bomb site. But Spartus, he was towards Donut. No more does he hold up that position. Forzy's the only player even kind of remotely here. And well, he actually left Temple and went Red Room. So this is just a pistol round all over again, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much a carbon copy. This time around, though, despite the weaponry advantage, I don't think there's going to be such an easy retake. Sparthouse goes close. He needs help from his teammates. Good nade. Sparthouse goes wide. Marius is failed as well. Quite long flanks, actually, from these remaining terrorist players. And I think they missed a trick, Freddy. They needed to play together. Much
Wait,
too complicated around.
They had to play together? That seems far too complicated.
That's a nightmare. Oh dear. They think it was a set. I mean, they're 2 players really hard committed mid.
Yeah.
ECLOT were always going to retake. They had rifles. I'm a bit baffled. This pause is the definition of too little, too late.
Yeah, the
game's over.
They also do have a coach, don't they? Oh no, they don't have a coach. Okay. Well, I feel like that shouldn't necessarily matter when you look at a player like Bondic, who I feel like is well versed at this level of or a higher level of Counter-Strike. He should probably know a little bit better of like even just losing the pistol. I think that was grounds for a pause, maybe. Or how about the 9 rounds you lost in the first half?
Yeah. There were 2 or 3 rounds in the start of that half they could have paused and just calmed down, basically. I think it's needless to say the mental game got the better of them towards the end of that first half. They look absolutely shot. Well, at least for their sake, let's hope that pause has caused some fruitful discussion. It's going to be a mid-centric move from the T side. A little bit of a HE grenade. We make it out unscathed. MBQ here priming his HE. Burst the smoke. A lot of players in his process. Spardaus playing wide.
Ooh.
Very risky position. Forzy immediately fragged, and now this A bomb site is ever so exposed. Smash and tension are very low. But if they let the remaining teammates do the work, clear the angles, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Molly forces Marius back. But of all the retakes, this feels like one of the harder.
Yeah.
MBQ never makes it. Pull the ripcord, guys. You need these guns.
Hopefully that kill doesn't give Detour false sense of security to actually go for the retake, and he won't. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get out. Tension playing around the smoke. That's unfortunate. Tension just wildly spamming. But yeah, so that's going to be a rifle not carried over. Feels like we've just played very similar rounds so far in the second half of just like, oh, it's the A-bomb site. It's a retake again. Bit overconfident from Kriaz there to try and take out some weapons. So ECLOT don't actually survive with anybody alive. They do have only a single loss bonus. And even though they do have some players who could buy like next round, for instance, I think they might have to go for the full investment here as MBQQ is 1600 and Kriaz is 2300.
Okay, so pretty much a full eco then. Makes sense. Play the long game.
I wouldn't mind a double eco, like a full double
Yeah,
eco
it
here.
wouldn't be bad actually.
You've got the rounds to play with without a doubt.
Let's see. If they can save a rifle, their buy is perfectly good on the next. But yes, there's no reason for them to feel like they have to force out gun rounds quickly. The scoreline isn't 8-all or something. Or them even down on rounds. It's a very different ball game. As FAVBET play a slow round, they're clearly anticipating some sort of aggression. They should have realized by now that this isn't a force buy. They've met no real resistance, very little utility being presented in their direction. And they are going towards the Finner site. Nobody in defense. On A, the round will be seeded. And I guess the only question on our lips is, can they take away some guns? Can they deny some economy? They can get an AK. That would be massive for their buy in the following round, and this is going to be their best chance. Bondic is here. There's a lot of players in his vicinity. Detour has armor, and there's your AK.
Big.
Protect the VIP.
It actually means that they could probably like really get a buy next round because Kriaz dropped it over to MBQQ.
Why aren't they playing around it? The whole team should be here.
Why have they like protect
It's so
the president?
valuable.
No, they left the president. They left him to dry. And instead of holding the AK, you get Tension cleaning up 3, that was actually quite nice shots on the Glock, to be honest. But yeah, a rather bamboozling performance on the USPs. I guess so.
I'm somewhat baffled. Did they just
'Cause
not
that's-
realize the value of that gun? MBQ here is going to be on
Yeah.
an MP9 or something. Yeah.
Because if he had, if they had the AK saved over, he could drop that. Dito also had armor, so it's just like nice little. It adds to the ease of maybe stabilizing the economy. Regardless, I'm not too worried. FAVBET are only on 5, and they've only won 1 gun round. So, sure, this isn't a great purchase in some regards for ECLOT, but I don't think it's going to be too big of a worry, as FAVBET are all sitting on B lane right now. And they're just going to go up B.
Detour gets the first. Make it 2 and 3.
Oh
wow.
my god.
He should have been a dead man.
Yeah.
Completely overwhelmed. Was what I expected. We settle down into a 2 versus 2. Some shenanigans as players came in there through cave. Has failed a lot of these defensive players. Detour did so much to make this round near on unwinnable. But FAVBET have got a foothold yet again. Spardaus
Ooh.
Does collect the low HP player. Jackie not really ready for that duel. A beastly headshot from Tension. And Forzy a little bit uneasy watching that, but he gets the kill.
And it also gets them to map point on their map pick. Shocking that that round does actually become so close after Detour gets 3 there. Like, it's almost ridiculous that he's even able to get a hat-trick of kills on that B-bomb site. Very solo. He did have careers kind of in the vicinity, but not really to the level that should award him 3 kills. And it was because of Jackie. If you remember, he was the guy hitting those deagle shots in the first few rounds for FAVBET. But unfortunately, he's been very inconsistent. And so because of that, it's now 7 opportunities for ECLOT to close out their map pick. And this proactive play could just be what the doctor ordered. Unlucky Tension.
A bit awkward, some of these rounds. But
this one's getting awkward as well.
Rounds are rounds. If ECLOT can win them, nobody's going to care about the fashion of how they finish off this map. But a window here for FAVBET to at least be competitive in this round alone. Detour, the hero of the previous, got a lot of work to do and decides to play passive. He hasn't got a lot of util either to dissuade. Flashbang heaved over. And I assume the intention is to fight aggressively. Flashbang goes off behind him, but Smoke denies any opportunity for a good duel. There is a case here to save. They can't find a quick frag. But perhaps given the scoreline, given the confidence, they want to look into this one. Time, though, starting to dwindle. We need to move. Detour up the short side, long side, occupied by Spardaus.
Oh my god.
Yeah, falling apart. They need to save now. Warp out of there. And FAVBET stay alive a little bit longer.
It was a good opening stage for ECLOT because they get that aggression through A main and they're able to get an opening kill because of it, right? Tension just walks around the corner and falls, doesn't he? The issue I think I had with that round is how the rest of the team was structured while there was this aggression, because FAVBET know they can get aggressive elsewhere. They do, and they're able to very accurately pick off those kills and give them space onto that B-bomb site. And also, so yeah, you've kind of like the rest of the team not really reacting properly to this AWP aggression A main on this for ECLOT. But then also, I feel like the AWP hung around for way too long than it should have, and they really were just kind of sitting there like ducks. And that's why FAVBET were able to pivot quite easily, because those 2 players just stuck in A main. But they're going for this exact same play again. Smash is holding for it, and Spardaus, yep, okay, just hits the instant headshot, and he gets a second.
How dare we say this game has legs left in it? Spardaus is here to play. And look at the stack on this CT side. AWP left alone. 3 MP9s elsewhere. And they're going to get up close and personal. 2 players up the short side. Detour's here towards long. Bondic is exposed. They double swing. In they go. Bondic traded. Now it looks scary. Very scary. Detour tucks in the corner. Is he cleared? No, they're looking towards the cave. Pinched to these terrorist players. Tension has everything to do. And finds the second man. Plenty of time as well to play games. Makes noise though. Forzy, surely unexpected. Deeper line. Gets the job done. 18-5 for the AWPer. That is a statement here on Ancients.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate towards the end in that last round, though, because I remember, yeah, when MBQ swings out with no bullets with the AK, I did sit there and I was like, ooh, 1 versus 1 now, and the AWPer is not the best weapon for this job. So he gets a little bit fortunate that Tension just runs into his crosshair. But regardless, that's a very dominant game from ECLOT. Sure, maybe it takes them like a little bit to close out, but they still only lost 3 rounds in that second half. So it's even like they lost, they didn't lose any basically. And then a Deagle round just to put the cherry on top. So it's a great start in our final elimination game of the main Swiss. But we do now go on to FAVBET's map pick. It is trained. They were unable to get Nuke into the Veto because of ECLOT 7 map pool. So will ECLOT have picked the banned the right map? Because it felt like it was either you ban Train or you ban Nuke. So did they ban the right one? We'll be finding out after the break.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Train map 2, the map pick of FAVBET. They had a bit of a rude awakening on Ancient. And in this elimination decider game, whoever loses this, no more in CCT Series 3, and whoever wins this goes to playoffs. ECLOT are currently one step closer as now on the CT side of Train. They need to try and defend this bomb site as FAVBET are going.
Certainly are. Player here in upper. MBQ, he needed to stay alive. Done so much to dissuade these retaking players from Connector. But instead, that bomb goes down. Still feels quite awkward there, doesn't it? We're all trapped out under this walkway from Connector. Kriaz and his teammates could pinch. Jackie needs to win this engagement. Smoke will fade soon. Tension finds one. FaVBET tries to do work, runs out of bullets. And that spells demise. Pistol round for FAVBET.
That's kind of what FAVBET needed, right? Because unfortunately, not only were they just struggling in the gun rounds on Ancient, but it was like both pistols. It was just so unfortunate that they lost. Like, you know, they never got given a way back in. So finally, they have a start on Train, which they weren't able to get on Ancient.
Well, this round's over. Nobody's here on 8. And it's a full eco. So a bit of a dry run execute here for this T side. Best case scenario, really, for the CT side is to drop a rifle. But with all this util streaming into Pop Dog, that is looking quite unlikely at the moment.
I love how tension's in spawn as well. Well, a very anticlimactic eco round. He thought it was all going to come head to head for one moment, but in this second round, not a single piece of blood has been spilt. Oh, okay. Jackie tries to go for a kill, and I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, they lose one. It was the Mac 10 as well, so could be worse. FAVBET. It's a good start.
This is what we're here for, though. Guns out. And let's see if ECLOT have been working on this Train. It's quite an obvious pitfall in their map pool alongside Nuke. Probably would have known Train was going to be the pick in this series for FAVBET. It was a logical move. So there's a lot of reasons for them to have done their homework. Time to find out if the dog ate it before it really paid dividends.
Good opening
dear.
kill. Yeah. This is pretty hard on Train in these 4 versus 5s because Spartus what does he do? Does he commit towards A or commit towards B? And it looks like he's going to commit towards A, and unfortunately, that's the wrong call. So there's not a single player on this B bomb site after Korea has overextended. It's going to be aggression towards Pop, but FAVBET, did they hear him swinging in? Either way, wait, no one's holding Pop. Okay, no, Jackie is. Oof, saves a day. That is information that it is a B hit, but even though Spartus, even if he got one, I don't think it would have made a difference. And as he falls, so does the Rambo. They're going back towards A, and Forzy's here with the AWP. There's no utility to block him. Why are FAVBET overcooking this?
Oh my lord. We're going back again. I don't even want to consider this scenario where this works out for ECLOT. And I think FAVBET are going to be okay. Yeah. Kind of one level of complexity too much, but fortunately for them, doesn't cost them the entire round. ECLOT need a pause. Another factor in that first map, by the way, is I think, well, certainly a few rounds from the end, they'd only lost 3 opening duels in the whole map.
Wow. Okay. So it just, like, nothing was being worried, right? Like, they were just winning the game.
Every round, they were in a good position from the start. And obviously, so far here on Train, that hasn't been the case. So in future gun rounds, they'll certainly be looking to play from a man advantage if they can, as anyone would. And particularly avoiding what we've seen already, which is losing men early with no chance of a reprisal. That is a death sentence on the CT side end of Train.
I think it's something that you mentioned already on Ancient, of like, if you don't know Train, you can't get away with it necessarily. And still to be seen from ECLOT. This is Sparta's 3rd game on Train actually on HTV. He's played one for ECLOT. It didn't go very well, I think, for everyone involved. So he has the ability to redeem himself a little bit. Not in this round, I don't think so anyways, because FAVBET are doing very well actually with the utility, especially in these rounds where if you don't maybe have the utility and if you are like statical, you can get caught off guard. But that wasn't the case, and that was quite nice from FAVBET.
Take no FAVBET on when to take a pause early.
Yeah, I really like that.
Could have done with this in the previous game for them, but yeah, ECLOT. The game's far from done, but they need to start getting traction. As we mentioned, losing opening duels is not an option. It either needs to be an advantage for them, or at least keeping 5 alive and contesting a bomb site hit, playing into an afterplant. Can't be seeding players on their own again. So let's see how they choose to position the forces. You don't have to play passive on this iteration of Train. You can definitely make moves.
I think you kind of have to be honest. I don't know. Do you feel also like as a seed side where you kind of just need to do it?
I see the advantages. Anubis, for an example, is a map where you have to.
Yeah.
You will just lose the map if you're not proactive. I think Train has a lot of options. You don't always have to use them, but you're missing a trick if you don't present your opponents with a lot of different looks, because it makes them so uncomfortable. There's so many nades they have. 1-2 punch here in main pay some dividends. A bit of map control here for Detour. FAVBET shouldn't panic too much. I haven't seen that much map control. It looks like have some sort of backlane split potentially. If this Ivy player can get out and into the backlanes, oh, I could have done so much damage, but he falls to Spartaus. Smash now goes looking as a teammate towards the ramp.
Ooh.
And ECLOT seem to have a good idea, don't they? Look at this. Detour's coming over towards B as well. 43 seconds. It is a gamble for them, but they are correct. MBQ goes looking and makes it 2. Fully unexpected. And that should seal the round. 33 seconds remaining. There's 2 here on the bomb site. Spardouse can fast flank as soon as he realizes what's going on.
Needs to be careful though, because if Spardouse dies here, the A bomb site does have an opening into it. But I think Tension is more actively going for a save, right? Like, there's no way he should actually go for the round. Okay, Spardouse has spotted his legs as he's coming around the corner, so that's really good. But MBQQ, a brazen play. That type of play you don't normally see work. If anything, you see it being the reason why like a round's lost. Someone getting aggressive in that moment. But ECLOT had a great read regardless. Like FAVBET was still there. Detour, as you mentioned, was rotating in. But MBQ just wins out the round in itself. So ECLOT first on the board in their second gun round. So not, and it's the tactical pause. So you know what we're saying. Take 30 seconds. FAVBET, you know, it does work.
Got to chain rounds together though on the CT side. They do not have much money in reserve. Another up close and personal round here in main. A real surprise as it played a role in their previous round win. This Molly though is a little bit awkward. There's players streaming out of Pop Dog. And now they're in so much trouble on the defense. Spardouse finds 1, but his teammates are just completely overwhelmed. Wow, that's a great example of, you know, you can take main, but if you see the rest of the map, you're just going to get crunched.
Yeah, now MBQ, who obviously was the hero of the last round, is in a situation where he just he most likely just has to get out and also try and survive. Amusingly enough, this retake has so much possibility to it because of the 18 combined HP between Marius and Smash, but the 2 of them are the reason why this round has been so fruitful for them. And you said that they had to string rounds together. You said ECLOT had to, you know, get the 2 in the row to make it worth their while win the round, but unfortunately, that won't be the case. So it's like right back to square one, right? Isn't it?
Feels like it. Feels like it. They've got a lot of loss bonus. It's a shame they couldn't save 1 more. Because there would be a conversation here. I think the best they can do is half buy. No, they're going all in. This feels like a big risk to me. They've shown that even with full investments, full util, they're struggling. The one thing they should do in this position, if they're going to force do something different, and they have freebie start. FAVBET's first contact, MBQ is wide, play up towards the upper halls as well. That is Kriaz. Bit of a change of pace. For now, though, it's not netted them much, has it? As they fall back into more of a standard stance.
Getting a little bit aggressive. ECLOT are over towards A main and Pop. No Ivy control, and that's going to work out in their favor as there isn't anyone coming from that direction. ECLOT, are they... Sorry, I thought for a second they were going to rotate 3B, and I was like, well, that's a brazen call, isn't it? But maybe that would have been the right idea. NBQQ, last time he was in this very position towards Heaven, got a multi-kill spray down. I would hardly suggest they expect him to be there again. There you go.
Huge kill. Now it's game on. Sees the 2 players running out by Thomas.
He's... okay.
But his teammates are just falling by the wayside. Pinched by upper. Marius makes his move, goes wide. Kriaz collects another and doesn't get traded critically. Does in the end. Now FAVBET goes looking, play a trap. That is Tension here in the corner. Needs to protect his teammate. Detour goes wide and can't get it done. That felt like the moment Bondic doesn't need to do anything special. But FaVBET is denied, though, in the end. Tension holds his nerve. And this half is starting to get a little bit out of control, isn't it? ECLOT just cannot chain rounds together.
Yeah, that fell at the end there. A misclick with the jump, right? Obviously because of, I think a scroll wheel. I don't think he wanted that to happen there, FaVBET. And yeah, a bit of a weird retake where ECLOT just always isolating themselves in the duels. So FAVBET, they're looking way better on train, and ECLOT just looking a little bit outclassed right now. But it's good to see them still going for things. Like Partisan and FaVBET, they're still going to try and get aggressive regardless towards Ivy, even though they are having a bit of a hard CT side.
They need a trade immediately there. Veto comes in the end, but there's a lot of men lost. It is just a half buy, but at what point is round wins the only currency we care about? At least deny a few more guns, keep this money low. The only way to get a good, I mean, good might be out of the question already, but at least a respectable CT round haul is to force eco rounds, and they can't afford to let FAVBET live through these rounds with 4 players. Got to find some more.
I mean, this is a strong position from Detour. It's just the fact that he's pretty much by himself. Like, you can multi-kill from back bomb site quite, I don't want to say easily, but within his power. And he's got a rifle, but that Molotov is going to sit on him. And actually, I don't think the Molotov really mattered as Marius jumps up, decapitates him. And yeah, that damage you were talking about isn't going to be sought after. And FAVBET goes 7-1, largely uncontested so far in this series, it feels like.
Starting to feel out of control. And it's not totally dissimilar to the scoreline in the first map, but I do think FAVBET were more competitive, even in their losing rounds. ECLOT here have really struggled to get openers, to be in a commanding position. Perhaps another pause is warranted. There's no point saving those pauses.
Yeah.
If you're just going to have a terrible half overall, burn through them now and at least have a buffer. At least have something to work with.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind a tactical pause going into this gun round here, because evidently there is an issue. And they don't feel very comfortable on this map. So taking that time and that break, I think, would be a pretty good time to do so. But at the start, it's going to be a lot of aggression from Jackie over towards Ivy. Did FaVBET just... Oh, he hasn't seen him. Okay, so Jackie's walked through the Ivy smoke, and this Molotov's going to pair with his aggression. So he runs out when Kriaz gets moloed, but somehow Detour's found 2 as they've come out of A main. And even though Jackie was in this great position, it might not matter. MBQQ does fall, but FaVBET... not seen until now. He strikes. Bondic goes into the back lines. Him and Jackie isolate from each other. They play for themselves. And this could be the round-winning play, though, from Bondic. High risk, high reward. That's the second time that FaVBET gets timed in this very round. And then Kriaz, the original defender of this A bomb side, forced through connector. Unfortunately, can't do anything. And FAVBET go to another.
Nothing's working. Nothing's working for ECLOT. I think it's quite obvious. They just don't have the chemistry that they presented on Ancient here on this map. And that comes from inexperience. It comes from maybe a player like Spardas who played a fabulous first map. I mean, he can have all the talent in the world, but if he just hasn't played that much train, what do you want? he's going to get put in awkward positions he's uncomfortable in, especially if he has more of a pugging background. You're not playing a lot of Train. They make it to Inferno, and they are a map to the good. That should be alleviated, but that is no consolation in the here and now on Train. They need their star players to start doing something.
Yeah, Train hasn't feel like it's maybe been massively accepted into the CS community at a competitive play yet. Like teams just aren't. A lot of teams aren't incorporating it, and I think that was a great quote I got from a UK player. No one knows what the F they're doing on Nuke. Which feels true sometimes, to be honest, especially on the T side. So to see FAVBET go 8-1 on the T side of all things is a very welcoming sign.
Was that quote in reference to everybody?
Yes.
Or that's a bold statement.
Very bold statement coming from a UK
that no,
player.
You know, I would understand if they were saying that to another UK team, but
yeah,
to the wider
that
landscape, that is some big trumpet blowing. Oh my god, a team kill in the mix.
This is what they need. This is what they need. How is it still a 2v2? How has it literally been a team kill and just awful execute? And it's still a 2 versus 2, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Kriaz in a prime position to deny it all, unfortunately couldn't, and Marius just doesn't anticipate FaVBET to be coming through from CT. It's a bold place to plant the bomb, but it couldn't have been the worst one, unfortunately.
Yeah, that round win isn't going to win any beauty pageants for ECLOT. That was a mess. That was ugly. But rounds are rounds, I guess, at this point. Yeah. Anything is better than what they had.
We take those. And
the one thing they have done, to give them a little bit of credit, is they have kept the money pretty low. So should ECLOT win this round, there is a pretty convincing road to 4. And that is somewhat of a necessity, I should think. So if they lose this round, their money is in the bin as well. So pressure still mounting. Spardas dispenses his smoke. Holds these terrorist players at bay. So now they start to reset elsewhere.
The only time FAVBET's really done anything Ivy was that round with Jackie, and I don't even know if they really saw. And last time it was FaVBET who was holding Ivy. He is over upper B as of now. There is a big gap in this map, and it's around Ivy.
Yeah, but I wonder if they know that there's no AWP for FaVBET. That certainly potential they've worked that out.
And that's why they've gone maybe something like Ivy?
Yeah, let tension play. Nobody's home. You see ECLOT playing off Ivy. They're playing very passive towards that area. There's more of a main and pop dog focus. And a good call as well. Bit of pressure in towards B. And now they start to lean. NBQ in the back lanes is here.
Oh, the timing,
Great
man.
Timing. Absolutely excellent. That is round over. No chance here. If they had AKs, they'd be saving, but I guess they'd be saving less than they're getting loss bonus here. A very timely rotation there from NBQ.
Oh, dude. That's so rough. I mean, ECLOT played that well, and they're actually shaping up potentially for somewhat of somehow a respectable 4-8 after winning now what would be 3 rounds in a row if they are able to get 4. But yeah, like that round, it definitely looked like it was going to go wrong. I don't know. I just kind of had a feeling, a gut feeling that FAVBET were going to walk through IV, get the opening kill on the bomb site, and just kind of win it out. But MBQQ, I mean, like, that timing couldn't have been better. So it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but this time, FAVBET are very fast over towards B. Issue is, like, look at their offensive. It's kind of not all together. Like, it was delayed as well of actually coming out. We didn't see any of it, unfortunately. So, it's quite hard to gauge properly, but it felt like it was like 2 and then 2 and then Marius at the end. So a bit disjointed on the Tech 9s. And hey, would you look at that? It's 4 for ECLOT.
Okay, let's make a tick list.
Yeah.
We need pistol round, don't we?
Yep.
In the second half. We can't be messing around with losing to 4 spies or ecos following that. And Potentially even the first gun round.
I was going to say the first gun round, I think, is... The reason why I think it's important in this Civic game is just because of how shaky ECLOT have looked.
Yeah. I think potentially more than anything, they just need to keep this FAVBET money low the whole half. They can't afford to lose two rounds, 4 players alive for FAVBET. Money banks up. Orbs in the bank. Lots of util. No, this needs to be uncomfortable. Because we know FAVBET are comfortable on this map. And they've looked it so far. And that is the rhythm. ECLOT need to upset if they want any shot of doing this on 2. A reminder for the viewers, loser goes home, winner into playoffs. These are 2 teams scrambling, scrapping for those precious VRS points. And they dearly love to get some here.
The coveted points. Okay. Do they realize a player's upper? They do. I was going to say this round could get a little bit squeaky if ECLOT had just tunnel visioned on connector and smashed then activates on upper. But that's not the case. And it's going to be the 5 versus 4 with the bomb down. Bondic does get 1 from connector. And ECLOT, they trade places almost. They go into CT after they find the pick on detention. And Marius with the dual Berettas is unsuccessful. Jackie trying to duel 2. Is able to get 1, but he hasn't forced to the reload. Forzi is keeping so much attention while Detour's just staying alive on the bomb site, not allowing for the defuse to come through. And after another somewhat troublesome round, I think it's fair to say, that's the checklist. That's number 1 on the checklist. That's the pistol round.
This is not pretty Counter-Strike coming out from ECLOT anymore. Decisive move here to push the back. Do we have a name for the back right there? Do you have a call out for that side?
Back right. Yeah. No. I think that's like a Russian writing sign somewhere, so I think we call it... I'm not even joking.
You're joking?
No.
But how would you just think... You just think someone's grunting. You wouldn't think it was a call out.
I think when you're on the wavelength, you're on the wavelength. Like,
okay, all right. So we're learning call outs. We're learning that nobody can play the T-side of train. This is top quality.
Yeah.
Brain power coming out from the UK.
To be fair, I feel like a lot of teams are struggling T-side train. Like Dynamo ECLOT.
You can't lose this. You've done all the hard work. Oh, no.
I think it's over.
It's feeling like it. They've got no money in the bank. And these two are even feeling like they want to attempt it. Spardas is so low. They're going to save, man. Oh, dear. That is a disaster. No other word for it. Got to be deflating.
It just all went so wrong so quickly. And it's because I think the crazy thing is that they're probably going to also be annoyed at is just the simplicity of it all. Like, it's not like what was done was this crazy intricate tactic. It was just pushed up a beat. And ECLOT got caught with their pants down. They do save 2 Galils going into this next round, but I'm not gonna lie, the checklist is already looking a little bit shaky. And I've got a sneaky feeling that that's just one of those rounds where it's like they lose it and it's like done.
Okay. Somewhat feels like this 4 Spires do or die. They just have such little scope for error, so little scope to lose rounds before this map is over. Spardas, good spawn, takes space. Teammates already falling.
No.
Spardas is felled, and that is a huge loss for this T side. It's getting very awkward now. They just keep trying to force out this A hit. Yes. That could be it. That could be it. Their money is a disaster.
Yeah, I don't watch rounds like that, and I'm filled with confidence. I think it's actually quite the opposite. Sure, it's economically it's difficult, but ECLOT, they're gonna be on a full eco now, so it's gonna be 11 for FAVBET, and I think you definitely did somewhat say about at the very beginning of the series how like this does have 3 maps kind of written all over it to some extent, and yeah, ECLOT, they've played with Spartus and Kriaz once on train. Didn't go very well, and unfortunately it's also not going to go very well either for Spartus in his 3rd game on train on HTTV. Yeah, they lost against Monty yesterday 13-4, and speaking about UKCS, Gizmo was at top.
Good player. Happens to the best of us. Okay, well, sure some of the players on ECLOT right now thinking, let's play nuke. This isn't going brilliantly. And now 6 rounds to the lesser, 2 required for FAVBET. They've got money, they've got confidence. Bondic playing like he's 17 again. This looks done.
Rolling back the years. I see that quite often, to be honest, from him. Or maybe it just like sticks out in my mind whenever it does happen. Either way though, this is brazen from Tension, and yeah, the double AWP for FAVBET, both go aggressive, but unfortunately Tension, even though he was in the right place, it goes awry. Dino ECLOT still though come out of this early altercation in a man disadvantage, and I'm pretty sure their general kind of vicinity is in the known. FAVBET haven't rotated a second player over towards B, so it is looking a little bit vulnerable for the time being.
Oof. Now with the fear of God into the CTs, they're not peeking anymore. Bondic plays close to this smoke and he's getting spammed away. But he's not dead. Oh, whoa. Okay. Who needs HP when you take headshots like those? Now Smash is here too. It's just Kriaz. Bondic. Look like it's dead to rights, but makes it work. Now it's 12 for his team. And it looks all but over. There's no money for a full investment. Been a flat spree of rounds here for ECLOT on this T side after they got reset with their pistol win. I think they're already thinking head to Inferno. They look dead.
Yeah, rather deflating, I think is the right word to use. Uninspired train performance. The only signs of grace were when like MBQQ got a multi-kill, or they won against on the pistol round and against ecos. It looks like this is going to be shut down right here, right now, as it's 4 Galils, a Deagle. They make early traction towards B, then double back, and now, oh, they can't even get out of pop. They've just been spammed down. Kriaz will get revenge, but he's on 17 HP. The A bomb site hasn't even broken as well. Like, Jacky's still here, holding from afar, and the 2 players on B rotate over, put a nade in the smoke, and it's all fallen apart. Spartus, similar to Kriaz, getting 1 kill, making you feel like there's hope, but that hope ripped back away by Jacky, and as he falls, FAVBET take us to a decider.
Well deserved. They look so much more composed. Ancient, the scoreline was very dominant for ECLOT, but FAVBET left rounds on the table in that first half. This time, they completely choked their opposition out of this map. 80 rounds is not to be sniffed at, and then the moment they broke the money here on that second half, it was over. ECLOT didn't have a look in at all. FAVBET looks so much more comfortable. Individually, they look hot right now, and certainly with some of these players on this team, we expect them to be pretty feisty. FAVBET has righted a lot of the wrongs of the first map, and I think a lot of people now would favor them to take Inferno.
Yes, I'm very excited for this third map because it's been two very one-sided performances so far in each team's map pick, as you were saying, and Inferno definitely seems like a middle ground for both of these teams. So with that in mind, our final game in the CCT Series 3 main Swiss, who will go through to playoffs or who will be the final team eliminated and miss out on their opportunity, especially at the end of the season coming up. This is a pretty important playoffs to be making. Will it be FAVBET or will it be ECLOT? Find out after the break. And we are back. Sorry for maybe a little bit longer of a pause between the two maps. But the decider map of Inferno. Daniel ECLOT versus FAVBET. Whoever wins this, final team to qualify for the playoffs. Whoever loses this, final team to get eliminated.
We need to see a better ECLOT. They were not composed. They looked uncomfortable on train. Perhaps we would have expected that from the Veto, but there's no longer any scope for excuses, especially given that Kriaz and presumably Spardas individually are comfortable on a map like Inferno. If ECLOT are the better team, there's no reason for them not to win this series. Winner Inferno hits playoffs, loser goes home. And both of these teams would love to start on a strong footing. They'd love to win this pistol. And given the posturing, FAVBET are going to have a tall order doing that. A 3B stack is now getting a little bit exposed. 2 on this A bomb side. Jeki, Tenson. They're going to have to do so much work as they start to get pinched. Here comes the long prong. Forzy flashes mid-sight. In they go. Bondic, though, is on location now. A little bit too slow, and maybe now they get caught. Bondic does so much work. Now Jeki combines. If ECLOT had gone 20 seconds sooner, I really don't see how the CTs could have held that round.
If they had just gone. Like, there was a lot of hanging around, I agree. That felt a little bit confusing as to why they were hanging around for that long, but honestly, Bondic really rolled back the years. You were saying on train like he was playing like he was 17 again. Right there is a fantastic performance. He gets really good timing, but it's a big misplay from ECLOT. And we saw on train that FAVBET were able to garner a good start from their first pistol round win, similar to what ECLOT did on Ancients. So if there's anything history can teach us in this series, is that pistol rounds are important.
Full force by for ECLOT. Not uncommon. Not uncommon on a map like Inferno. They clearly wanted to burst from these apartments, but now the molly holds them at bay. They're going for a second look. Counter smoke is good, and they're going to go for a detour way ahead of his teammates. Kriaz gets a somewhat fortunate trade through the smoke. Very awkward engagements here, but luckily enough cavalry on location to hold off the onslaught. It's just a Glock that remains. And nothing to be done there. Decent hold in the end. Credit to Bondic.
Bondic's having a fantastic start. 5-0. So it's a worrying sign. Don't normally see him doing. Having him at the top of the scoreboard, I don't think is a good sign. But ECLOT, because of their force into the previous, they're going to be going for a lower purchase as well into this. So they're going to be allowing FAVBET to extend their lead a little bit. And just from already what I've seen of FAVBET, they want to take banana. Like both rounds, they sent 3 players, and you see a lot of teams right now with how they send 3 players B. They maybe like take it a little bit more paced. I was like at their own pace. FAVBET these last 2 rounds, and I understand both are against low purchases, but they have just gone, just ran.
Okay, well, they'd love a few frags, but maybe he's going to give them an easy fight. Becky backs off. Tension here. Let's get a little bit stuck. Uses util to bail himself out, and there's no damaging nades from his adversaries. It all looks fairly clean for now. Okay, well, a couple of unnecessary frags, I think, falling the way of ECLOT there in the end. One more kill. I don't think they're going to win this round, but they would have done a lot of damage if they can just find one more man.
Yeah, unnecessary kills are always the worst. And no unnecessary kills when it comes to Bondic. Because that man is a rock. A fortress. B bomb site, sorry, that A bomb site is his. Don't even try. But yeah, as you were saying, it was kind of like it could have got dangerous if they did bleed any more frags. That wasn't the case. So ultimately, it all feels like okay. And now ECLOT onto the bye, and it's surprising to see that even though it's on the 4th round, we still have a glow for Spartus. And as I was mentioning, this play over towards B, because the AWP it's not as fast paced, but I can imagine they are going to try push this narrative a little bit.
Let's see if ECLOT have the read. They've gone really fast out mid here. I wonder if they know this is a delayed banana take. And for now, they've caught these CTs ever so exposed. Util is perfect. Look at that. Bondic, he's been good so far, but now we need something very special. And we were asking a little bit too much. That round is entirely a read. They know it's, well, at least they think it's 3B. They are correct. And the nades onto Pit. Absolute mortar strike wins the round.
Yeah, I don't think it was the hardest read to be making, but it was the good read kind of anyways. And what was also, I think, good about it is that they didn't slow down. Like, they didn't take their time. The criticism we had for them on the pistol run was they took too long. And you see a lot of teams in those scenarios, they'd get the original space, but they maybe wouldn't accelerate too fast. But ECLOT do very well to do that exact. And FAVBET just really caught with their pants down. Mercs and Tension will save, so there is a benefit to that, and they will be able to then squeeze out a purchase into this next one. But it's good to see signs of life from ECLOT early on.
Okay, rock and roll. What do they have for us next? Another B-laden start here for the defense. Somewhat a game of chicken, isn't it? They're not going to push A aggressively twice. Very unlikely. Happy to lean that 3rd player over early. Spend some util. But this time, I don't think they're gearing up for a delayed take. This looks a lot more passive from the CT side. They're just going to lean a 3rd player over now. This is too passive. They're not in position anywhere to take information.
Yeah, I mean, they actually just have nothing. So Jackie, whoa, surprise, surprise, is going to get executed upon. The fact that he does well there, though, is very admirable. And Tension's able to give Overwatch as well. So I almost hate that FAVBET come away with the man advantage in this situation. But it's because of the individuals, and it's because of Jackie. So far, so good. Bomb is going to get planted, though, for ECLOT, as FAVBET all congregate behind this smoke on Moto.
There's 2 re-smokes for Moto going to come their way. This is not a given that the CTs can easily retake this site. Smash thinks he's cleared mid. They could be in for a very rude awakening. Here comes Spardas, and now he just needs to stay alive. Time is a real problem, and this might already be over. It's too complicated. They can't go through the Moto smoke. They're too scared of Spardas in behind. And ECLOT, because they hit the site so early, because they have so much util to play with, because Spardas is so annoying in the back, the CTs never even get in near a retake. They just have to give up.
That was such a disappointing end to the round. Like, it just fizzled out, didn't it? It was just like, oh, I guess the round's over, isn't it? After a good start from Jackie and Tension, I would have certainly believed that you could amuse the possibility of a retake, and they had the advantage. But look, we all know how hard it can be to hold, to retake on Inferno. Falcons know how hard it is to hold the bomb site.
Rest in peace, Alan's Pick'ems.
I don't do pick'ems because for this very reason, and I'm quite happy about it. I did, though, in 2017 guess Gambit to win Krakow, and I got a gold, which it was like the old diamond coin. So,
why in your right mind did you take Gambit?
I think I watched a video and it was like Launders, and he put it. So for some reason,
There you go.
yeah, like I actually should be submitted to an institution because of it. It's another good hold from Jackie and Tension back on the performance, but it feels exactly the same as last round though, that those two do well and then everyone else falls around them. Jackie's still alive. Jackie has just single-handedly won out this round. Sure, Smash gets the final 2 kills, but it's only possible because of Jackie.
A brutal Counter-Strike. I must say, I'm not really a fan of how FAVBET approaching this defense. They're getting executed into a lot before they have information. Love them to have a bit more of an early warning system. Credit to the anchors. I mean, Marius, Bondic, Jackie played his part in the previous. It's really them that are holding these rounds together. Okay, round 7 to follow. Everything absolutely all to play for both of these teams. Plenty of opportunity to force ecos for either side. What have we got here? Kriaz, semi-aggressive position here on Banana. Has 4 teammates nearby. And in the meanwhile, FAVBET are messing around. It's only Smash on this side proper. Deep CT is his teammate. Then get out and onto the bomb site. It's going to be really tough for the CT to deal with this. Smoke goes in towards the Ruins position. Another smoke onto CT would be excellent. MBQ does have one. I can disperse that one soon. And now the bomb goes down, so got good positioning. I guess the one advantage to the CT side is they've got so much util. They can flush out the right positions. Maybe they'll have an easier time.
But no, it's classic Inferno, and it's another round for FAVBET where they just lose the bomb site and then subsequently lose the round. Detour does try to get a little bit gimmicky in the back line, and he does try to close off. Well, I would assume he would have tried to play as they were, going for the retakes, and they ended up running back into him. So he gets caught off guard a little bit. But that's ECLOT going to now a 1-round game, which means our hopes have been answered, our wishes that this is going to be a competitive matchup, a competitive performance, not like the first 2 maps.
I would definitely be pausing if I was FAVBET. Because
Yeah, but we know they don't do that.
We
They
know
don't like pauses.
But I like to have hopes and dreams before they're dashed to pieces. Because they I don't know if they're trying to be too smart or they've got some intricate plans, but play basic Counter-Strike and just stop your opponents from executing early if there's potential for it. Get your util onto apartments. Throw the retake set onto top Banana. We can't allow these terrorist players to get up close and ready to execute without any information. And I think given the way they're posturing on this mini-map, they have made a change. That was to take B more aggressively. ECLOT, though, with a decent read, shift attention in towards this arch side. If they can collect this player in arch, you fully open the map. There's a lot of damage traded between these teams. And ECLOT, they don't need to finish A. They don't have to end here. They might feel compelled because they've invested so much, but they don't have to do this. They can go elsewhere and cause a ruckus.
It looks like that's actually going to be the idea. This has been a very back and forth round for FAVBET. What, they took early Banana, then rotated 4A, then now back to having 2B. I'm also looking at that long player, thinking that Marius is going to make, Marius is on B. Whoever was on long there could definitely imagine they rotate now, and they definitely should, because ECLOT, 30 seconds left, they're going towards B. Smoke in CT is not the correct one. So Bondic, he's able to see over the top of it quite easily. Somehow, though, even though Bondic gets his kill, throws them into chaos, Marius just swings for a miss, and ECLOT enter, I don't know how, but another post-plant position where they have the advantage.
Another save. Another save. Off smash goes. As ECLOT are starting to claw themselves back into this half. I thought they were in tremendous trouble in this round. With the 2 in defense, with util going down, with time starting to dwindle, but find a way to make it work. FAVBET are going to crack at some point here. The thing that's keeping them in this half is that they keep buying because they keep saving.
It's the only thing that's keeping them alive, but the rounds aren't actually competitive though. So, sure, they're being kept alive by the virtue of their purchases, but they didn't actually got to, you know, something's got to happen from that. That's a lot of grenades, top banana, and it only means one thing: presence. A faster, sped-up play by ECLOT. There are 3 players here on defense of FAVBET, and it's a bit choppy. And Smash is actually going to get mollowed out and subsequently spanned behind that smoke. Even though FAVBET were maintaining control and it felt like they were doing all right, I was going to say it was a man's advantage in the retake, but Tension just picked up a kill on the grenade. Kriaz in an advanced position towards Banana, not cleared by Jeki. He's had a good map so far on the defense towards A, but on the retake towards B, he leaves Tension by himself for yet another save as ECLOT take their first lead in this 3rd map.
Getting deja vu. Number of saves here against B hits. This one's going to sting, I think, more than a lot of the others because they did so much damage onto these terrorist players. It's a monster opener from the ECLOT side to even mount any sort of presence towards that bomb site. But FAVBET are going to be kicking themselves. One more bullet here and they're hitting. And they've got 2 alive on the site. They've got a crossfire. It's looking good. Instead, they just about get pulled apart. They end up in a 2-on-2. Close half wall does the job. And ECLOT have braved the storm. This was a really tough start to this map. It was 4-0, wasn't it? When they paused.
Yeah, it was 4-0. And it was also, like, to be honest, I think it was a very competitive... Like, FAVBET looked really good, right? And then even the first round they lost, it was like, but, you know, Jackie intentionally did well. But it's all turned on its head. It might have been 4-1. Oh, no, it was 4-2. Okay, I was just completely wrong.
It's 4-0 on train now, remembering it correctly.
Yeah.
Still, it was a great position for FAVBET that has started to look progressively weaker. The good news is they have a 3B stack. The bad news is they keep smoking it, and ECLOT might go elsewhere.
It's the kind of oxymoron, right? Of like, you don't want to smoke off the majority, but then you don't want them just to be able to walk onto the bomb site.
Yeah, well, the real mind game here is you make it look like one player's being dropped smokes.
Yeah.
That's the mind game here. It's not the only real logic because you want them to come, and they have baited them in. Big opener for Sparta.
Big
You've got to
nade.
punch one more man in towards Oranges as Marius finds a 2-piece. Bondic chimes in. Instant call from the T side to press elsewhere, but with 24 seconds to go, there is no time for clinical clears. There's no time to be composed. There's no time really to even throw util. Detour removes the orb. Does somebody clear cold? The whole round hinges on this, and they do. I'm stunned. This should have been over. They had no time. They had no positioning. 2 players in defense, and AWP on the angle, and FAVBET, for the life of them, cannot win these rounds right now. Marius needs to pull off a clutch, gets his one, but Forzy seals the deal. Nightmare fuel for the defense.
How did that even happen? Like, I just don't believe it. Like, everything works so nicely towards B. You have ECLOT going through the smoke, but it's also really good utility placement from Bondic to support FAVBET. On top of that, it's just really looking nice from their crossfires. And then they have still a 2-man advantage on the... And it's a 2v2. Oh, it's just so poor. I don't know how ECLOT are getting away with this. Simply put, I think the kind of like camel's back maybe a little bit broken as of now, as ECLOT. They are up against a gun round. Sure, that was only a force buy, but I feel like this is already spelling disaster for FAVBET.
Okay, mid burst in. There are 3 in defense. They're clearly not anticipating this many opposition. HP is not looking good either on these open player. Spartus is ever so low, and he has failed in the end. And is that a flashbang kill on the server?
Wait.
Oh my.
I think that's the
Bondic
first time I've
just
ever
killed
seen that.
Spartus with a flashbang.
Have you ever seen that before?
I have
haven't.
seen it, but it is... I can count on my hands the number of times I've seen it.
Well, for me, that's certainly a first. But then in true ECLOT fashion, they're going to win out this round, aren't they? I can smell it.
For those at home, well, assuming it's the same as Go, and I'm pretty sure it is, it does 1 damage.
Yeah.
You get hit with the flashbang.
So the fact that you have to be on 1 HP in itself is already pretty, like, rare. Is there a replay of it? Or is that asking too much? That's awesome. Bond's been having a great game as well. He had a great start because he was 7-0 to be fair to him, so he hasn't, you know, kept that pace. But leading by example.
Okay. It's been a brutal half of Counter-Strike. FAVBET. Feels like we're playing a very uncomfortable CT side, but then get 6 rounds out of it. Who are we questioning it too much? That is not too shabby. Marius here with the unorthodox view model. Makes me feel queasy inside.
PMBs is the worst.
That one just hurts.
Yeah, that one's just painful.
Every gun looks like an P9, it's so small.
Yeah. And then the USPs look like a cannon, actually, on the other hand. This is a good retaliation, though, from FAVBET, because ECLOT, they just look a bit messy in this round, right? And Marius, despite the weird view model, I actually am surprised he's got 11 to 4 kills. I guess they just saved every round, didn't they? So he's... looks like his stat line's amazing, whereas he just actually saved 6 rounds in a row. And I don't think Kuriaz has it in him, unfortunately. He has had quite a slow series, truth be told.
Only
this,
thing in his favour is you've got the side with the 1 player, but
Yeah.
it's going to require Jackie A to overfate and then a monster headshot from Kriaz. And it just doesn't feel likely. He'll have to make noise here at some point. Gets his duel. Oh my lord. Okay. 1 down. There is a HE on Bondic.
Yeah.
Definitely cause some problems. Now, if you're Kriaz, what do you do? Feels like you've got to take a risk or at least try and play a headshot angle. He says, I'm going to go close to this moto smoke, and actually there's nobody here.
Wait, is this the play? Is the bomb partner for him?
I don't think so. I think it's on the other side of the box.
Oh, they're not expecting it. Because why would they? He's got 4 bullets, but Bondic realizing, yep, it's planted on the other side of the box. Kriaz closes it down. Oh, 1 bullet is all he needs. I said there was no chance he could get the 1 versus 3. And he makes me eat my words.
FAVBET of pulling their hair out. That's a disaster.
They don't check
That
him.
is a complete disaster. That is a 1 in 200 round that they've just lost. I was about to sing their praises about how, despite a very difficult half, despite clearly having some issues on the kind of an individual and a macro level, they still got 6 out of that half, but they didn't. They got 5, and they lost to a round they never should have. That is potentially 1 blow too many in their campaign to make playoffs.
I'm just in shock.
course, they also had that round earlier, didn't they? Where it was 4v2. They were gonna
Yeah.
From library, they have a player in cold. If the AWPer just stays alive, cold isn't getting checked, or at least it's going to be very awkward. That is 2 big moments. 2 moments that, had they gone FAVBET's way, they'd be long in the lead. They'd be approaching double digits by now.
I don't know. Like, there's also been a bunch of other things where it's like retakes have just been not even attempted when the sites have done, like, especially Jackie. There was the round where, you know, he gets 1.5, Tension gets 1, and the retake isn't even like amused. I feel like FAVBET really lost themselves that half after doing so well. And when Bondig's 14-6, like, how are you not winning the game? But this is, ooh, Detour, great call from Detour to get out of there. Really glad he gets out of apartments there, because I don't think he was going to be able to survive the belly of the beast when that can of worms was opened.
ECLOT taking a risk here. They've committed 3B. They were suspecting a ruse here. FaVBET ducks in towards CT's spawn, and the bomb is actually coming this way.
What?
Oh dear, that's a disaster. 2 kills, team kill in the mix. Bomb dropped in towards CT. There's a lot of defensive players in this area. This is
just
so
confirmed
awkward to
today
get
as
the
well.
bomb towards a site now. And Detour's done the perfect thing. He's pushed up into the apartments. This is a nightmare.
Well, they should know that Tension went back through long. I think Kriaz is actually still preoccupied with, like, where did Tension go? Because he could have gone anywhere. There was so many timings. But now he starts to step. He's last alive. Bye. It's actually quite a nice shot on the Spartus. But the bomb just being planted. Ooh. The fact that FAVBET get the bomb down in that situation is actually not bad.
It's impressive. Bit of fortune landing the way there of ECLOT. They had a beat stack. Had it been an A-Rap, would have been really tough to hold, but they started pushing towards Arch. Made life more difficult. Still, though, a lot comes down to the individuals. A couple of jewelry kills paying huge dividends. As now we get into round 14. With that plant behind them, FAVBET can buy a bit more aggressively. Get a little in the mix. A lot of util, actually. So if they have a set round they want to play, if they've got a set move, a set execute, they certainly could pull it out. For now, though, really content to play passive, aren't they? We see these deep nades. They don't want any piece of that. Take control a little bit more slowly.
It's interesting to see that ECLOT actually do have full banana control, but it looks like Spartus is still sticking around. I can't tell who's who, to be honest, because it's just the abyss. But they both have a smoke. Yeah, so Kriaz can just drop a smoke here. But this is a very good work coming out from, I think, Tension. Because he's now not allowed for all of this control, and he's not allowed for the rotation. So that's a really big, just his presence there could be the defining factor in this round. Also, the other big defining factor is FaVBET's very isolated here on long if they do fight him and mollo his position like that. Oh, he gets out. That's huge.
Huge hold from NBQ. FaVBET's teammates can present that much more, so the bomb will get planted. FaVBET's low. Could actually chuck this M4 into his teammate, perhaps. His adversaries scoop up guns themselves. FaVBET works up close. 2 quick headshots. Marius makes magic, and now it's just Kriaz. We saw this on map 2. It crumbled in the second half. Pissed around goes the way of ECLOT. And an instant reset does them so much damage. Kriaz doesn't even have a chance here. Sits behind this Molotov. Does find Bondig, but there is not enough time to pull this one off. Marius is an absolute hero with that 2-piece. FAVBET are back in the game.
That is despicable. Because that's just such a good hold from MBQQ and Forzy as well, I guess. Maybe if Detour would also, like, wow, I can't believe that Marius gets away with that. I just can't believe it. And Krios, okay, he does get all the kills, and he is able to save an A1S, so there's a silver lining to it all, where FAVBET won't then have, like, great money, but they're still going to have a much better buy than ECLOT in this round. And Marius has really come up trumps. Him and Bondic leading the scores for FAVBET, and both with big impact, because they've just run one round single-handedly. And even though FAVBET have narrowly missed out on making playoffs in quite a few tournaments recently, like in Galaxy Battle Phase 3, you know, missed playoffs there. Advanced didn't do very well in playoffs. Yellow Compass didn't make playoffs. Like, they've missed out quite a lot just about in these tier 2 events. This would be great to come back into it, to then put themselves into playoffs.
Quick pause. Hopefully we're back underway nice and soon. We're hearing it shouldn't be too soon. No, it should be too soon. Double negative. Should be soon. We're back into play. Had a topsy-turvy series, hasn't he, Spartus?
Yeah.
Fabulous first map. Train, I guess, expected. If it's, we certainly assume it's far from his most comfortable, but I would have wagered that Inferno was much more up his street than it has been so far.
I was very impressed out the gates. Like, on map 1, I don't think, yeah, like, I was just straight away, just like, oh, that's looking really good. And then ever since, it's just not been going very well. But this guy is so young. I really, young and experienced, right? I think he's 22, so, you know, it's not young by age inherently. But yeah, it's a bright future. A real snipe as well. I don't really know where. It's a very random, because he came from a team with Esperanto on it, which is also a blast from the past. What was the team called? He played with Virtual Cottage, and they made advanced playoffs. It was Aid Kit, Spartus, Esperanto, Amanek, and Lunatic. What?
What a world. What a world. Okay, let's play some Counter-Strike. Come on.
Boom.
Come on. Get this underway. Okay, we're hearing some PC issues in the mix. Couldn't tell you which player.
Indeed not quick.
Indeed not quick. Is this the final game of today? Is that correct?
Yeah, final game of the main Swiss.
Oh, it's, okay.
We get to the
Big
sum it all up.
To reminding myself who is already in playoffs at the moment. Who have we got? Gun
Mixed
5,
bag.
Monty, Tenacity, Amcal, Cybershoke.
Iberian Soul going 3-0 is a big turnaround, because they just weren't good at the start of the year. And I don't know, now we're like top 43 in the world and are all of a sudden good again. Like, as in, they were always a good individuals. Like, we know what they could do, but honestly, they were struggling, and it's good to see them doing well again. Iberian team representing.
Yes, sir. Good event from them. And there's one spot left in playoffs. Potentially only a smattering of rounds left to go. We know who that team is. As a reminder, guys, ECLOT just got reset. They won pistol and they lost the second round. That's why we find ourselves here with a real mixed bag buy. Where's Kriaz with M4? That is potent.
Tucked on B.
How the hell are they going to hold A with an MP9 and a 5.7?
Oh, only God knows.
Bombs coming this way.
They
They need to absolutely churn out these players as they're trying to jump out of the balcony. That is the only place where the range makes sense on this weaponry. Detour is gone. Smash. Didn't expect another player up close. A very important moment as FAVBET need a fast trade, and Bondic finds it. It's going to be a save, isn't it? There is no way they're retaking this bomb site.
Yeah, not Detour's finest moment, I'll be honest. 'Cause he drops off the balcony and then also misses the jump going up back onto balcony. Yeah, that was a little bit awkward. FAVBET, yeah, they have made like Marius's triple, or I guess specifically the double spray down in that conversion might just be what saves them all. Because you can track everything just back to that.
Okay, FAVBET getting in position now to take control of this map. They do lose one man to Kriaz against these saves. Had a golden opportunity now against another lesser buy to keep banking up economy. Even up the scoreline 2. A very bizarre map. I think that Bondic and Marius having fabulous maps, yet at a lesser scoreline. Surely got to imply that the cavalry needs to arrive at some point.
Jackie's been tagged by the scout, it seems. Forzy, we're talking about like score lines. He's really struggled this map. He just hasn't had any impact, really.
Yeah, I mean, it was Forzy and Spartas, wasn't it, on map 1? They were monstrous. Way too much for FAVBET to deal with, and unfortunately, it could really sting them on the CT side. MBQ had a fabulous game. He's also, you know, this team's been calling some great rounds, but
yeah.
At the end of the day, if you're not clicking heads, you're really going to struggle on the CT side of the map like Inferno.
Boosted USP is smoked off. 3 hours drops Jackie even lower with the grenade. The A1S is here. He's going to be taking first contact after MBQQ, and then when the contact's taken, you can see that the USPs and the pistols just stream through the CT smoke. But unfortunately, they don't really get anything going. Two kills. FAVBET are like, I'm going to get out of here. Forzy is going to anticipate that rotation, but he's doing so with a scout, right? So FAVBET most likely should be able to get this bomb down, unless Forzy can hit the headshot on the cross, which is not an easy shot to be hitting.
Good util. Don't peek. Smoke blooms. Now we move. Bondic's already holding the rotation. This is a clinic in terms of the mid rounding. Bondic does go down, but he's done his job. He's done his job. And Forzy, does he feel like giving this a go? Does have a kit. But of all the maps, of all the bomb sites, this is one of the hardest to crack. And he's taking his sweet time. Such a strong crossfire. If Smash can just stay alive, tension surely kills Forzy coming out of the balcony. And Forzy says, it's a death sentence. I can't go out. 8 apiece. And FAVBET survive going into a 4-man stack on B.
Yeah, very fortunate, I think, that the reason why they were able to come out the other side after going in is because of the fact that everyone was on like USPs, right? I think if there was a little bit more oomph, if there was maybe a little bit more utility, scary. However, not to be. Forzy on the AWP. I'm keeping like an eye on that because I think he could be a real difference maker if he's able to get going on the AWP. could be the win potential. This is fast from FAVBET. Smash. And a minute and 40 has already got long control. And Jackie's got a kill on somewhere. I think mid. And this A-bomb site needs to somehow hold strong. And FaVBET, that's a big whiff. That's a whiff that could come back to haunt him.
Very contained now, this T side. Well, that's falls, but still, they have one player in the back lanes. NBQ goes looking, a very risky move, but the timing is impeccable. And Bondic is not on location to avenge his teammates. The bomb is dropped towards the long side of brackets. And is Bondic just pondering a save? I guess there's no other option, really. As is here, and Bondic can't win. ECLOT punch right back.
It's an impressive punch back as well, considering that it was like an opening kill plus space being created by FAVBET. And I think the real remedy to that situation was the fact that FaVBET, actually hit a shot. And then secondly, it was the push down banana that really caught FAVBET off guard. And then that was when they got contained. They weren't really sure what to do. If they were able to maybe instead of going long at the start, going up short and going through that short smoke they dropped, I think they win the round. If they just go through the smoke and then flash over pit, isolate FaVBET, they win the round. Smoke moto, done. But instead they go long and then kind of that's when they get contained. So FAVBET, not going to be a flawless start to this second half. And even though they have had a rebuttal, going to be back down to a weird purchase economically. And I think a tactical pause is good to see from a team that's been prone to not go for many tacks.
Okay. Moment for ECLOT to breathe. And this is now becoming a very intense series. Every single round matters. Every player that ECLOT can keep alive matters. ECLOT will win this round. It would take an unmitigated disaster to lose it. But they've still got to play to keep as many numbers alive as possible. And FAVBET, of course, are doing just the reverse. They want to plant. They want a couple kills.
Ruh-roh.
And... well,
damage has been done.
Yeah, tension's taking damage. This is still live. To my knowledge, this is still live.
Both teams can just agree and it's not live, right? Or no? Okay, I don't know what's happening, but it looks like it's still live.
I believe, Freddy, that it just keeps going in this situation.
Does it just keep going?
I think it just keeps going.
Okay, well, thank God it's against the low purchase. If FAVBET had bought into this, you can certainly say, like, this is a worry. Ironically, it was Kriaz who actually did the damage onto tension. And I assume it's probably just like a PC crash, like nothing too serious. And luckily, yeah, it's the pistols that they're up against that are just going to be faltering. A big nade, and with only 3 players remaining, FaVBET, actually quite good for some confidence. And yeah, nice shots being hit. Good round from FaVBET. And the fact that they keep a flawless post Kriaz is actually a really positive sign.
Yeah, we would have said 4 alive in a 5v5 was good, but even better. Kriaz gone. Somewhat helpful that happened on a map like Inferno, where they could leave 1 man to hold banana.
Yeah.
A map where you can't reduce the lanes of the enemy can come through might be a bit more tricky, but yeah, of course, we don't like to see rounds ever decided by that sort of thing. So we're happy that back on the guns, we have all the players here, and hopefully no more of those internet shenanigans.
No.
That was a beefy nade. Take that, Bondic.
Same with last round as well. I can't remember who threw it, but I'm pretty sure it was like almost 150 damage from 1 grenade. Just an artillery strike called.
You think FAVBET might start standing somewhere else?
No, that seems overrated.
They're just going to go, aren't they?
Yeah, and there are 3 players here for FAVBET. MBQQ, that Molotov's not being dropped, and he will trace Marius well enough. Spartus and Kriaz, great hold. And MBQ, he's just swinging. He's swinging for the fences. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, just wow. That was so easy.
He's the best player on the server.
But for everyone, though, like, Spartus was able to get 1, Kriaz as well. Like, it felt so simplistic.
I also really rate that NBQ decided to stay gun out. A lot of players would have gone Molly first and put... I mean, it's not necessarily a huge mistake, but by staying gun out, he's first contact. There's a lot to disrupt FAVBET. And FAVBET, because they're going so early in the round, they know the nades are coming. They're trying to go really fast. And you catch the first player in. So... quick decision making, great hold, and ECLOT have truly come alive in these last few moments. They're really close now.
You got to think back to that Kriaz 1v3, and if he hadn't clutched it up, I think it would have been potentially a much different affair. But ever since, I guess, the first gun run in the second half, it's just been like just quite simple. But yeah, no, honestly, I think you made that point about MBQ keeping his gun out. I was thinking, I was like, oh, dude, he hasn't dropped a Molo. Like, that would have been, you know, it's too late. He had to get it instant. And I think I would have been of the mind to go pull out utility. So, yeah, that's why MBQQ's a player.
You can also see that dropping the late Molly isn't so bad because you isolate. Somebody's got to throw the nades for the T side, and you completely cut them out of the round.
Yeah.
And the first guys in are the guys that would have a smoke if anybody did, so they can't even help them very easily.
Yeah, I don't know. I find with, unfortunately, the CT Molo now in CS2, it actually just doesn't matter sometimes when you throw it. But it was definitely much more of a point and go. However, the pistols, really just like quite a poor round from FAVBET, I'm not going to lie. They didn't seem to have any game plan. And, oh, that was a nice shot from Detour. And, you know, they just like, oh, well, we lost the player opening B. I guess we're just going to go apps and apps pop. And then, oh, we've lost the round. Okay.
A pro move for you boys and girls at home playing the ESEA Opens is instead of trying to molly the choke point onto B, molly pull. And you molly pull. Well, have your first players, your first contact players gone out. If you have 3 players, you're going to have somebody that's not very early in the contact. Have him molly pull, and it does so much to the T side to make it hell. Yeah. They have to run onto the site. It's the only option. They jump on first oranges, or they run onto the site, and they get absolutely blended. When they get into pulling on a headshot angle, that it's really hard, and you don't even allow it. Right, 4 chances for ECLOT, Freddy. 1 round from playoffs. FAVBET on the mean. On the flip side, are almost dead. They're almost out.
I'm not worried about ECLOT, to be honest. I think that they're not going to need the 4 chances. FAVBET, what's their game plan? Right now, a bulk standard default, but ECLOT are taking the fight straight to them. Smash should be aware that there's maybe a presence in apartments. Needs to be quite careful, and ECLOT needs to make sure they don't overextend because there's only 2 players on this A bomb site, as ECLOT have put 3 players early B. But honestly, I don't like it from MBQQ, and I don't like it again how they're playing so aggressive, but it's working. And ooh, that's...
Yeah, you get stuck.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They just overstay their welcome, and that's what's going to happen.
Leaves them in a pretty tricky position. Detour has to commit sight. Kriaz takes a lot of liberties there as he crosses, and they do not know about the long lurk. The long lurk could do everything here. Detour surely doesn't expect it. It isn't actually required in the end, but still. Losing sight on where the enemy could be. Sparta's up next, and he's got a big crossfire to surmount. Can he get a decent duel? Finds a player cold. How is he not traded? How is he not traded? Second man failed as well. Now it's all on Forzy. Decides to sit back. He thinks a Tension here could be pushing the Moto Smoke. That is not the case. And FaVBET has burnt a big chunk of time. Tension plays wide. Does he look the right way? FaVBET goes wide. Scopes in. Misses the shot.
Oh.
Well, at least they got more chances. Because that is going to sting.
Oh, that is yeah, very disappointing that Spartus goes and gets those 2 kills. Like, it's amazing, right? And then FaVBET's just kind of chilling behind a Moto Smoke. I felt like Spartus done everything there. And it was an awful setup from FAVBET that he is able to take advantage of. But I shared my critique of the round, thinking that you shouldn't be playing aggressive on A when you're playing 3B. And even though it did get them the opening kill, they overstayed their welcome. And FAVBET now, they've won the first out of 4 that are needed.
Okay, FAVBET choose to blink. I thought they might go through that for a moment. And ECLOT are pretty content to stay 3A. A lot of teams would have started moving. Still got brackets. But FaVBET says, I've seen nothing brackets. My teammates have just been pestered on B. We have no information on B. And he leaves at just the wrong time. What you two do we have here? Couple flashbangs, a HE grenade. It's not going to do a great deal to stall, is it? And FAVBET are primed for an apartments pop. Detour is about to face an onslaught. 3 players here. Here we go. First man can't be dealt with. Smash. Massive opening. MBQ again does so much more than you bet on him for.
So
even so, this is such a hard retake.
It's the hardship of, well, they probably know Smash is dinked. I don't know if they know about Marius' low HP, and this grenade is actually going to the one player who's not low. If that
They're
nade
so
went
slow.
Yeah.
FaVBET's not in. No, FaVBET's not feeling this one.
Yeah, FaVBET doubled back like on B when it was rotating, so I think that was like a big signal that they weren't going to go for it. I can imagine though they're going to try get some exits. Ooh. That was messy. And okay, yeah, everyone's going to go down with the ship. Spartus, yep, survives as well comfortably. So FAVBET, they win the round, but at what cost?
From their perspective, round to round, it's going to be a tricky buy, but yeah, let's get over the line some way. ECLOT are starting to run out of time here. A couple rounds in a row now where macro-wise, they've been in an unsuitable position. Not quite the numbers to hold on to these sites. Got to do better with that information game. As FaVBET goes looking, there's no AWP on the other side. A leg onto Marius, or perhaps actually a tag through the wall. NVQ, not a player we associate with aggression and opening kills, but this series, he's rewriting that script. He has been fabulous.
(24 and 13). This is his second opening kill in the last 3 rounds. The first one, he actually resulted in being a negative impact on the team because he hung around too long after he got the opening kill. This time you can see the big difference is how he's backed off. And it looks like all the focus is going to be on Spartus, the new kid on the block, 22 years old from Lithuania. A very green player is at least going to be joined up with Kriaz as he rotates over and drop the flashbang, which could set Kriaz up as well, as he also brings a whole belt of utility. FAVBET, that smoke has missed a little bit. I think there's a gap. Regardless, though, FAVBET, they're going to have to go through it.
Well, Spartus tries to block the ruin smoke. And here we go, Kriaz bursting. can't find his man. Marius does just about round the side, but not for long. And Sparles comes into play. 2 kills, a dink onto another. This is very awkward. Smash wants this plant and does just about stay alive. Nade is millimeters off. Smash is lucky to be alive. And this will not be a save. A long-awaited retake will be occurring. Detour is here. He needs his teammates, though, to get a little bit more in the picture. Forzy sat way back hoping for a face. Molly onto new box. There's nobody there. And Detour with a critical kill. Now it's on tension. NBQ first to face. And of course it is. Absolute rock solid from him. 13-10. ECLOT win the series.
Deserved, especially with how they were performing at the end of that third map. Very deserved. They definitely didn't look like themselves on train, and I think 100% their train just looked ropey in general. But on Inferno, I think that scoreline is maybe deceiving of how well they were playing. I certainly think that could have been like a 12-7, maybe even more. But that 1v3 from Kriaz and MBQQ's heroic suddenly helped. However, with that in mind, the main Swiss is done for CCT Series 3. ECLOT, they go through to the playoffs. They join up with Marius and Zero Tenacity from today, who also complete Cybershock, Amcal, Monty, Guns, and Iberian Soul, who have all qualified. And then they'll be playing up against NIP, Big, Navi Jr., Passion UA, TNL, 9, Apogee, Bet Click, and 500. It's a star-studded lineup, isn't it, Alan? But I think that's us ending for the day. You got any final words?
Been some unexpected rounds. Bondic almost gave us the full rollback of the years, but no, NBQ is the star of the future that we never expected to see. And long may his reign continue into playoffs. We wish him the best of luck.
And it's just, I think the first time, like, I don't know if exactly, but it's like the first time ECLOT have actually just like made a playoffs in a long time as well.
And the flashbang kill, let's not forget that.
Yes, the flashbang kill was one of the all-time. And I think for ECLOT, the fact that they're able to make not only playoffs in this event, but doing it with stand-ins is very impressive. However, we're going to be saying goodnight, and I think we're back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow at 10 a.m. CET for the round of 16. Do not go too far. It's going to be very exciting. Have a very good night. See you in the morning.